Well, happy St. Patrick's Day. And um, my sainted grandmother, who came over as a little girl on a boat from Monaghan, Ireland. Her father was a printer, and in the spirit of newspaper printers, and it's the title of today's episode. Uh, I guess it's pronounced Etaoin, Shrdlu, something like that. What does that mean? It just used to be in newspapers. When they typeset the newspaper page, if they made a mistake, they just went right down the letters the way they were set on the big giant machine they used to, and it would just go Etaoin Shrdlu. And I think I first saw that in an R. Crumb comic. And it's like I think it was on the cover of Weirdo, and this weird character just saying Etaoin Shrdlu. And it's like, but something people several generations back, in a newspaper, you'd see all of a sudden it would just say Etaoin Shrdlu because they made a mistake. They wanted to get to the next line to continue it. So they had to type something in, and they didn't just want to leave white space because leaving a blank space is smaller. And it would take a lot of keys to hit. So anyway, Etaoin Shrdlu to you. Sounds almost like it's Irish, I guess. Oh, man. I'm going to show you some. I keep talking about this magazine called High Adventure. It came out 20 years ago. I don't know. I got really into pulps there for a while, right around early 2000s, and so this is a place you could get pulps reprinted inside. It's the original typeface and everything with the illustrations, and so it's just like reading an old pulp, except they've replaced. This is what the cover originally looked like. So basically, this is a reprint of one of the from Fiction House, which before it was a comic book company, was a pulp company, and they put out the Weird Menace titles and all that. This is the Mysterious Wu Fang. I've been telling Graphic Man about these, and let I show you here. Yeah, I don't know. Graphic Man went on in the middle of the night last night with a big announcement, and I guess I should address that because as best I can recollect, at the end of the last episode of Four Color Fossils, which is Graphic Man's show that he started, I guess, about 4 years ago, and maybe other people have done something like that before, but I've never seen anyone else in our age bracket do a show with the Hollywood Squares kind of, Brady Bunch kind of every whole bunch of comic collectors our age that collect kind of the same things and have a lot of shared life experiences, talk about comics and how wonderful the memories are and everything. And a wonderful group was brought together. And I don't have any family. I have my wife. I have her family that live 11 hours away. Oh, by the way, I was looking up Monaghan, Ireland a minute ago because that's where my grandmother's from, and it said it's 10 and a half hours away. And I'm going, holy smoke, what? But then it's by airplane. And my home that I lived for decades, well, since I was in 6th grade, is 10 and a half hours away by car. So I thought that was kind of a weird, it's like Ireland's the same distance as Dallas, Fort Worth. But anyway, boy, I get sidetracked easily, don't I? What was I talking about? Monaghan, Ireland. Let's go back to, Graphic Man and a bunch of old guys getting together to talk about comics. And Graphic Man called it Four Color Fossils. And the whole, it's just a running joke of how old we are and how forgetful we are and pull the plug. And it's like, Eric Breen, you're old because you're 2 years older than us. And it was just a running gag. although it's accurate, we are fossils, and no young people watch, our shows because they want to know about new comics, and I don't know anything about that at all. And I started my channel right before the pandemic, and I as I went on, I adopted more and more of kind of not like a shock jock, but I used to really admire Howard Stern, but he's changed. I swear he was funny back when these high adventure magazines were coming out. Howard Stern was funny, but that was decades ago. But I just I've got a sense of humor where I'll just come on and say I hate comic books. I think I said that on one of the early Four Color Fossils show. Yes, I hate comic books, and I hate people that collect them. I just go on and on. It's almost like just about every one of the Four Color Fossils knows everything about pro wrestling. I mean, they're all experts in it, and I watched it a little bit here and there, but I guess I was taking on the persona of someone that I hate everything. I'm the comic book community's version of Mikey, and that's just was my shtick. That was as one of my friends was telling me on the phone yesterday. It's like you're kayfabe, but that was you were the bad guy wrestler. But I'd always say at the end, oh, I didn't mean to offend anyone, even though I just called anyone that slabs their comics an idiot. I always, I always say, oh, I don't mean to offend you because a lot of my friends actually have slab comics. But anyway, let's see. 2 weeks, a couple of times in the last 6 weeks or a couple of months. Oh, well, let me go back. So he has this great show, Four Color Fossils. Two of the Four Color Fossils split away and formed a separate show on Saturday morning, Rod and Shannon, because Wednesday nights were difficult. Wednesday night was difficult for me too, because I come home, my wife is depressed and she's not well, not she's very, I don't mean mentally, I mean just not in good condition. She's got two hernias and she can't have the surgery until she loses weight. So she's in pain. She can't walk much, and so it's just me and her here, and we've and a dog and two cats, and one of my cats, I don't think he's going to be around much longer. I got that cat in 2007, Pete, and I'll see him sometimes just kind of going, just like kind of having like little, I don't know what it is, and so I'm bracing myself for that, and I've just I do this YouTube stuff for fun. I don't make any money off it. I never probably will because I'll never get to 1,000. I keep saying that because every time I gain a few subscribers, I lose some because I'll say, Donald Trump's really great. And then it's like everyone's going, unsubscribe. This is a horrible man. But, my mom passed away in 2001, my dad in 2006. My oldest brother's gone. I just have one brother that's out there in South Texas somewhere, but he hasn't talked to me in several years. So, my friends are on the internet, and now, well, let's get back to that. So they have this great show on Saturday. Rod is like, who goes by Dr. Silver Age, is like an angel walking the earth. I've met a few people like this in my life. My friend Gerald back in Texas. I've met I'd say about 6 or 7 people that you may be atheist or whatever, or just think, boy, what is that grotto thinking? There's no angels, But I think sometimes you meet people in your life that are just saintly, that just wonderful, like my grandmother from Ireland, and I've got a link in the chat if you want to come on. I'm not gonna do this the whole episode, trust me, but Okay, angels walking the earth. I think Rod is one like that. I mean, he's there's not a mean bone in his body. And oh, we met this guy named Mr. Jones. We were shopping at Kroger back in Texas, and this elderly African American man, I think I can't remember if he was in one of those little moving carts. I think he was, because he was, and we were in the pet food aisle, and he stops and talks to us, and um, finds out we have a beagle. He talks about the animals he has. He's also shopping for food, and he gets our number, and by God, every 6 7 months or maybe once a year, he'll call my wife Cleo and just out of nowhere and say, "This is Mr. Jones," and he'll just like he's an old friend. And apparently he preaches near that Kroger, out on the street. And he called a few weeks ago and was and talked for several hours with my wife about religion and stuff. Just the guy that we met, an old man in a and he'd talk about miracles he's seen and stuff. And I think he was an angel, but I think Rod is. And Shannon's like this wonderful Southern gentleman. And anyway, they have this great show on Saturday morning that I've loved. I mean, I think it's the great. I think it's the greatest every Saturday morning. That's where I'm at. Sometimes it gets me in trouble with my wife because she wants to spend a few hours with me before she starts work on Saturday, and I'm watching that show, and women don't like nerd talk. I mean, some do. I mean, some women are nerds. My wife is kind of a nerd, but she's not a comic book nerd. I mean, I guess she appreciates them. She's never really read them, but we have other interests we share in common. And it's like probably most of your wives don't like him. And maybe there's one or two women. Well, we have 11. Doubtful there's any women watching. Like Dr. Fibes here says, "Hello, Gratu." That's always warms my heart when I see Dr. Fibes is commenting in the chat, because Dr. Fibes was a childhood hero. The, the just it's like, Dr. Fibes, wow, are you the real Dr. Fibes? I hope so. So anyway, okay, so my good friend, and I consider him a really great friend. And he's just someone that I met in the chat of my show. The owner of Gotham City Comics, Kevin Johnson in Mesa, Arizona. I mean, he's good enough. I don't have any local comic stores. He's my local comic store, and he's, I don't know, 15 hours away. But I don't know, how far is Mesa? A long ways. But he keeps a pile for me, even though he knows I don't often have any money. And he's just so wonderful, and he shares all these interests in comics and monsters, because I'm just into comics, obviously. And anyway, he was gonna go to what was it, a toy show in Mesa. He says, "It's Saturday morning, we can live stream and I'll go around with a camera." It's like, that sounds great, but it's on against my favorite Saturday show. And so I go on and I apologize. And one time I went on a Friday night on against Horror Mike because he said, "I just got all these Flintstones collectibles and toys and comics." It's like, "Yeah, let's look at them." And it's like, "Oh no, that's the same time Horror Mike's on." And I went on and did apologize and said, "This is bad form to go on against a friend." But I did it anyway. And it's like, because Friday and Saturday are like prime time spots. And anyway, then 2 weeks ago, he was going to a comic convention, so I did that again. And so at the end of Four Color Fossils on Wednesday, and Eric Breen was saying that he had to he was doing a live stream at the same time Saturday that Comic Book Memories. He says, "I wish I could be in both places at once," but and I said, "I know how you feel, because I went on against them last week and I still have to watch the rerun of their show. And I can't, it's just like, I felt really bad about going on against them, but Saturday's just like, that's when things happen." And so what happened? I guess Spinner Rack said something like, "Well, you only see 20 minutes of comics." It's like, oh shoot, that's not big. I mean, basically, there's a lot of people, that come on. They can't wait for the show to start, and they all say hi, hello to everyone and everyone else in the chat. And then when they read all the comments of hello, it takes quite a long time. And they make sure they read and acknowledge every single person in the chat because that's just the nice guys they are. So they they do that, but it limits the comic book time. But the main thing of that show is just the friends hanging out, and uh, and I don't show comics that often on my channel. In fact, it kind of bores me, and it gets to be kind of bad. Uh, it's just so annoying. I don't want to be a comic book channel only. I never did. Um, so I wanted to talk more about records and everything. To me, there's a broad, encompassing collector's world out there, and that's just one aspect of trash culture, garbage culture. The stuff that I basically always said, I collect the stuff your parents threw away that they just thought was junk. Halloween masks, or that was maybe a bad influence, like pinball machines, jukeboxes. I got into that for a while too when I inherited a little bit of money that went real quick. Um, so what the heck was I saying? So oh, okay. So Eric Breen said something like, after that, it's like, ugh, that was a kind of, it's like, oh man. Eric Breen said, well, it's kind of become the chat show. It's like if they might, if they never showed a comic book, I don't think people would notice. And that these were interpreted as really mean insults. Eric Breen meant that as a compliment, that it's just a friendly show where everyone hangs out and has fun. And most of the people probably have all those comics or seen them. It's just that's just a way to stimulate more talk as you hang out with your friends. And he didn't mean that as an insult. um, I mean, I know that for a fact. And then I open my big mouth and I say something, because in the spirit of always talking about, oh, we're old fossils and everything, all the jokes about our age, I said, well, yeah, the chat is kind of the people in the peanut gallery. They call it the peanut gallery, like in Howdy Doody, that comment during the show. I said it's kind of like the big room in a nursing home where everybody comes in. That's where the television is. And sometimes little kids come in to sing Christmas carols to them, but that's where all the fun happens. And they come in and they say hi and good morning, and they all say hi to every one of each other. And then maybe a few minutes later, they say hi again because I've seen this happen. My grandfather was in a nursing home, and to me, it's not an insult. That's like you're old, feeble, demented in a nursing home. I meant it's like to me, it's because when people get to be that age, it's like they're children again. And they're so nice and innocent. And it's like, hi. And then they introduce, how are you? And it's like, I haven't seen you in months, but it's just 5 minutes ago you talked to them. But they are so pure and innocent. It's like they're back when they're kids. And I said, yeah, the people in the chat, it's like being in a nurse. We were kind of chuckling when we were saying this. So I think that was interpreted as an insult. I said, it's like there's a purity to it. It's just like, instead, they may say hi to each other 47 times, but they're having fun. And I used 47. I always use 47. And it's like, obviously, as Joe Biden would say, that's hyperbole. Obviously, don't do it that much. But 47 times, because that's the number that's always used. And my friend Tom Rinaldi years ago, when I met him in the 80s, he said, every great movie, you'll notice they say 47 in it. And we'd be in a theater or watching a movie on VHS that we rented, and someone would say, 47 seconds till the bomb explodes. And he'd jump up and say 47. And in the living room, that's okay. In a movie theater, he starts shouting 47. And people look at him like he's out of his mind. But he was a little out of his mind. And it's from him that I pick up a little bit of my, I probably picked up a little bit of my abrasive sense of humor. But he's passed away, so I'm not insulting anyone. So I made the comment that the chat is kind of like, that's how I interpreted it, and it was not meant as a disparaging comment. It was not. On this on In 100 million years, the depths of my soul and my heart, I did not mean that as an insult, but it was interpreted as one. And then I don't know if something else was said. I think I probably said the worst thing, although the 20 minutes comment might have been, but I know that because the person that said 20 minutes was commenting on their show yesterday and I saw a long comment, as he's completely unaware that he offended them. But I tuned in yesterday morning to Comic Book Memories about 7-8 minutes late, and they're talking about a nursing home. Oh, we have a great library here in our nursing home. And I'm going, oh no, they're using it as like their new rallying cry. And so I rewound to the beginning. It's like, okay, so they took it hard because they're saying, our show may not be everyone's cup of tea. It's like, man, your show is my Coca-Cola. I love your show. But they thought we were just knocking their show in spite and calling them old and demented. And I'm old and demented. We're all crazy. We're collecting comics and we're round about 60 years old. I didn't mean anything at all. So I realized, oh, shoot. And so I wrote a quick apology and I said, I didn't mean that when, I meant that it's in a nursing home, it's the spirit of camaraderie and friendliness that I see here in this show. And then when that comment was read, it's like, they said, oh, it's understood. But I could tell that there was some anger. I could tell the way it was looking at the camp. They were looking at the camp, not Rod, but Shannon. I could tell he was mad. You could just tell. It's like you can tell when some like you've done something wrong. Your dad's there. That's how it felt through the internet. Excuse me. So after that was over, I called a friend and talked for a few hours about stuff. But I said, I think I really offended some of our mutual friends, and I told him what happened, and he said, don't worry about it. But then, my wife and I went out and had a great meal at our restaurant we go to all the time. But I was not hardly talking at all. I was shell shocked. I felt I'd really hurt people. And I get home and Shannon's put up a 17-minute video, and it's like, on Wednesday night, an incident occurred with 5 of the people on a show that I will not mention the title of, and this offense occurred at 1 hour and 44 minutes into the show and 27 seconds. And here is an exact transcript. And if they try to edit it out, I've got it recorded. And it's like, oh shoot, he's like ready to duel. It's like. It's like, you have offended me, sir. I will, grab your pistol. It's like, oh, man, he's so mad. I was like, oh, no. And he's saying they may edit it out, but they'll probably say it was just meant in fun and funny, but they're basically saying you can't get back from this. You can't apologize. That's how it came across. So I'm watching that with my wife, and my wife's telling me, because I showed her what was said on the show, which you can't see now because it has been cut out, just of the actual original show. I mean, I have a recording of it, but doesn't I'm not going to play it, mainly because it's hurtful to hear it, because I really feel bad about it. And my wife watched that and she says, you really did go too far. If someone said that about you on your show, you'd be really pissed off, and it's like, you need to just This is why I worry about you going on these live streams. You say things and you don't mean them, or you just come across as like a, a jerk. And I told her I didn't mean to do that. She says, you really pushed it too far. I wish I could call and apologize, but I don't know either of their phone numbers. And then in this recording, it's saying this is the unforgivable sin, the unpardonable. They didn't say that, but it just felt like, nope, you can't get back from this. And it's like, how do these are my friends. I can't get back from it. So damn. So I call up Graphic Man, and after I watch that, and I say, "Oh man, Rod and Shannon are really mad." I didn't know if Rod was, but I later found out he was because he put a comment under Shannon's video saying, "Yeah, I was upset, and I called Shannon to see should I be upset." And I guess he said, "Yes, you." It was this stuff. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I said other stuff in the past about sometimes chat annoys me. I mean, I know there are people in the chat that have tried to poke and prod and get me to say, and then the one person that would leave comments, and then he'd come back and say, "I haven't left comments in weeks on your show because you didn't respond to my comment on such and such day." And it's like, I try to at least put a heart and a like on every comment I read, but it's hard for my old fossil eyes to see this with the blue light and everything, and typing on the phone, and to make a response to every comment. And it's like sometimes you'll say something. It's just like, well, I had a comment, and it was a real funny comment about this, and I don't see it there. And it's like, I never saw your comment. Maybe YouTube took it down, because if you say certain things on YouTube comments, they don't let them go up, or they'll hold them for review. And it's like, he was like all mad at me because I didn't acknowledge his comments. He thought I was deleting them. I don't delete. Very rarely have I deleted a comment. Anyway, so sometimes the chat just irritates me, and sometimes I'm talking and I don't even notice it. Here, like, some other people are talking here. Let's see what they're saying. Friar Tuck says, "Good morning, sir." Try to do a British accent. Dr. Fives, your channel is a great array of vintage pop culture. I saw the Full Color Fossil show and didn't take the comment as an insult to them. People are too sensitive. People need to grow a tougher skin. It's just Dr. Fives. I can't do a good Dr. Fives voice. My friend Tom, the one I was talking about, that back in the 80s, his answering machine was Dr. Fives. I remember calling him back in 1984, 85 and hearing, "9 killed them, 9 shall die." It's just like, I have the right friends, man. When someone has Dr. Fives on their answering machine, they're cool. And then he and his friend recorded a little song with the most offensive words possible. It's just a little funny song with a banjo. They put it on the answering machine, and his mother got so mad. Because his number was 1 digit off from his dad, who was a retired dentist. And he said, people are going to call your father and accidentally get your message where you're cursing and saying MF and everything. This song, and it was funny, but yeah, his father was a big dentist in the community. In fact, every member of the Texas Rangers baseball team went to him as their dentist. He was a big art collector and everything. Had all these, you go in their house and there'd be Norman Rockwell paintings, like original paintings and stuff by all these Western artists. It's like, here's some Western art. This is the guy that painted the one sheet for Thunderball. It's like, oh, shoot. In fact, we went over to the house of this lady, and she has the original painting from Thunderball because she collects this artist. I don't know. I forget his name, but one of the artists they collected was Reynold Brown. They had those paintings everywhere. It was like an art museum in their house. Anyway, so All right. So where was I in the story? So I told Graphic Man about it, and he said, "Well, I'm having some relatives over, kind of having a party. I'll look at it later." He says, "I'm sure it'll blow over. I'll contact them in a few days." Well, so I go to bed and I didn't sleep. I was shaking. My heart was fluttering. I felt honestly, I felt this is going to sound ridiculous because I've never met these people, but I look at them as friends. I felt like the way when my mother died. I wasn't crying. I'm crying more now, thinking, about Pete maybe only having a few weeks left, my cat and everything. And but but I wasn't crying, but I was in shock. I felt like I'm right back from World War I. Yeah, they're having a parade, but man, I like, where the hell am I? I was just, and my wife would talk to me, and I would go, yeah, yeah, and I couldn't sleep. And then I look at my phone and it's like, oh man, Graphic Man's on live. And it was after midnight and he was on doing a little live stream. And I go, oh, holy smoke. And we put it on the TV and basically saying, I didn't notice, really think about it when we were doing the show, but later upon review, I realized this was really bad, what was said, and it needs to be cut out. And I'm going to basically suspend doing the show and then figure out a different format to, I'll still be around, but this format, where basically people can go on and say, because sometimes you're doing a live show and you've got a bunch of wild card people and crazy people that can say whatever they want. And it's all of a sudden because he was kind of, when they were saying, because Graphic Man was kidding at the end of the show, he was just trying to play into the joke. Says, okay, well, watch Eric Breen on Saturday and not the other. And then he says, oh, I'm just kidding. And that was taken as offense too. And so he's decided, and that was Wednesday night was like when I look forward to meeting with all my friends. And because I say I don't have friends. I haven't really met many people here locally, and I'll find people around, just being a homebody and not getting out. I'm sure there's people around. They're very nice, friendly people in the community, even if they don't share every interest I have. But it's just, and then I'm going, holy smoke. So Graphic Man has realized how bad this is. So now there's no four color fossils. And I would say maybe 2/3, because I was the one talking the most, blabbering my mouth more, but they were mad at the other two guys. Actually, there were 5 people, but Paulo didn't say a thing. But I think they were saying, well, Shannon was saying, well, he was kind of chuckling, so he's implicated because he was like, all 5 of these. I don't know. Maybe he just said 4. I don't know. I just watched it once. I can't watch it again because it's real traumatizing hearing someone that you think is a friend that's a friend, although I've never met him. I mean, maybe it's naive to call someone that you've only, of all these people, I've only met Captain Strangelife and Graphic Man in person. But I think you can be friends over the internet. I met my wife over the internet. I mean, you can know people pretty well over the internet. Um, and anybody talking about it like he's Joe Friday, just the facts. This is what happened. These men are guilty. It's like, yeah, I guess I'm guilty of being an a-hole. I was trying to be funny in the spirit of all the joking about old age, and it's like, and I think it was just mainly because I was insulting the people in the chat who were looked at as good friends and everything. And I'm basically calling them demented, saying hello and hello and hello over and over again. And that's just my sense of humor. And I don't hate anybody in the chat or even the people I make fun of that are these comic collectors that slab their comics and spend. I love those people too. They just irritate the heck out of me. It's like you have a family member that really annoys you, or they spend all Thanksgiving talking about how great Joe Biden is, but you still love them. You grew up with them, and it's just, but they're nuts, and there are people that on YouTube that are even more nuts than me, and it irritates me because I thought I was the nuttiest. How dare they be nuttier than me? So then, I'm really not getting to sleep, and it's getting to be 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, and then I look at my phone again, and oh no, it was real quick after Graphic Man because I tune in, and England team on the I Love Comics channel is doing a live stream because he's about to leave Florida and move to Indiana, and Eric Breen's there, and I can see Eric Breen in the corner with his headphones on watching something, very upset, and I'm realizing that's Eric Breen live watching Graphic Man canceling Four Color Fossils, and then he says, "Oh, I really feel like I did. I'm part of, I really." And so I contact them. They give me a link, and I go on the stream last night that ended at 4 a.m, which is why I'm half. This is my caffeine. I don't drink coffee. This is by the way, these Cokes that are from Mexico, they don't have high fructose corn syrup. They actually taste like Coke did when we were kids or in the 50s. They used real sugar, which is probably not that much better for you, but I think it's better than high fructose corn syrup. I see Paulo's and bring him on in a second. Let me finish my my thought. So Coca-Cola, let me rewind. Oh, so I go on the England team chat. I don't think many of you have seen it because it was in the middle of the, and I apologize and say a lot of the things I'm saying now, and talk to Eric Breen. And Eric has already called Rod and apologized, but didn't have the number to Shannon. And Graphic Man has talked. He's talked to Rod, and I guess he says he's going to call all of us and talk about what's going on. And man, so, um, uh, and then you look down under the videos, the video that Shannon put, and people that I've never heard of before say, "Yeah, I went over and looked at Four Color Fossils, and they're just horrible people. And I saw this guy picking his nose, and I'm thinking, wonder if that was me." It's just like I'm self-conscious now when I got to get some Kleenex here. So, sorry, it just blew a snot bubble on live television. I don't want to create all this problems, man. And I see that the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills is coming on live, and that's great. Mike, I'll bring you on in a second. Anyway, I didn't mean to create whatever part I had in this. I didn't mean to create it, and it was not intentional, and it was just me trying to be Howard Stern, I guess. But okay. Well, I guess that brings us up to first, with no further ado, Paulo from Portugal. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up?
You look really stylish with the sweater. Your hair's perfectly coiffed. Are you ready to go?
My hair is in serious need of a haircut.
No, it looks great. You look like you look like this old friend of mine, Jorge from junior high. You no, man, I swear you look like you're. It's like your Burt Reynolds look. And here's the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills. Hey.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm pretty good. Well, no, I'm not doing pretty good. That's just what you're supposed to say. No, I'm pretty upset about all this, obviously. I mean, because I'm at least 1/3 to 2/3 responsible for the cancellation of Four Color Fossils. Micah's loved project. I mean, I'm talking about Dr. Silverage being one of those walking angels. Micah's one of those too. So I feel like I've caused problems for two possibly real life angels that I think, and I know, Paulo, you're kind of an atheist or agnostic or whatever, so you think I'm nuts here. but I swear they're angels walking, and I have met a few. And I mentioned that. So you laugh at me? How dare you? I don't laugh at your atheism. Sometimes I do.
I don't think
They,
you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. You're crazier than me in some aspects, and I'm crazier than you in other aspects.
okay, you were completely guiltless as far as I'm concerned in that incident. But unless you chuckled nervously, and that was I think because everyone kind of nervously chuckled, I think it was perceived as a conspiracy. So you might be like,
I really didn't think
Dr.
too
Mudd.
much. Yeah, I really didn't think too much of it. I was not expecting such a beat back from all of this, I guess. But then again, I am used to listening to things that are purposely offensive. So yeah, I don't think anybody was trying to get on anybody's nerves. Everyone likes the comic book memories show and Rod and Shannon, and seeing them go through all the comics.
I'm starting to realize
cool,
something. There was that incident, and you were there when I got real upset on a live stream about Captain Strange Life, and we've since made up because, like, a few days before, I had gone on a show one night when I was really at the depths of despair, and I'd spent an hour trying to get on 4-Color Fossils. The show was over. I come on, I talked for probably close to half an hour, just about, has my life meant anything? And then the next week I say, oh, I'm sorry I went on so long last week. And he says, you went on precisely 27 minutes and 22 seconds. And it's like, holy I got kind of upset that I was being timed while I was having what existential crisis. And I got mad, and blah, blah. And I think that there's some holdover of resentment and towards me for that, because that he was mentioned in the video last night as the godfather of everything. And he started it all. And I went up, it's me like throwing an egg at the Pope or something, or it's like I burned a flag or something because I got mad at Captain Strange.
Hey, Gratu.
Yeah.
I haven't been watching YouTube that much, man. So it sounds like, wow, something must have, did I catch it a bad time?
No, no. What happened is, I thought maybe you'd watched since the beginning. No, it's just like I had a few of us were joking about the chat kind of being there's a lot of the chat kind of taking over the Comic Book Memories show, but we thought it was kind of endearing that those people are all becoming part of the show. But
right.
I mentioned that it was kind of like a nursing home where everyone keeps saying, hi. Did I say hi to you over and over again? And anyway, Rod and Shannon got really upset about it. And then Graphic Man wound up, oh, well, I'm just not doing 4-Color Fossils anymore. So that's basically, this is all drama from yesterday. So we don't have to talk about it anymore. But, getting off of YouTube, this is a perfect segue because you got off YouTube, not really by choice, but you kind of wanted to do it anyway. Now you're having a better life. You were telling me on the phone the other day. If you want to, it's a perfect segue because now you've actually kicked. I don't want to speak for you, but you used to be famous for collecting all the variant covers, and you've kicked that cold turkey. So I'll let you address that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess YouTube kind of when they kicked me off, they kind of forced me to, reevaluate what I was doing and to think about what I like and what I don't like. And I just don't like the stuff that Marvel and DC are doing now. So I'm kind of more towards independent publishers. And I just don't. Well, also, let me tell you this. I think I told you, the last time I was on, I was talking about, I have been selling my comic books. And I have pretty much found like all these variant covers, they're just pretty much worthless. So,
Yeah.
I mean, unless you have your own personal, like you like it and you want it and you're not going to sell it, then that's great. But if you're buying these things to like make money, you're not going to make any money off of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not interested in variant covers anymore. I don't have a pull list anymore. I don't go to the new comic book Wednesday every Wednesday. It just kind of depends on what's coming out. Like I like that new Conan. If the new Conan's coming out, well, then I'll go into the store. But yeah, I even cut, because I used to subscribe to all these online stores that would have exclusive covers. So I unsubscribed from getting emails from all of these online stores. So now my email is not as clogged up as it used to be. I don't have to like worry about making videos because, I would put a lot of thought into the videos I was going to make. And, I don't have to worry about that anymore. And I've kind of changed my interest from I'm not on YouTube as much anymore. Maybe I'm transferring one addiction to another, but I'm kind of like I discovered Rumble, so I spend more time on Rumble watching. I guess that's more like political stuff,
Right.
and I've been buying a lot of DVDs and watching a lot of TV. Like I think I have a great cable network. And like my basic cable, all my utilities and my Wi-Fi internet are all included by, I live in a retirement community and it's all included in my rent. And I really love the cable that I have. In fact, since I was getting it for free, I decided like I upgraded. I got a little bit better upgrade, so I get more channels. And I don't know if watching TV is any better than watching the internet, but I've been watching a lot of Westerns, like on the Grit network, and there's an INSP network that they show like reruns of Bonanza and Gunsmoke and all those old Westerns. So I've been enjoying that. So I don't know.
And you say you're going out to eat more often. The money that went into buying all these new comics, you're buying DVDs and
buying DVDs and eating food.
San Antonio has great restaurants.
Transferring one addiction to another addiction but like I love hamburgers, man. So there's a bunch of different hamburger joints around here. I'll, go around town, going to different restaurants. So I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah. I spent my earliest part of my life in San Antonio and the Crypt Keeper knows that I love Jim's hamburgers that are also called Frontier Burger. It was the Frontier Burger. They're selling them at Jim's coffee shop, but now they've reopened a Frontier Burger, right? And to me, what is the nearest? I'm trying to think what they take. I'm trying to convey to people how wonderful they are. Maybe it's a childhood memory, but
right.
But they are great because I've gone back to Austin and San Antonio, and they're always still there with the cartoon cowboy. And so in San Antonio, you're going to get great Mexican food and everything. So it's just going to be a great place. So basically, YouTube kicked you off and improved your life. So because really, this drama on YouTube, man, you don't have drama now. You might say, well, TV is no better, but at least don't have the. I caused the drama. Let's face it. I mean, it wouldn't have happened, And it's like if I was watching, I was recording it, And I realized, man, if I'd just gotten off when Jambo got off, he escaped just by 30 seconds being part of it.
Wow.
It's like if one person just hadn't have said the 20 minutes of comics only, then all the rest wouldn't have happened, and I wouldn't open my big flaps and basically called people old. Of course, we are old, but
Yeah.
The only guy who's not old in that show is me.
right, right,
Right.
or sometimes man, what is the puppet guy's name? I was just talking to him last night.
Venkman. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But,
Well, so
one of the things when I don't have money to spend on comics, it's not so much the buying comics that I miss. It's actually going out to eat and trying out the good food in different places. Especially here in my country, when we go out for food, we actually try to go to places that have good homemade food.
well,
Something like
one thing that
bean casserole, something like a bean casserole, or a fish stew, or something with seafood that you usually can't do at home because it takes too much preparation time. But it's the type of stuff that people used to make for big groups back in the 15th and 16th century, and those recipes still survive. But you can't do it at home because it takes an entire day's prep work. But it's stuff that people like, and that's what I miss most. Not much the when I don't have money, I have to cut back on a lot of things. But it's not the buying comics that I miss most of.
I become aware of that. There's almost something immoral about doing the shows where you show comics. At least to me, it's like I show comics, and then like Mike would. I know he's mentioned. I sought all these books out because Gratu was showing them, and it's like, oh man, I'm being a bad influence. It's like, it's like you're at an AA meeting, and hey, look at this bottle of booze, and here's another bottle of booze, and how about this one? It's from Portugal, and this one, it's like, it's like it's kind of because we're addictive. All of us are nuts, and hearing people say, "Yeah, I went out and bought books." I don't mean just you, but other people. It's like, man, I feel guilty because this is the time that we don't need to be buying comics. And I don't buy new comics for the most part, unless they're facsimiles of old comics. And I don't even like comics from the last few decades. I just, I like them from, I think it's, what is her name? Silver-haired Bronze Age babe. She said, she's used to be on YouTube more. I think she still does occasional shows. She says people tend to collect 10 years. Did she say before and after they're born is like the main? And I was born in 65, so I like the Silver Age and I like the Bronze Age. I don't know when the Bronze Age is supposed to end, about 1980, 85. I don't even like it to the end of the Bronze Age, if that's true. To me, it's everything started
People
going
say
bad.
85. I say 81. I had a whole show with Our Mouse. I had a whole show with Our Mouse about it. When is the Bronze Age supposed to end? Most people say 85 because of Crisis. I say by the time we got to Crisis, the Silver Age has ended because the forces that separate the ages are not related to storytelling. So I put 81 because that's when Marvel starts creating comics specifically for the direct market, because that makes the change, the direct market.
Yeah, it was the direct market that killed things. That was it. I'm gonna give food to the dog here. It was definitely the direct market, because that's when things just started getting. And I to me, comics are a children's medium, and when I don't get me wrong, I like Watchmen. I liked reading Crisis on Infinite Earths when it came out, but I realized it was a slap in the face. It was like, we're getting rid of everything you've ever loved, and you're loving it because look, it's drawn really well and written well, but we're wiping out whole worlds and decades of history and all that wonderful Mort Wessinger Superman stuff, but it's okay. We're going to give you John Byrne and his watered down version where everyone has a skinny neck. Just a second.
Byrne was a smart guy. I always liked this stuff. John Byrne was the first art that I learned to recognize when I was 7 years old. I'm not sure. Okay, is not here. So I'm probably not gonna comment on it. I'll wait until it is. But I read other stuff. Being from Europe, I read other stuff that we understand comics differently in Europe than what happens in America.
Yeah. Well, I know I love John Byrne's art, but sometimes he draws skinny necks, like the Human Torch and Mr. Fantastic. Is like
because I've shown French editions of stuff with Robert Crumb covers, but even though you're a contemporary, you never really liked the indie comics movement, the Robert Crumbs and the Spain Rodriguez and guys like that.
Who doesn't love that?
You never liked them. The guys like Robert Crumb. You never been into them.
What? I've got boxes of that stuff.
You have? Okay, but that makes the comics not for children.
No, I'm real big into the underground comics. No, on the contrary, I've always loved that, but you don't see me showing it on YouTube because you can't show a lot of it. You hold it up and it's like, well, I can't show you this cover, or you'll pull it out and it's like, you'll realize there's some horrible image on the back cover, and then you're saying, did I accidentally show the back cover when I was showing? Oh yeah, I've got boxes. No, I was kind of like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I've always been in fact, the name of today's episode comes from R. Crumb, because that's where I first heard this Etaoin Shrdlu.
I remember we did a 4-color fossils where you were not there, and I wanted to show covers from Charlie Hebdo. And the biggest problem I had was selecting covers for Charlie Hebdo that I could show on YouTube, because a lot of them had sex on the cover and scatological images on the cover, and they sell those things in newsstands.
Yeah, plus the whole political aspect of it. I wouldn't want to show that on Graphic Man's show, because it's all of a sudden, I don't even want to talk about that magazine. Since Gratu doesn't cook and I'm injured, we've been getting food shipped home and eat out a few times. We get food from this place called Factor. I think I've lost a little bit of weight. Let's see.
You can't even do mac and cheese.
I can. Yeah, I can do that. I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth. You're saying you don't like underground.
No. Your wife was complaining that you don't cook. Your wife was complaining that you don't cook.
Yeah, I don't cook. Yeah, that is correct.
Well, I don't recommend that you eat mac and cheese every day, of course.
Yeah, Friar Tuck says it sounds like John Wayne's talking to me. All you can do is apologize, and you've done that. I did apologize that morning, and then the show came a few hours later. It's like, wait, it's not mentioned that I apologized, but I don't think there's any apologizing for this, for the way it was presented. It's like, they'll try to apologize. They'll try to say it was just in fun, but I've got the tape, and if they try to erase it, I'll post it. It's like, oh, I don't know if I can really. That doesn't sound like there's a friendly hand reaching out to me. So I don't know. It's really tragic situation. But I don't know what to do. I mean, there's nothing I can do. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be an a-hole. I was a jerk. I was blabbering, and I basically called a bunch of people demented, I guess. But I'm demented. I'll admit it. There's nothing wrong with being old and demented. When I make fun of Joe Biden, it's not because he's old. It's not because he's demented, because there are wonderful people that are old and demented, that are just wonderful, wonderful people. But he's a criminal and a crook, and it has been since he first, got into Congress in 1972. And you can watch YouTube where he's saying, well, I appreciate you thinking that I'm not corrupt, Senator, but he's joking about it then when he's 30 years old.
Even if he wasn't, You can be old and demented, but you can't be the president.
Well, yeah. Yeah. So, oh my God.
I mean, my president is getting old
you
and
know,
demented.
you know what I feel bad about is fixing this dog. Because I just gave her a little thing of food, right? And she goes all the way up to the attic and gets her little green plastic bones that she plays dolls with. I mean, she looks at these green, anything that's green, she thinks it's a baby. So she went up and she's carrying the food with the two or three green toys in her mouth because she wants to feed these babies this food. So it's like, man, what right do I have as some superior creature to fix her where she can never have children, puppies? Because look at her trying to be a mother, and it's like I feel bad about that. But I guess I feel bad, just about as bad about that as I do everything that happened on Wednesday. But I'm just gonna. All I do is open my mouth and keep making things worse. I think that comment probably didn't help. But let's see what people are saying in the chat. Loved Byrne on X-Men. Yes. That's when I loved him. That was when he was at his peak, but he wasn't writing. That's the key thing. When he writes.
Oh, but he was writing. It was Byrne came up with starting around 120. Byrne came up with all the stories. Claremont just added the dialogue.
Yeah, but that's like the Stan Lee argument that Stan Lee didn't do anything. The peak of X-Men was both of them, and it's just he just, his stuff isn't as special when he's the sole writer. Love Byrne on X-Men, not so much on Fantastic Four. Good stories, but didn't like the art for that series. I like the art. I just didn't like the necks being so skinny, and then the Torch having a fishbowl haircut. So, but when I go back to those Byrne X-Men, they were great. They were great. But I don't like anything.
Terry Austin's inking did a lot for Byrne's art in the X-Men, and Austin did not go with him to Fantastic Four, and Byrne was inking himself on FF. So there's quite the difference.
Yeah. This is a good comment here. If that dog loves green, today is her day. Yeah, it's only green toys that she responds to. Dogs aren't completely colorblind. Yeah. They see some colors. She must see green or can distinguish green. Crypt Keeper, something happened. Oh my gosh. He comes. Oh, there you are. Good. Oh. Woof. Something happened to you. You went to another dimension. Let's see what people are saying here. Dr. Fibes, I was born in April 65, and yes, I'm old and proud of it. It beats the alternative. Yeah, I was also born in April 65. That's cool. What day were you born, Dr. Fibes?
And if you're old, congratulations, you made it.
Yeah.
Jimmy Dean did not make it.
Yeah. I think about some friends of mine that didn't make it, and then another old friend of mine was in the hospital a few weeks ago. I need to find out how he's doing now. He had some brain bleeding. It's like, shoot, yeah, he was a couple of years older than me. So when you're saying you're selling your comics, Mike, you're not selling all your comics. You're just selling like extras or ones that aren't as cool. Or what is it you're selling? Oh, you're frozen. No, you're moving. Can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi. I have a bad connection. I think it might be my laptop.
Well, we're hearing you okay now. It's like you're taking boxes to your local comic store and getting stuff in trade is what you're doing, right? Or are you getting cash? Uh-oh.
Well, I pretty much stopped that. I'm pretty much just selling everything now.
Everything? Or are you going to keep your childhood comics?
A lot. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm going to keep my childhood comics. And I don't know, I've been going through picking out stuff that I like and that I want to keep.
yeah. You were mentioning that on the phone, and I was thinking this is a perfect opportunity if you still had your channel as you go through and pick out things. And you said you were discovering things that you didn't even know you had that you were wanting to buy, and then it's like, oh, I already
Yeah.
have it. That's happened to me.
Yeah. Yeah, like here, I can show you this. I was Shannon showed this on I don't know if he was a guest on one of the shows, but this is from Boom Studios, Planet of the Apes. And I looked this up on eBay, and it's selling for like $200. And I'm like, I wonder, I bet I got that when it came out. So sure enough, all I had to do was dig through my own collection, and I found it.
So how did they put 75 cents on it like it was made in the 70s?
Yeah, what they
I think
did.
there's a delay.
So what it is, Planet of the Apes from Marvel Comics, that magazine,
Yeah.
ran for 29 issues, but Bob Larkin had already done the cover for number 30 was done and ready to go, but it never got published. So Boom Studios published this just as it was originally set to go.
Yeah, I didn't realize they used the original logo and everything, and the price too. So
Yeah.
so how did but I mean, obviously it wasn't a 75-cent comic because this came out a few years ago, right?
It came out in 2017. And it has the barcode on the back.
Oh, okay. And so that's
So that
comic
has
book
the
size.
price.
It's not magazine size, is it?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that is a cool thing. I've got the whole run of most of the issues of Planet of the Apes. I bought where you're at, at Mr. M. And does Mr. M still exist?
Yeah.
Really?
No more Mr. M.
Oh, no more.
Hey,
Oh,
I can
you're a
show
little
you a
bit
couple other
delayed.
things that I picked up recently.
Oh, yeah, look at that. He looks like a hippie, but
Yeah, I apologize. I think it might be my internet.
what it probably could be fixed if you get off and come back in, but I don't know if you want to go to that trouble.
Well, my little internet icon shows that I basically don't have a signal at all.
Yeah. Well, we can still talk. It just
And
there's
I
a
think it's
delay.
because of my laptop.
Yeah. Yeah. What is
What's
that
that?
Conan book exactly?
Well, it's called Helen of Windhorn, #1 from Dark Horse Comics. It says Othan the Vanquished.
Oh, it's not Conan. I thought
So
it
the
said
actual comic book is
Lexic.
Helen of Windhorn.
That's why he looks like a hippie. Okay. I swear I looked at it and thought it said Conan. Okay. And that's a comic?
Open.
Obviously.
Here's one for you. Edie. This one's called Edie, You Are What Eats You from Bad Moon Comics.
She's a zombie, I guess.
And then I must confess, I do still buy comics for the cover.
Oh yeah. Okay. But you were pretty badly addicted. I mean, it's good that you've been cured because you were you were
And I
getting
do
pretty
get
bad
the
with the
I do
variant.
get the variant to that.
Yeah, I've never heard of the comic.
Yeah, brand new. And then here's one more. It's called Monster Tag Team from American Mythology Productions.
Oh,
Let's see if you recognize that. This is Boogeyman versus Scarecrow.
yeah,
That was a Werewolf by Night
oh yeah, okay, yeah,
with Moon Knight. With
right,
Moon
right,
Knight.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's pretty good. These books, I've never heard of them. How are these really recent?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I get now is like indie books.
Do you mail order them?
I pretty much find ones that like I just know my local comic shops aren't going to have. So I get them from either my comic shop or Midtown Comics.
Yeah. Where's Midtown Comics located?
Let's see if this shows the 30th anniversary.
Oh, is that Brother Voodoo? Is that what it says?
And then we got
That was a good cover.
what's that?
That last cover was really
Yeah,
good.
it's called Weird Voodoo.
Oh, I thought it was Brother Voodoo. Yeah, okay. I don't
I
know
know,
this
right?
comic at all.
It's a Glenn Danzig Verotic Press.
Oh, okay. How many titles
Amazing
is he
that
putting
Veronica-
out these
Like
days?
here's another one that he does. Yeah, these are a Glenn Danzig Verotic Press. Mortana.
Yeah, he's a
You'll
major.
recognize this one is this is an homage to the Erie Publications
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've got that issue.
from from Glenn Danzig. Oh, and then check
Yeah.
this out. Now this one is magazine size. It's Simon Bisley did the character designs for Death Rider in the House of Vampires.
Right. It's his new movie.
Yeah. So this
have you
has
seen the
character
movie?
designs and some like plot layouts for the movie. And so I just
Oh,
got the movie. Speaking of DVDs, I just I just got this in yesterday.
oh, okay. Yeah, my wife
Now I
wants
saw
to
the
see that.
trailer and it doesn't look very good, but
Yeah.
I'll give it a try. It's a combination of westerns and vampires.
Yeah, the names are like real dumb. It's like Bella the Kid or Bad
Yeah, yeah.
Bathory. It's like a combination of a Western name with a vampire name, and it just comes across as like real cringy. But
Yeah.
maybe it'll be good. We'll see. It's got to be better than his last movie. So yeah, my wife was wanting to see that.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Did you ever buy this magazine, High Adventure? I was showing this earlier when the stream started. This is a magazine from about 2000. it was from Adventure House, and each issue reprints a pulp with the original text and illustrations, and it's a lot of fun, and you can actually read the pulp and not worry about it falling apart. This is issue number 58. I wonder how easily findable these are today. Here's one reprinting a Phantom Detective issue, and on the back it shows you what the original cover looked like. I was really into this for a little while. I don't remember if I was getting these to the mail or if I had a local store get them. So thrilling mystery that they would reprint horror pulps, and I think they called them shutter pulps, and then the weird menace, I think they called them pulps. But I mean, look at I don't know if there's a recent resurgence in interest in pulps. I don't know if that's going to make people start going after these, but I think the resurgence is because CGC has recently started to look at that illustration. They've started slabbing pulps, so people that are starting to get into buying pulps because it's something new they can send off and slab, which I guess is like a sport because they just want to get that perfect copy. And then these are
in Jared's show, Jared Osborne, he mentioned that having a slab is a bit like getting a book slab is a bit like a craft project. You get your book, you have it slabbed and you display it. So it's a bit like having buying a painting and finding the best place to put it. But apart from that, it's just something pretty to look at.
Yeah, I think of it kind of as hunting. Like you go out and you're wanting to get a deer with a certain number of points on his antlers so you can hang it up on your wall. To me, that's kind of They go and search through bins of comics, kind of like a hunter, and then they send it off to get it, evaluated, like someone gets their deer taxidermied. These are reprints from the 80s, and they have these kind of stipple art covers. This says this edition's limited to 500 copies, 1986. But they also reprint the interior of pulps and with the illustrations. So I found a couple of these in used bookstores. This is from the Pulp Collector Press. These have a more of an old-time fanzine feel. And then that High Adventure in its later days became more of a digest-sized book. This reprints the first Tarzan that reprints All Story from 1912. And so it's just a little pulp that you can... do they not have illustrations in this? This looks like it's all text. I guess in 1912 it was all text. This is Operator number 5. He was kind of like a James Bond, but it's like in a future world where there's the Purple Empire is invading America.
Hey Ken, I'm gonna jump off, man. My connection has gone down.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, if you want to try again, if not, it's sure nice having you on. There's a Wu Fang. Yeah. I know that there's a big delay. When I say something, you hear it about 10 seconds later. Mm-hmm. That's why you're probably not responding. But yeah, can
you hear me now?
That problem.
Yeah. Yes, he's moving very slowly. Up there he goes.
Coming up robotic. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
These internet problems, they're not just. they're happening in Europe too now, and I'm not sure if somebody's messing with our communications in the Western world.
Yeah, there's some of that, but I think he was explaining his technology is not the greatest. He's got a laptop with the top part has become disconnected from the bottom part, so he has to prop it up just perfect against the stack of books, and yeah, he's dealing with older technology that he hasn't, upgraded. This is Captain Satan. That's what the original cover looked like. Nice. And this is from March 2000. So I don't know when they stopped putting out High Adventure, but I just pulled these off the shelf because
I'm really not familiar with the history of pulps. From my understanding, they kind of faded away, and you could find them even through the 60s, through the 70s. You could still find some in the back of some older newsstands, new ones coming out, but the distribution for them was not very good.
Yeah. Gotham City says, "Hey, Crypt Keeper is here. Good morning, guys. I guess I'm reading. I'm kind of delayed. Good morning, Kevin," says Friar Tuck. Love Bob Larkin art. Yeah. And Glinzer, Star Wars. I think I read all these already. Okay. Never mind.
You got to start doing like Micah. You add you add a line to notice to find where the last one.
Yeah, that's too much work.
Well, if you have too many comments coming in, it's practical. If you don't,
yeah, okay. Let's see if I can do it. Oh, it's not that bad. Okay. For some reason, I didn't think I could chat or do it here. I thought I had to do it on my phone. Oh boy. Let's see. So what time is it in Portugal?
10 to 4. We're not in daylight savings time yet, only at the end of the month.
10 to 4 p.m. Okay. PM, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I had sea bass for lunch.
Oh, that sounds good.
It is.
I'm just seeing what's going on here. So anyway,
I bought some science fiction digests from that Portuguese collection that you said the cover looked like it was painted by a high school student.
I said what about it?
Once I was showing covers from a Portuguese science fiction collection.
And I said it looked like it was painted by a what student?
You said that cover looks like it was painted by a high school student. And I told you, actually, this was painted by one of Portugal's most accomplished 20th century painters.
Was it? Yeah, but what was it about the art that I was objecting to, you think?
Yeah, well, the art looked more conceptual than science fiction-y.
Oh, okay. I guess it just didn't look right to me. Yeah, that's just me being an a-hole again, I guess.
No. No, I get it, because it's like there are some people do art, and you look at it, it's the type of art that people say my 4-year-old can draw better than that.
Oh yeah.
And so people sometimes don't get it, but. And I kind of understand that we don't get science fiction in Portugal has always been a niche medium. We're not. It's not something that's very appreciated over here. So there's only very few of us. So if you hire an artist to do covers, and they don't know exactly what it is that they're supposed to be drawing, it's not going to mesh well with the book's theme.
Yeah.
ironically, his son is a comic book publisher, and he puts out science fiction-y stuff. But seriously, the guy was a very accomplished painter. There are streets and schools named after him all over the country. So he's an accomplished painter, but he shouldn't be doing science fiction paperback novels.
Yeah. So you've got some to show, you say?
I have at home. I'm at my parents' house. I have at home.
Okay.
I bought. Yeah, there was a roving book market at the subway in my capital. It ended this weekend, and I stopped there and I bought a couple of European graphic novels and half a dozen science fiction paperback novels. And I can show them later, I guess, in another show. But I don't have them here with me right now.
Okay.
Show some of my parents' stuff. No. John Gara's no. My parents hate comic books, and my parents hate science fiction.
Oh. Well, John, have you rediscovered?
My dad, maybe you can see all those displays were there. My dad has a collection of mini bottles. Yeah, maybe I can pick some up. I'll show them. Let me go and pick some up.
Okay. Damn it. Surely they got knickknacks.
All right, so let me put them up in the order that they were in, because then I have to put them back. All right, so these have never been opened, but they're not full, because even as the years pass, the alcohol seeps through the bottle opening, so they're no longer full. This is a port wine. This over here. Yeah, this over here is a cocoa vanilla liquor. This one, I think, let me see. Oh, yeah. So we have a fruit that's used to make brandy, and you can actually pick up that fruit from shrubs if you stop on a road and you know where the shrubs are. You can pick some up and try to do a bottle of these. And it's a Portuguese style brandy that doesn't exist anywhere else. Okay, this is another type of brandy, more like aguardiente. This one's gone completely dry. Nobody drank this. This is a more serious brandy. This is a 5 years old reserve. Martini dry. This is more mainstream. And this is olive oil. It's not alcoholic drink. Extra virgin. Yeah, but are like hundreds of them over there, so I just picked these up. I'm not gonna pick them all up. The model ship, yeah. I can't remember where my dad had it made, but it's pretty good. He also has one. Yeah, I can pick it up. Yeah, I can turn this around. Let's see if I can turn this around. That one's a petrol tanker. A model of a petrol tanker that my dad worked in.
Oh.
Back in the 80s.
Oh. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's a fun book. It's a history of prisoner of war utilization by the United States Army, 1776 to 1945. By Lieutenant Colonel George G. Lewis and Captain John Muha. But it's just light reading on what to do with, I guess, what we did with prisoners of war.
Yeah, so that
Chapter 11, governmental employment of prisoners of war.
Mm-hmm. So those are guidelines that predate the Geneva Convention.
Geneva Convention was after World War II?
I think so.
Man, I swear that I remember them talking about the Geneva Convention and Hogan's Heroes, but
okay.
Hey Siri, when was the Geneva Convention held?
The Geneva Conventions are a series of international treaties concluded in Geneva between 1864 and 1949.
Oh, I don't know.
This answer is from Britannica.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently there were a lot of meetings in Geneva, so she just doesn't know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I get it. If you think that World War I was fought with pre-industrial tactics, but they had machine guns and mustard gas, there was nothing in any articles of war that could account for that. So it had to be updated. Yeah,
I know that. Yeah, the poison gas was done away with before World War II because that was just considered too cruel a way to kill people. There's nicer ways to kill people. Let's see. People are saying some of those bottles would look good in a set diorama. See, I knew he was thinking about his animations. Like, how could I incorporate that ship and have a bunch of skeleton crew on it? You could make a drunken skeleton pirate scene. I knew that's where he was going with it. John Goris, allies were pretty rough on captured enemies towards the end. Well, I know that there wasn't any room to put them, and they had them out in fields with barbed wire around. I mean, they weren't being tortured, but they were just having to stand in giant crowds. But it's probably not that different from what hippies in Woodstock had to put up with in 1969. But except they didn't have barbed wire around Woodstock. I guess that's true. But I mean, I don't think we were.
I've read that the organizers were not expecting. Yeah, but you don't need to horribly torture. If you capture an enemy and make them do humiliating stuff for the troops' entertainment, it counts as mistreatment of prisoners of war.
Yeah.
Or of enemy combatants.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we were just watching The Great Escape the other night, my wife and I, and they're taught that if you're captured as a prisoner, your job is to make the lives of the enemy as miserable as possible, and make them use as much manpower as possible to just try to escape constantly is what you're supposed to do. But I mean, the Germans let them print
because
newspapers and have baseball teams. What does it say? Rhine Meadow camps. I don't know about that, but I could research that. I don't know. It's just a book that my father. This is from 1955, and he was in the army then. It's just a book I just found on the shelf that I thought would be amusing. Oh man.
I have a book somewhere. A guy, a French officer, who was a prisoner of war in German internment camps during World War II. He's basically telling the story of all of his friends who managed to escape, but he never did. Every time it was his time to escape, there was some problem that prevented him leaving the internment camp.
Yeah. Oh boy, I've I've brought this down. No, we're talking about POWs now. Oh boy. Well, if anyone wants to come on, there's a link in the chat.
There's some interesting stories. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. I think most people are at church right now. Yeah, someone just posted the original art to this issue of Monster Frankenstein on Facebook. Let's see. Sorry, I got distracted here. Well, it sucks that his internet wasn't working too well. I'm trying to go through piles of stuff here. Let's see. So I can organize it. This is a photocopy from a Fort Worth newspaper from, everybody saved newspapers when Kennedy was killed. And you can find them pretty often, at estate sales because everyone saved the newspaper. But then you go to the movie section, and it's like you see what was playing at the theaters. They had a gangsterama, Roaring Twenties gangsterama, and they're playing King of the Roaring Twenties, the Babyface Nelson. I made a copy from I was gonna cut some of these out and use them in little fanzines that I did. Incredible Journey was playing at the Ridgely Theater. Ridgely is where I saw The Empire Strikes Back. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane was playing at the Cowtown Theater. These are some of the Fort Worth paper. And Kennedy spoke in Fort Worth that morning, and then flew to Dallas, which is it's only about a 45 minute drive between Dallas and Fort Worth, but I guess they just flew him there, and then that's, everything happened. But I've got all these piles of papers, and I want to put them organize them into file folders and stuff, and I'm discovering things as I go through them. And there's a poster from college when printers printed like that. Remember? I don't know if you... So it's like it's falling apart. It's like, Yes, a friend of mine had an early computer. That's from about 1984. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. All right. Here's some bookmark promoting Batman's 75th birthday. What would that date this? I can't read the date on it.
That would have been 2015.
Okay, that's probably when it came. Yeah,
or 2014 or 2015. They did an art exhibit for Batman's 75th anniversary, and it went around the comic conventions in Europe. I'm not sure if it was in any American convention, because you guys don't like art, don't care about art exhibits in your conventions, and ours are primarily
art exhibits.
Yeah, well, most convention organizers in the US, they don't have art exhibits for people to look at. It's just for dealers.
Yeah.
And ours, they had, since most of them use public money, they have to have something artistic to show, even if it's only Batman.
Comic book conventions.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking like business conventions.
No.
I've been to comic conventions with a bunch of fantasy art on display in separate rooms. But yeah, you're right. It's mainly the dealer's room is really all I ever go to. I've never really gotten in line to get people's autographs. That's never been something that interested me. Here's a promotional flyer they gave away in stores to promote the Blair Witch Project. That, made people think this is a real thing. People really did believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like I photocopied this from probably Comic Book Artist magazine. Just you photocopy something like this and then paste it down on a white sheet of paper, and you can create coloring pictures that will entertain people that like to color. I used to print out things from the Onion. This is from 2003. RC Cola celebrates 10th purchase. The Onion was really funny. It really was, and it was a physical newspaper, and it was an online thing. And I remember when I first discovered it, I thought, man, this is like the National Lampoon's back. A hamster thrown from a remote control monster truck. It really was very. I forgot about the Onion. I've got a bunch of books, collections of them. This editorial, I'm not afraid to try popular new things. This is from the Japan Times when Tarantino put the 5, 6, 7, 8s into his Kill Bill movie and gave them some exposure in this country. I'd known about them since the 90s, but this must be from like a Boy's Life magazine. It's got a model contest from Revell, first national custom car contest. Things like this you can utilize and cut and paste and put into, because I would put my magazines together with scissors and glue. I wasn't doing it online, but I'd steal old ads to put in, like the Secret Spy camera. And these are all just things that I copied years ago to use. It's a copy of the directions for the Weirdos model kit, Daddy. And here's a copy of the directions instruction sheet for Sling Rave Corvette. What else is in here? Yeah. Here's an ad for a horror host named Gulita. And her show is called Jeepers Creepers. I don't know where KCOP Channel 13 was. You could probably find out in a quick quick internet search.
Yeah. Let's see, KCO.
Here's a letter from my older brother. I recognize his handwriting. He passed away about 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, to my mom, 1978. Yeah. Wow. You know a musician named oh man, what is his name? I'm drawing a blank. He was like a idiot savant artist. And he would sing songs about Casper. They made a documentary about him. Well, there are only 15 people watching, but someone's got to know what his name. I forgot what his name was. He was obsessed with Captain America and Casper, and was always drawing illustrations that look like this. That man, if they had that artwork in a modern Captain America comic, I'd buy it so quick. It's just because to me that's amazing.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Why can't I remember his name? Daniel Thompson. I think that's his name.
No, I don't think I've ever heard of it. No. Okay, so K-Cop still exists.
No, it's not that. That's not his name. Daniel Johnson. That's his name is Daniel Johnson. Yeah. Daniel Johnson. Let's see. Daniel. I think it's spelled Johnston, I think. I'm looking him up on YouTube. He passed away, but he was just, Daniel Johnston. And I think some big band, major band in the 90s did a cover version of one of his songs. And that's what got him a lot. He would put out cassettes. And it would just be like some Casper drawn and saying, "Hi, how are you?" or something. Yeah, this will get me a copyright claim if I play the music. But yeah, it's Daniel Johnston. Looks like that. Daniel Johnston. Let me pull up some of his artwork.
I mean, that TV channel you were showing in the ad, it still exists. KCOP TV is now branded Fox 11 Plus on Los Angeles.
Oh, in LA. Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, it wouldn't have been Fox back then. Fox didn't start as a network until a few decades ago. But
and started in 1948 as Clack TV. They were published by the owners of the San Diego Union Tribune newspaper, and changed from Clack TV to K-Cop, the COP, for Copley Press, which is the publisher's name.
So, yeah, most stations that were around in the 50s and 60s are still around. They may have changed, from CBS to Fox or something, but they're still the same frequency. Here's some of his Captain America art. He was constantly drawing Captain America. So I just typed in Daniel Johnston and got and here's Captain America with Casper. And then he'd always incorporate Christianity into his stuff a lot. But this is, yeah. Yeah, if I ran Marvel Comics, I'd just get a whole bunch of this artwork. And too bad he's not still around where he could draw a comic. I don't know. It entertains me.
We could do a novelty comic. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just make him the permanent artist. It's look at this art. Daniel Johnston Estate unveils partnership with something or other. He's drawing the Hulk here. Yeah, I didn't know he had a Hulk obsession too. He always drew this alien with all these eyes. That was another one of his things that he liked to do. Oh yeah, I've forgotten about him. I just desperation of trying to show something new has reminded me of this great artist. Everybody's tuning out, I see. Great artist. It's I don't know. It entertains me. And he draws Casper a lot too. Let me see if I can summon forth some of that. Although when he draws Casper, it's not immediately recognizable. It just kind of looks like a baby in line art, but it's supposed to be Casper. Let's see what people are saying here. Interestingly, John Goris says, I hear in present-day Germany, prisoners have the right to escape. Like if they try, they're not given extra time. Do you mean prisoners like that are in prison for crimes?
Yeah, if they escape prison, the escape does not add to their sentence.
Yeah, well, what would happen in The Great Escape, which was World War II, whenever Steve McQueen tried to escape, they'd just throw him in the cooler for a month, and then he'd come out with, his ball and his mitt. Closest thing was Robert
trying to escape.
Oh, yeah, that could happen, yeah. But closest thing was Robert Williams and Crumb had some legit gallery shows in the late 90s. Daniel Johnston, yes, he was telling me. Yeah, I can't remember things, man. Can't remember anything. There's a picture of my brother's dog. What will I find in this pile that I brought up from the basement? No telling. This was taken out of a Rolling Stones record, and I need to put it back in that record. There's no real reason why it's separated from it.
Yeah.
Oh, I must have saved this promotional poster because this doesn't look too bad. What was this run of this comic like? I mean, that artwork's not bad. Tom King, Clayman.
Oh no, that's the one where Catwoman ditched Batman at the altar.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is it any good?
No.
The art is okay. I mean, that's not bad art. I mean, I'll give it credit
like every Tom King comic, it starts full of promise, and then Tom King starts remembering that he has issues with his mommy.
Oh, okay. Well, so he writes women as being ultra bad. Is that what you mean?
He has the women being overly assertive to the point that the men defer to them in every way conceivable, even for minor things.
Okay. Well, if anyone has what year is, you'll instantly know, I'm sure, I'd say this is probably from about 1979, but it's a promotional flyer for a Cadillac. Magnificent new Eldorado.
Might be 70s, yeah.
You know, if you've got a car that you've restored like this, you know, this is the promotional flyer that you would get at the dealership. Now the local car dealership was getting rid of their rack where they kept the promotional flyers because they didn't print them anymore. It's all online. So they were selling them on Facebook Marketplace real cheap. So I got their rack. Oh, that was a pain trying to move it. And then one that spins. And so I'm putting magazines and old comic books in them to, you know, that's anyway, that's pretty neat, I guess. Here's a bag, an unused bag from Taco Bell when they had the Tick toys. This is not that I'm selling it, but I would think it would be worth something to some insane person like me. But since I'm not selling it, obviously it has some value to me.
Taco Bell got into Portugal really late, but now they have about 5 or 6 locations in the country. But I haven't been to any of them, and ever since I got since after I turned 40, I feel a lot less inclined to try fast food franchises.
Yeah, no, you don't need to. Is there one near you?
I have a McDonald's. I have a McDonald's 3 minutes walking distance.
Yeah. I never liked McDonald's. My family never went to McDonald's. My wife grew up liking McDonald's, so I've had more McDonald's in, you know, the last 10 years since I met her, but it's never been my favorite. She also likes, because she grew up for the most part in California, In-N-Out Burger. That's the big place there. But the ones I remember fondly from my childhood is a chain that no longer exists called Burger Chef. And they had charbroiled burgers. They were well, you probably don't know Burger King in Portugal, but they're kind of reminiscent of Burger King.
We have a lot of them.
Yeah, but
Burger Kings used to be paired off with KFCs, then with Pizza Huts. Now there are more Burger Kings than Pizza Huts, though.
Okay, well, Burger King wasn't as good, but it's the same basic kind of taste, sort of, that Burger Chef had. But Burger Chef had cool commercials and really cool toys like glow-in-the-dark frisbees. I mean, really good toys, not dinky little things. So they weren't everywhere in the United States, though. Oh boy. Oh man, here's some pages from the script from Planet of the Apes that I looks like I printed the entire script of the whole movie off of the internet, and now it's not together. So now I have some pages of the script. I used to print a lot from the internet because I always collected magazines and things, and then the internet came along, and there's all this great stuff on the internet, but it's not something I can file and put away in a box. It's there on the internet, ephemeral. The ephemeral nature of it drove me crazy when the internet first came along in the late 90s. It's like, how do I retain this and collect it? Because these websites could go down or every day they change, and I want to save this article. So I was constantly pressing print, and I'd wind up with piles of papers, and then I'd have to punch holes and put them in binders. Then I had binders lining the walls of my garage filled with stuff I printed off the internet and stuff like that.
Okay. Burger Chef ended in 1996, sold to Hardee's. So when I went to the Indy 500 in 2007, I ate at a Hardee's once, and it may have been a Burger Chef before that, the location.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about Hardee's. I've never eaten at one.
They have they also do charbroiled burgers. I guess that's why they bought Burger Chef, because it was
Here's
an
some
easy
original
change.
art. I found some art that I did probably well over 20 years ago, back when you would, this is from when you would make mixtapes on cassette tape. So I this is my, then I would make copies of this. It says Vampira's Jukebox. And then, this one is from 1995. Cover up a little bit. And then this is the many moods of Batman. Robin is puking on it. That was a mixtape of all different groups and bands doing the Batman theme. Which is
there was a Brazilian band in the 70s did an alternative jazz version of the Batman theme, and they're talking about Batman in outer space.
Yeah.
What was that thing called?
Here's some assignment I did in 6th grade. No, probably maybe 7th grade. Let me see. It's from art class. Yeah, it's from 7th grade. Back when I got an A on it, when you had these mimeograph machines with the purple ink. It says choose 3 to draw with pencil, then use matte pencil for color. If time permits, you may do all 4. Oh, okay. It says number 1, you can, using creative lettering, design a title, exaggerating the words to show the meaning of one of the following: a book title, a TV show title, or C, a movie title. Or this assignment 2 you could do as an arrangement, draw the following basic forms. Draw an arrow to show the light source, then shade with matte pencil to show form and cast shadow. An open cube, an egg, blah, blah. Number 3, assignment 3 says draw in color 6 cartoon characters, faces of your own design made from odd shapes, numbers, or letters. Or assignment 4, if you could do another linoleum block, rectangular, draw the design you would do, coloring in areas you would cut away. Number your drawings and be sure your name is on both papers, please. So the 3, so it looks like I did the one with the movie and TV show titles, which I'm supposed to use creative lettering, design a title, exaggerating the words to show the meaning of them. So I have a book title, Gone with the Wind. I have Roots, and I have Star Wars. Oh, the A is Darth Vader's head. That's how I know it's 1977, 7th grade, is because Roots was the previous year and Star Wars was the previous summer. And then the shapes made out of, the cartoon characters made out of shapes and numbers. I put letter O so she would understand that astronaut. And what is, that's the linoleum block design I would do if we did another linoleum block cutaway. That was dangerous. You had this linoleum block and you were cutting with this little scoopy knife. I don't know if I cut myself. I think I might have cut myself once with that. I remember that was a little scary because I'm a klutz. Here's my dad's cigarette lighter from the Airborne. So I remember this sound a lot growing up. Ooh, there's smoke coming up from it. It's probably very toxic. Yeah, I don't know.
So let me just put these bottles away.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what people are saying here. Gotham City says, I have to show you guys the frames Jeff made for John's stickers. Okay. Are they at your store or are they where you're at now at your house? Gotham also says that was a bad Batman book and the beginning of the end for the sales on Batman books. The poster looks cool. That's all I was saying. I never picked up a copy or read it, to my credit. Tom King should make straight up. Okay. Burger King and Taco Bell used to be great. Now they're horrible. Yeah, I believe that, but I don't. See, the thing about where I live is there aren't any fast food restaurants, but there's a place down in the town square that they back engineer food from fast food places. So so today we've got a Big Mac, and they figured out what's in the secret sauce on the Big Mac or whatever, and they make one, but it's like actual, like if McDonald's actually made fresh, real food. And they, like the picture they show you of what a Big Mac looks like, in the ads, and then what you get is this crumpled up thing that it actually looks like the picture. And then Chick-fil-A, like last week, they back engineered Chick-fil-A, and they're far better than any real Chick-fil-A, but they back engineered what they do, and they've made it like it's some gourmet dish. So that's cool, but no, I can't just go to any place. Subway has a store here, but that's the only chain restaurant. I've got this pain like right under my ribs this morning. I'm thinking, why did I wake up with this? And it's because I was on England Teens live stream last night, and I was leaning forward. I realized I was leaning forward into the camera to read what was being said, I've got this laptop on top of 3 milk crates, but now I've added a box from Amazon to make it a little higher, so I'm not leaning forward as much. But I was thinking, what happened to me overnight, man? Let's see what John Goris says. I went down the rabbit hole of customized GIs in Vietnam Zippos. Lots of witty, morbid humor. Do you have those handy where you can show them? Because I'm running out of shit to show here. Comic Mag Musing says, hello, gang. Yeah, guys, I'll put the link in the chat. So John Goris or Kevin, if you want, if you're not in your underwear, come on and show some stuff. What were you saying, Paula?
No, Comic Mag. I was saying hi to Comic Mag Musings. Although my parents just got home, that's why my dad was trying to show the cat on the camera. But
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have you on the. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. What? Oh, have you ever seen the DC Super Dictionary? You've probably seen memes with this.
Yeah, the Lex Luthor stole 40 cakes.
Yeah, you know it, huh?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one?
No. Although I suppose I could try to see if I can find the entire thing online. Somebody probably scanned it.
It's in terrible condition, slight tape pull, but it's I found this at a Half Price Books, and it's something I'd always seen. It's got some great art, but it's really funny because they they were charging $35 for this thing. I don't think I paid that much, but it says best wishes and congratulations to the 1979 Spelling Bee winner, levels 4 and 5, B.J. Davis, Superintendent of Schools. So this was a present from the superintendent for winning a spelling bee. So what they do is they have definitions, And then the characters act out the definitions. Like here it says, gaze. Gaze into my eyes. Look long and hard into my eyes. I have gazed into your eyes. Now I'm getting sleepy. So they're conjugating it. So you see the gaze, and then it's the past tense is gazed. And so it's, but people have made memes out of some of these that are more insane. Oh, and there's pages falling out of it too. Man, this is quite a mess. This must be a super valuable book in really good shape.
Although it is pretty silly, and I imagine winning that thing in a spelling bee, it may have looked like adding insult to injury. Like, oh, here's the DC dictionary. Gee, thanks.
It says Hawkman ate a sandwich. He ate 2 pieces of bread with something between them. He does not know that Adam is hiding in one of the other sandwiches. Oh, look, there's Adam, and it's like, what? It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, somebody must have taken LSD to draw that, or to write that, or
yeah. Likely. There's joke. Tell me a joke, Batgirl. Tell me a funny story. See if your jokes are as funny as mine are. I won't tell you anything, but look at this. It is a good joke. It's something to make you laugh. It's a real joke. And I guess she's showing himself in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
So you're supposed to get the definition from the context of the conversation they're having. Here's the definition of idea with Lex Luthor. I have an idea. I have a plan in mind. I have lots of ideas. I've never run out of thoughts. So it's teaching inference. It's teaching how to figure out a word from the context. Germ. I have found a new germ. It is a tiny thing, but it can make someone sick. I must be careful with these germs.
Yeah, especially because you're not a scientist.
Here's, in case you didn't know what the word dream meant, Wonder Woman explains it. I had a dream last night. I could see, you know what? I think this is where Kamala Harris writes her scripts from, or her speeches come from this. This sounds like Kamala Harris talking. Listen, I had a dream last night. I could see something in my sleep. I have dreams most every night. Sometimes I dream about my people. I see my people when I am sleeping. Last night I dreamed I went home again.
Or Karim Jean-Pierre, when the press secretary, when she's addressing the media, she probably gets stuff from there as well.
What comic is that from? Is that Tomahawk or something? They say, one of them says, I want a drink of water from the stream. I want some water to swallow. Drinks of clean water are wonderful. And then the other guy says, I like to drink that good water too. I drank good water here last time. I still haven't drunk enough of it. Yeah, this is totally Kamala Harris. There's Catwoman. The word is content. I am content to be with these lovely lions and tigers. I am happy to be with these big cats. The cats are contented too when I stay in their cage. Who's Ted Trapper?
Ted Trapper.
It's defining check. It says Ted Trapper was so glad to see Terry that he kissed her on her cheek. He kissed her on the side of her face under her eye. Terry was so happy she kissed Ted on both cheeks. It's explaining to you what a cheek is. For really slow people. It's like, gosh, what is a cheek? But I don't know who Ted Trapper is. That must be some character from some comic. Unless they made up a character. Hey Siri, who is Ted Trapper in DC Comics?
Okay, I found this on the web for who is Ted Trapper in DC Comics. Check it out.
It says, it looks like maybe they're only for this dictionary. Possibly. Because it says, where is it? It pulls up a reference to this dictionary. It says,
Yeah.
during the mid to early 70s, oh man. Yeah, this isn't explaining it.
Yeah.
Hey Siri, who is Ted
Okay.
Trapper in DC Comics?
Okay, I found this on the web for who is Ted Trapper in DC Comics. Check it out.
It says Ted Trapper and his wife Terry are detectives. They live in the United States, but it's only a reference to this. And then they say Time Trapper, which is not him, I don't think. Okay.
Yeah, but it looks like it does not exist outside the dictionaries.
Yeah, they just created him to add, I guess, a non-superhero character, or
I'm sure they had tons of
and I don't know
superhero characters they could.
I don't know who that character is. There, it's the word is example. I'll show you an example of a magic trick. I'll show you one trick to teach you what the others are like. Examples help you to get the idea. Supergirl is telling you what experiment means. We will do an experiment to find out how much I can lift. We will do a test to find out. It takes many experiments to find out what is true. Yeah, it's total Kamala Harris speak. Oh, here they have Fire Hair. Fire Hair was just in a few issues of Showcase, right? It wasn't. I thought Fire Hair was, I don't know, Fire Hair. And it's the word is coat. Fire Hair made himself a coat. He made himself something warm to wear with arms in it. In the woods, he can't buy coats. His friend the raccoon has a warm coat too. The raccoon has a warm cover of fur on its skin. There's this girl crushing the Atom's head. And the word is bump. Atom got a bump on his head. He got a heavy blow on the head. He could put on a hard hat so he would not get any more bumps. He had better watch out so that no one can knock into him. People bumped him anyway. Wow. Interesting. Some of this art they took out of books, and some looks like it was commissioned for this. There's definition of bone. Crypto is carrying a bone. He is carrying the part of an animal that is strong and hard. Crypto has bones inside him too. They help to hold us up. Let's see. That's what are people saying here in the chat. Friar Tuck. Paulo, did you get the double Big Mac over there?
No, we did get the double CBO.
The double what?
Double CBO. There's a burger called the CBO, and which is bigger than a Big Mac, but it's only one patty. And they tried doing a double of that, but it was kind of big.
Yeah, John Goris used to like the band The Germs. Yeah, wasn't there a big documentary about the Germs? Yeah, I think that's where I know the Germs mainly from. My wife knows more about the Germs than I do. Dr. Five says, very cool book. Moon Dust, that's one hell of a bump. Ouch. Yeah, really, she's basically killing him. Ugh. Oh, man. So, lead paint says double quarter pounder.
Short-lived promotional.
Oh yeah, I think that was a couple of years ago. I think we tried that before we left Texas. If I drove 45 minutes, they're McDonald's, but who would drive 45 minutes to go to a McDonald's? That's insanity.
Exactly. There was a time. There was a mad cow disease scare And McDonald's tried to do pork burgers for a few months.
Oh.
Yeah. That was in the 90s, I think.
So, let's see what's going on. Same stuff going on in the news, it looks like. Let's see. Yeah, crime, horrible stuff, more horrible stuff, more horrible stuff. Elon Musk announces plans to get spaceship on Mars in 5 years.
Well, considering their test run exploded.
Yeah.
But it didn't explode. It burned up on re-entry.
Yeah. Let's see. Moon dust. The fries used to taste a lot better. Yeah. Yeah. I got use. Yeah. Missing Mars. Yeah. McDonald's used to fry them in lard.
Lard will always be better than oil.
Double and triple bypass burger at this one place out here. And when you were done, the waitress dressed as nurses would wheel you out to your car in a wheelchair. I've heard of those type places. I know there was one I thought it was in Las Vegas. And Mo Lard. And what is this? What's being said here? Lard's cool, all natural. No, man. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, my wife's working from upstairs. She's working by phone, so I'm just killing time until she gets off work, and that's what I'm doing. I lost a subscriber. That's very common. Yeah. How about that? What is lard exactly? Asked John Goris. Is it fat from an animal? I think. I'm guessing.
It is. It's processed animal fat for cooking.
Yeah.
If you don't have any, if butter's too expensive, you can use it on toast.
Yeah.
Although you may need those nurses from the triple bypass burger.
Yeah. Well, let's see what else I got over here. I need to organize these drawers too. These I could probably put with posters somewhere. This is an ad, I think it was in Boy's Life, and someone has enlarged it and made it into a poster promoting the Aurora monster kits. And they've got the whole lineup of them down there. Why I haven't framed it, I don't know. Someone blew this up, I think, from Boy's Life. Looks like Crisco. Friar Tuck says, is Micah not doing 4-color this week? No, he's put the show like on permanent hold. He's going to reformat it and do it a different way. He did a live stream that lasted a few minutes last night and explained. Gratu, do you ever have Dr. Strangelife in for a conversation? Captain Strangelove. If you're used to saying Dr. Strangelove, now it gets confusing. I'm used to saying Captain Strangelove, and then it becomes odd to say Dr. Strangelove. And okay, what do I ever been for a conversation and show and tell? Yeah, he's come on the show. Yeah, he could come on. That would be cool. That's cool, says Moondust. Oops, Captain. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it shows that you're a big Stanley Kubrick fan and you just can't get that out of your head. This was also sent to me by the same guy, this blow up of a Munsters picture. These were the guy I got these reproductions of all these stand-ups for the Aurora model kits, I think sent these to me as extras. I think that's where I got them from. This is not a reproduction. This is a real poster from the 60s for a band called the Tremolons. And you can find their 45 on YouTube and listen to it. And then down here is where they would write where the show's going to be. It says, more fun with Hun Productions, Jasper, Minnesota. And it's printed in South Dakota. This is something I've been meaning to frame one of these days. This, I already have one framed of this poster. It's Alberto Vargas. This is the Panther Girl no, it's Petty. I'm sorry, not Vargas, Petty. By famed artist George Petty for MGM's Ziegfeld Follies of 1946 in Technicolor. So this is promotional art for the Ziegfeld Follies movie. I've got this framed, and I don't. It's right over there by the television. I just moved it. Okay. What else is in this drawer? There's some cool stuff. Okay. Okay, let's see. Dr. Five says lard is okay as long as you're on the keto diet. They look evil. Yeah, my wife's talking about getting us on a keto diet. I know that people I know that have gone on that diet, you have to do some initial suffering as your body gets used to it. And then like within a couple of months, you've lost 40 pounds. It's, yeah.
The hard part is guaranteed that you're not eating any carbs.
Yeah.
Because everything has sugar in it.
Right.
Or you have potatoes.
Right. Here's my wife as a little girl. There. I need to put these pictures upstairs with the family photos. And here she is with one of those cigar store Indians. Here's a postcard of Elsie the cow. And it says, Elsie, the famous Borden cow, greets visitors in her tastefully furnished barn colonial boudoir. And this was sent to someone in Grand Prairie, Texas. We love y'all. So does Elsie. Yeah, they used to tour a cow around and call her Elsie. I think there was a real Elsie, the original Elsie. It just they used to tour around, I think, in the 30s. The Borden Company. Here's some little movie, I don't even know what you'd call them, little tiny flyers that they would put around. You think you could even put them under someone's windshield for the Silver Theater in Greenville, Michigan. And I bought a bunch of these from her friends. Sometimes the movies are kind of hit and miss, but then you'll wind up with Gone with the Wind. Where are there? So, movies used to just play for like 1 day or 3 days. That's how it used to be. Because everyone went to the movie theater and pretty much everyone sees it after 1 day because there was no TV to compete. There's some more from the same theater. These are things I need to, I store a lot of things in these old model kit boxes. These are things that need to be put. I've developed this shake. There's Hunchback of Notre Dame, Charles Lawton. They're Gone with the Wind. I've noticed the last couple of streams when I hold things up, I'm kind of shaking. And here's a Valentine. I'm up in the air over you, Valentine. Sometimes you'd find these in antique malls. Please consent to be my Valentine. It was $1 from booth 190. Yeah, some of these old Valentines can be pretty funny. Here's one that's sort of an Alfred E. Newman, not exactly quite. Valentine, if you say you'll be mine, what is it? It does. Oh, it moves. The ear moves. And it says, that'll be a big earful, Valentine. If you say you'll be mine, then you can move the ear down. Oh, your ear down, and it moves his hair position.
Uh-huh. It looks like it looked like it was Popsicle Pete mixed in with Alfred E. Newman.
Yeah. This is it says, "Ahoy, Valentine. I'm the bird who repeats, be mine." Bird is in quotation marks. Okay. Here's my child. This is just the sleeve to the Popeye that I had when I was like 3 years old. Probably my first Viewmaster reel. It's like it was repaired with tape at some point. What are people saying here now? Comic Book Frog is here. The Ghost Apollo in the background. Oh,
that's right. I'm just a ghost.
Hearing voices and coming. Yeah, Fries, go with that shake. Says John Goris.
A lot of shaking going on.
Yeah. You guys are welcome to come on, but everyone's probably still in their underwear. Well, it's actually afternoon now. It's 12:02, and here in. Yeah, I don't know what some of this stuff is. Let's see. Okay. There's some more stuff.
That jukebox, does it work?
Yeah, I mean it's a jukebox from the CD era. It has CDs that but there's all CDs like mixtapes. There's CDRs that I burned to have my kind of music playing. So, yeah, it works, but saying that is a jinx. I don't like saying that because then the next time it won't work. I mean, I could turn it on, but then I'd be getting copyright claim.
Yeah.
This is Collier's magazine talking about, I guess, what Elon Musk is planning to do. Can we get to Mars? And this is April 30th, 1954. And everybody was smoking Lucky Strikes. Yeah, this is just a display case, 50s display case. It's got a drawer, and I have some of the stuff in it that I've been, I just had in those drawers, but some of the stuff needs to be put elsewhere. Look at this. So I'm kind of going through it now. There's some Batman cards. Looks like I must have paid $1 each for them. Are they real? Let me see if they're real. Because they reproduced these in 1989. I could probably, the magnifying on this camera will help me. That says 66, doesn't it? Yeah. I think the reproductions are going to say 1989. They had a box of these they sold when the movie came out, but it's Norman Saunders art. So I know where that needs to go. Here's some negatives that are probably pictures of me. Actually, I think they are. So I'll use this wanted poster for Patty Hearst. Maybe that will help. See, I think that's me. And I'm sure there's a way you could scan these and turn them into positives. There has to be. That must be my older brother Steve with me as a baby. It's only because there wasn't that much of an age difference between my brother Steve and my brother Mike, so that has to be me. Oop. Here's another one. I need to put these with the family photos too. That's my mother and brothers. There's somebody having a birthday with a cake. There's one of these postcards that tourists would pick up. Lost my head, don't lose yours. One of those amusing postcards. This is a promotional flyer from the guy that put out this book, Weird World of Eerie Publications. Coming this fall from Feral House. And on the back, it says, oh, that's when I got my Eerie Publication shirt. It says, hey, here's your shirt. Thanks for your patience. I just got these in March 22nd. Thanks for your interest and support. Sincerely, Mike, the Eerie guy. Oh, it was from Mike Howlett. It's a promotional shirt advertising this book, which I should wear on the show, I would think. This is a great record store if you're near Fort Worth, Texas. Doc's Records. It's called that because it's run by a dentist who's a big music fan, and he has his dental practice, but he also has a collectible record store that has the most amazing records you'll ever see. And then now they've got a bigger location where they have a weird antique mall built onto the record store, which is most antique malls. You go and you find a few things. This is just only the good stuff, all the mid-century and 70s kind of weird 70s stuff, everything we like. And they've got it. What does it say there? Get your fix at Doc's. And this is a reproduction of the Patty Hearst Wanted by FBI. Do you know about all this, Paulo? I don't know if this translates across the ocean.
I don't remember Patty Hearst.
She was William Randolph Hearst's granddaughter, I believe, or it must have been the granddaughter. And when I was in elementary school, she was kidnapped, and you know, her family are billionaires, probably trillionaires, because William Randolph Hearst owned almost all the newspapers, and he could start a war if he wanted to. It just like, I think the Spanish American War was just like ginned up by his newspaper, and he I guess he, in a way, he started comic strips as we know it by putting the Yellow Kid in his newspapers and stuff. But he's the guy that Citizen Kane was based on and all that. And and you know, it's, you know, and he got so mad about the movie, and then it's like, I'm not going to let that son of a blank advertise his movie in my papers, because throughout the whole movie, this reporter's trying to figure out, what is Charles Foster Kane, also known as William Randolph Hearst, what is this last word that he said right before he died? He said Rosebud. And of course, you find out that was his childhood sled, and he'd had a messed up childhood, and so that's what he was nostalgic about. But in reality, Orson Welles, who made that movie, knew, just, you probably know this story, I can't really tell the full on here, but he knew from being in Hollywood and talking to other actors and stuff and directors that, you know, William Randolph Hearst his girlfriend was Marion Davies, a big movie star back then. And Rosebud was a nickname for something of Marion Davies' personal anatomy. He called it Rosebud. And so imagine watching that movie and it's like, are they going to reveal that at the last scene? Of course. So it was like, especially, it's like really got to him over that. So anyway, she was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army, some communist group, and they through, what is the term they use for it when you get kidnapped and you become there's Stockholm syndrome, right? Where you become one of them. It's like, oh, their cause is right. You know, because you're a sheltered rich girl, and all of a sudden these people with guns are telling you this is the way the world really is, sister. And so she joined in with them, and you know, of course, she was being, you know, she'd been kidnapped, but she was robbing banks with them, and they had, you know, the cameras in the bank show her with the guns holding people back. And so when she was finally arrested, she was sent to prison, and then she was put in John Waters movies. She plays the mother of who does she play the mother of? I think the evil rival of Ricky Lake, Tracy Turnblad in Hairspray. She's the no, that was Debbie Harry that played the mother. I don't remember. Maybe it was in I think it was Hairspray, not Crybaby. It could be Anyway, John Waters is such a true crime fan and into Hollywood scandal. He made her a star, a Hollywood star, but she had that, you know, I guess she's still alive, and she had a normal life after that, but she was kidnapped, and it was a big deal. It was all over in the, you know, around 73, 74. It's when I was a kid. That was in every newspaper, Patty Hearst, and then they finally captured her. Because but I was wondering if that would be something. And the something messed up happened to another rich kid. There was another rich, and they cut off his ear and sent it back to the family. And said, who was that? I don't know. Who was that guy?
One of the banker from New York, I think.
Wasn't Getty? It was, who was that?
Wasn't it Getty?
It was one of those super rich families that control everything. That was a horrible thing. I remember that. That's traumatizing stuff when you're in 3rd, 4th grade and you're hearing about people being kidnapped and stuff. It's, like hearing, there was some scary stuff in the news back then. Comic book frog. I'm still in my underwear. I thought that was the hip new thing. Man, what else can I dig out of this drawer?
And there was one who faked her own kidnapping, wasn't it?
Maybe.
A lot of these were in the 70s. I guess people were still traumatized over the Zodiac killer and Charles Manson's cult.
Yeah. Man, I've got to use the restroom. Is there anything you could entertain people with? Can you tell stories about Portugal or something?
I can't tell stories about Portugal or about cars. I'm gonna
That's
this
fine.
weekend. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can rustle up a picture because this week, a famous car designer, Marcello Gandini, died at the age of 85, and he designed some of the most iconic cars of the 70s. So let me see if I can rustle up a picture of his most famous car. One of the cars he drew was the Lancia Stratos. Another one was the Lamborghini Countach, which was a car that every kid had a poster of. Okay, so this is the LP 5000 QV. Okay, picture. Okay. Oh, I'm going. I can't show the picture because I would need you to share it. I can share it. But the Lamborghini Countach was started in the 1970s, and at the time it didn't even get to 400 horsepower, but it was the most powerful sports car on the road until the Porsche 959 and the Ferrari 288 GTO, which were the first ones to go over 400 horsepower. GM used to claim that the Chevy Corvette from 1971 had over 400 horsepower, but that wasn't exactly true. It was pretty fast, but because of the way the SAE measured the horsepower, and they didn't measure horsepower at the wheel, so it actually had 25% less power. Lamborghini had my trapper key. Yeah. Oh man, too bad I can't show this. It's the one. Lamborghini, but the Ferruccio Lamborghini, the company founder, he had a famous story. He was a wealthy winemaker and tractor manufacturer for agriculture. He made agricultural tractors in northern Italy, and he was a customer of Ferrari. He regularly bought Ferraris, And one day you went up to Enzo Ferrari to complain about the handling of one of his cars. And when Enzo dismissed him, saying that he didn't know what I was talking about, Lamborghini decided that he was going to create a car that was better than all of the Ferraris. And to do that, he sold the tractor business and created the factory for building cars and started building. So, one thing that he did different from Ferrari, they only had, at the time they had V6s and flat 12s. They never did V8 engines. Lamborghini did the V8 engine, and they hired Marcello Gandini to come up with the design for many of these cars, because they had a wedge design. They kind of looked like, from the side, they kind of looked like shoehorns, which supposedly gave them more weight at the rear when you were accelerating, because it would push the car down, and it would have bigger grip when you were trying to turn. The problem is that the Lamborghinis at the time never went racing, so they didn't have the same mystique and allure as Ferrari did. So everybody wanted a Ferrari. People who wanted Lamborghinis were usually thought of as being crazy, because why would they want that car? The difficult handling, just because they were pretty. Lamborghini are now owned by Volkswagen, so they're made with Audi technology. Okay, oh, you're there. You're there now.
I'm
Okay,
here.
so
Yeah. I grabbed some of these shoe boxes that I keep these small little pieces of ephemera in.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's what I'm going to be doing here.
I couldn't show the car, but I might as well. So now that you're here, so
yeah, show the car. Yeah, Gotham City Comics said he had a Lamborghini on his Trapper Keeper.
Okay, there it is. So if you can select the picture.
Oh yeah, okay.
So people who know what I'm talking about. So this is the Lamborghini Countach in its final evolution, the 5000 QV. So it had a big, that rear wing was not there in the 70s, but power had gone up so much on the car that they needed a wing to keep it stable on the turns. But this thing was real aerospace design. Lotus also started copying the design on the Esprit. Ferrari kind of ended up doing the same. You find that in their 8-cylinder engine cars in the 1980s, the post Dino series, the 308 and the 328. But yeah, this thing in the 80s, if you wanted to get kids interested in cars, you show them this picture.
Yeah. So this is it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. This is probably right. By this time, I get the car had been on the market for over 12 years. By the time they did this variant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I get back to? Oh, there we go. You guys remember these boxes, the Hush Puppies boxes? I guess I must have Hush Puppy shoes. This box is not good because it's crushed. It's I don't think I trust this box to put stuff in. What about these other boxes? Here's a Ben Sherman box. Let's see. It seems to be full. Looks like my mother-in-law taped it shut when we were moving, which destroys the box, of course. But she didn't know any better. How far does this tape go? Oh, all the way around, completely destroying the box. That's fine. At least this box is sturdier. Here's a Rob Zombie flyer. Playing with the Damned. Let's see. What else is in here? You used to always get these little promotional flyers when you're traveling across country. When you stopped at a Holiday Inn or something, they would tell you about all the roadside attractions. I imagine this one's probably still there. It's in Missouri, Merrimack Caverns. Oh, Branson's in Missouri. I guess I didn't even know. Branson's a big entertainment destination. Huh. Interesting. I don't even know. Let's see. I've got all kinds of things. Here's Trump wanting us to make a pledge of support. Younger people won't know what these things are. Maps. This one of Pennsylvania, New Jersey. What are those cars? What model is that, Paulo?
I can't tell.
I think they're just generic cars.
They usually are.
Yeah.
I guess one of them could be a Rambler.
Here's another one of those tick bags. Is that the same art that was on the other tick bag? I don't think so. There's a spook show with Bela Lugosi. Oh boy, a lot of cool stuff in here. Here's a little book, What Every Teenager Should Know About Drugs by David Wilkerson. And that's your expert. This chapter is called Blow Your Mind.
According to what comics told me, if you throw an LSD at a cop, he will pass out. That happened in some old story. Like,
really?
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of postcards are in here. And this may be where, oh, yes. Excellent. I was just, oh man, why is that in there? That's not smart. This is where I was just talking to Kevin from Gotham City Comics about some stickers, and this must be where the stickers he sent me are, and they wound up in this box. And he sent me this comic. You ever seen something like this? It's a Mike Allred doing a vertical comic book. This is a trend that I don't think got off the ground, but it's kind of interesting. He sent me some stuff I ordered, and he sent me a whole bunch of extras just to be nice. And this is just something he sent me, probably, it's just amazing. So it's like, but you can't really, I guess you could put that in a comic book bag and board. Oh yeah, this is where all that stuff is. Outstanding. Yes, this is amazing. Because we just talked like 2 days ago. It's like, I sent you those stickers, and it's like, well, yeah, but where are they? And here they are. He sent me some air fresheners, Frankenstein, and the creature from the Black Lagoon. Amazing. What is that? Oh, Waxahachie, Texas. There's a great story. You could probably read about it online. This is in the town square. This this building is in the center of the town square, right? It's the courthouse. And it was built in the 1800s by this, and there was this Italian craftsman that made all these little gargoyles and shapes all around. It's if you get a local person to give you a tour of it, the guy, he was in the United States and he fell in love with a local girl that I think might have been, I think her dad was, like someone important in the town, and I don't think that his love for the girl was approved of by the family. So he started to go insane or just really angry. And he started to sculpt all these horrible things, body parts that I don't want to mention on YouTube and the, private body and horrible faces that are made to look like people, important people in the town, and just demonic faces, and sculpting the girl he was in love with, and just monstrous images are all around. And it's like they've never taken them down. And it's, all the people involved in that are no longer around. But now it's just one of those things. It's a very interesting town, Waxahachie. Has all kinds of antique stores, but they also have this really cool, it's like a museum with rotating exhibits, but it's a museum of outsider art. It's art that you wouldn't normally, like that guy I showed you, Daniel Johnston, you wouldn't normally consider him to be a fine artist, but outsider art are like crazy people or homeless people, but they genuinely are creating art, but it's like weird. And or it could be like the art that they of freak show art on the big banners that would be outside carnivals and circuses. They had a whole exhibit of freak show banners and carnival banners, and I went to that exhibit at it's this the Webb Gallery, WEBB. It's a couple. Forget their names, but their first names, but their last name is Webb, and they run this gallery, and I think they live in it or near it. And I went there, and they had this giant, when Bonnie and Clyde were still roaming the country, robbing people and killing people, they made this big giant banner saying, see the teenage, or, killers, and the couple in love. And it had a lot of damage to it. I told my friend, who was no longer around, the guy that came back from Hollywood, and he collected, unlike bigger collection than any of us. And he went out there and bought that banner and turned it around immediately and sold it for thousands and thousands of dollars. And he gave me a little, what do you call it? A stipend, a little, a fee for discovering it for him. And it's like, wow, man, I got $500, and he made thousands because they're fanatical Bonnie and Clyde collectors. It's really cool. The Webb Gallery. Here's Meyer Greenblatt coming in. Let's see what's going on with Meyer in San Francisco. Hey there.
Hey guys.
How's the pain level today?
It's better. It's not bad. It's still there.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. He had back surgery. So just been doing a live stream here, and let's see what people are saying here in the chat. Is that a giant barcode in a frame? No. Well, hold on, let me go back to it. Rob Brown, who is an artist, and he told me he painted the Undertaker in a comic I showed last episode. Is that a giant barcode in a frame on the wall behind you? Gratu, let me embiggen myself and see what that is. Oh no, you know what that is? That is okay. I've seen old pictures of this house in the 1920s, and that used to be the fireplace. That was a chimney. And at some point they dismantled it brick by brick, which is a mistake, because if that boiler stops working and it's minus 30 degrees outside, you would kind of need a fireplace. But anyway, that's where it used to be. That's now an air conditioning shaft that goes up from the basement and it goes up to the attic. And so I have it all shut off because I want all the air to go up to the attic because that's where we sleep. But if I'm going to have to open this up probably in the next month or so when it gets, or a couple of months before the summer, I just, it's just like you, I don't know if you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, they're wooden louvers, right?
Up and just open it up, and this is what air conditions this floor. And then there's another vent on the other side of this. So this is just hollow, and this is just an air thing. I just knocked on that, and it probably sounds like I'm knocking on the. My wife, I'm sure, just heard me knocking on that. She's up in the attic working. But yeah, that's what that is. It's not a barcode. I had no idea what you're talking about there.
Where the people under the stairs live, right? Like in that movie.
Yeah.
The people under
Eric
the stairs.
Green says, hello. I could invite Eric Green on, but he can only come on if someone can give him the. And I don't know how to do it.
But he was on the chat. He can click the link.
He has to get it from Instagram to come on. I don't know if he wants to come on, but here's the link. If someone could, where did it go? If someone could cut and paste this and put it on Eric Green's Instagram, maybe he could come. I don't know. He might be working. Let me see what people are saying here. I was still. Okay. Eric Green says, hello. I think he's trying to be funny there. Rob Brown says, Eric. Eric Green says, hi, Rob. Rob Brown says, hi. I need to shut up. Eric Green says, I would tell you to put on some pants if you had legs, Frog. Man, I keep saying Reb Brown because I think that's the guy that played Captain America in the late 70s. It's Rob Brown. I did a comic very similar to that vertical comic by All Red when I first started work at Marvel in the 90s, but they rejected it, LOL. Library 88 said, had no idea VW owned Lamborghini now.
Yep.
Rob Brown says, oh, I see. I guess about the event. Library 88, the official fantasy car of all 80s kids. Yeah, my friend Jorge Arbeliz, that's all he talked about is Lamborghini. That's where I first learned. I didn't know about Lamborghinis, but that's all he talked about, and he drew them and everything. Let's see. The library.
There was a time that Chrysler owned Lamborghini, and Lamborghini created the engine for the Dodge Viper. They basically put in high tech on a Ram V8 engine, turned it into a V10, and now you had a Viper.
I can't believe you just said Dodge Viper. Anyway, here's the thing. My friend George, it's really Jorge, but he went by George because it was the 70s, and it's like teachers didn't know how to pronounce exotic Spanish names, so just call me George. You know, he went with it. But he had two younger brothers. You know, he was exactly my age. He was born one day. I was born April 20th. I think he was born April 19th. We were up like, and we've known each other since 7th grade. He had two younger brothers that were always these little kids, but you know, eventually they grew up, and they were these heavy metal headbangers. But one day they go out and they're racing around in a car. They get thrown out of the car in a car accident, and they both land on their heads, and they wind up, you know, horribly injured. And then an insurance settlement, they bought a car business, and they would buy and resell cars, and they would get these extreme sports cars like you're into, Paulo. And so they'd give them to my friend George. Here, you drive this car for the weekend. And so he came by to my house in a Dodge Viper, and we went to Sonic in it, and everyone's going, wow. It's like, so I was just about to tell the story about that. And then you mentioned Dodge Vipers. Here's Eric Green. Hey, Eric, I last saw you at 4 a.m. That sounds bad, but we were on a live stream.
Yeah, and the reason why I don't have my camera on is because I've been awake for a few minutes. I talked to Rod for a couple hours, and I just finished that up, and so I saw you were streaming. I saw the beginning of your stream.
I don't have any way of. I might have his number somewhere. He sent me an AOK once. He sent me a real nice letter with a cartoon he drew, but I don't know where that is. And so I understand Graphic Man talked with him for a long time, and but my wife says stop talking about it. But yeah, I wish I could talk to him, but I feel really awkward. But anyway, how did that go?
Very well. Everything's fine on his end.
It just seems Shannon was a lot madder. He's the guy I'm scared of because he looks like he's wanting to take my head off or us or whatever. It's like he looked at that camera like it was like I felt like it was 1832, and he's like, "I'm about to challenge you to a duel." It's like,
well, Rod's going to talk to him and explain what.
I didn't mean it that way, and you certainly didn't.
I said,
I love that show, and I love those guys.
We're fine. I said, well, yeah, it's.
Yeah, but look what it's happened. Now, Graphic Man was listening to the stream earlier. He said, I didn't get any sleep at all last night, and I'm listening to this trying to go to sleep. It was about, I just saw it. He sent it about 10. It must have been 2 hours ago he was watching. I don't know if he still is. But anyway, I was just watching and thinking, if I just gotten off when Jambo got off, I would have been in the clear, man. I was like, what the frick? And I know what I said could sound really hurtful, but it's just like all we do is joke about how. And sometimes I get like everyone jokes about how old you are. You're not old, but it's like I'm thinking, geez, this is kind of like junior high school. I'm wondering if this is really bothering Eric because it just doesn't ever seem to frickin' stop on the 4-color fossils. But I don't know. So that's good that everything's cool, but then in the meantime,
why we know Eric doesn't. Yeah.
Huh? Anyway, so cool.
The reason we know Eric doesn't get angry with the.
You keep cutting out, Paulo.
That's because of me, probably.
Oh yeah, the reason why. Well, no, it's me. My internet on my parents' house is kind of shaky. No, I said the reason we know Eric doesn't get angry is because his avatar is Fred Flintstone. So we when we do the jokes that he's prehistoric, he accepts it. It's Fred Flintstone. Yes. So that's a sense of humor.
They're jokes based in absolute fact.
Let's see. Let's see. Comic Book Frog says Eric is a boomer. I don't know what I am because the baby boom ended in 60 or 5, and then it becomes generation whatever, and I'm like right on the cusp, but I identify more with boomers because of all my interest. My older brothers, that was all the stuff I inherited and all the shows, and it's like I feel like that was my era. But let's see what it says. I was in bed, LOL, making me do work on a Sunday. Paulo, mute yourself, LOL. What?
Yeah, you could hear my dad.
Rob Brown says, Agra too. I think you're reading too much into Shannon's reaction. He just felt he needed to say something as well. It sounded like they'll try to explain it, but there's just no apology. I don't know. I might have been in shock and I interpreted like this is unforgivable. Sorry, but hopefully I misinterpreted. I feel so bad.
This too shall pass.
Yeah, I'm willing to start doing the peanut gallery and the 4-color fossils on the Geeky Puppet Show.
That's a thought. I mean, that's and Cam, we gotta look at this one. At least we didn't piss off Paulo because he could belittle us in 5 different languages,
mm-hmm.
and we wouldn't understand any of them. So we never know.
Yes, yeah. I would right now. I would be saying we go to America and we take revenge on Eric Breen.
Yeah, but I understood that. Now say that in one of the other myriad of languages you speak.
Mira, coño, nos vamos a América y te vamos a matar, coño, con un tiro en tu cabeza.
Oh man,
You
I
see,
head.
I feel like I just got cussed out by the Iron Sheik. This is awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
I can't speak Italian. I can only read it. If
You guys
you
have
speak
seen
Italian,
this.
I can understand you. But
Have you guys? I'm sure you've seen this. I've shown it a long time ago. It's if you were a newsstand dealer, they would send you this every month to tell you what issues to pull off the racks that they've been on the stands long enough, and we would now take returns of unsold copies. And this is it's showing you all the comics you can now return. Ace Comics, they're comics and pulps, and sometimes it tells you the issue numbers. That's the first thing. So this is from my friend Bo Rathbone in California. He found a whole bunch of these. He's got one that shows Detective Comics 27. Okay, you can return that now to us. But anyway, I think I've shown this before. You could return issue 12 of Spicy Detective.
Yeah, you have it, but not this close. Can you imagine how cool it would be to see one of these newsstands?
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, it looks better on StreamYard because you can get intense magnification on StreamYard. Who's the guy that bought issue 9 of Pacific Fisherman instead? Oh, you could get Nudist Magazine number 12. You could return. But this is, you could easily find out what month and year this is by looking some of these titles up on mycomicshop.com. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I was noticing that they
issue
have
3 of Doc Savage.
It has Los Angeles Examiner. So I was noticing that. That's interesting. So it makes me wonder whether this was West Coast, right?
Yes. It's Bo.
That's right. It came from Fresno.
Yeah, this was in an
Okay.
old building that he was cleaning out. They had a whole bunch of these up in the top floor, and I think he sold a few. He's held on to a few. He just sent me this one as a A-OK, thing. But yeah, he showed one that had Detective Comics 27. I thought, wow, that's pretty good.
Oh, you mean Tech 27?
Who started that, man? When did that start?
Wherever it was, it presented well. Hey, I'm gonna mute myself and grab a quick shower. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, am I out of line to just find that a horribly obnoxious? Someone saying tech. Isn't that just? Or do you just think, yeah, who cares? I don't know why that irritates me so much. It's like, why are you abbreviating it? It's detective. How long does that take to say? And it's just like, because you're just showing I'm such an insider comic book collector. I know all the hip terminology.
Right.
I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. It was a long night, man. I guess he's not working today. This was, what is this? This was a museum I went to when I was a little kid in Germany, and it's I don't know. I think it's, as I recall, it's in English, but yeah, I've saved this all these years. Yeah, I remember really liking these pictures of trains. I bet this is from about 1970. It was in Munich. But I don't know why Munich is spelled this way in English, but in German it's München. It's
München.
weird.
It has the 2 dots on top of the U, and it's München.
Yeah, so we just pronounced it a completely different way just to be contrary.
Yeah.
And they,
no, you know what's
just,
the funny thing? In Italy, Munich is pronounced Monaco.
oh, so that's the origination of the word, huh?
No.
No.
The thing is because of Monaco, whenever they talk about München, they have to call it Monaco di Bavaria, Munich from Bavaria, just so that people don't confuse it in Italian with the actual Monaco.
Yeah, I'm looking around. What I'm doing, looking around, is looking for boxes, little boxes that I can put things in, because I've got all this cool stuff that just needs to be in little boxes. And that's the great thing about model kits. Once you build them, is they become boxes. And you know, cigar boxes are great, but just little stickers like this. When I'm realizing I got the sticker and wanted to preserve it, I got it, a little freebie from Kevin Johnson at Gotham City Comics. And then I'm thinking, now I'm looking at it and say, why am I not just putting it on a comic book box? And then I can see it all the time instead of having it inside of a box. Like that could be on the front of a box that has monster like famous monsters in it or something. So I'm not sure what I'm thinking.
No, I totally identify with that train of thought. I do the same thing. I'm like, why do I have this stack of folded up posters? Why don't I hang them up? You know, why don't I open this box and pull this thing out and put it on display? I do that all the time.
Yeah, and then you realize, well, I just don't have the square footage. But then, yeah. I mean, I should technically have it, but you know, I've got a ridiculous amount of square footage. But then there's places where I don't really want to put a rack of records or books on that wall, which is almost every wall, because they have heaters that run around the base of almost every room. Sometimes there's a wall that doesn't have those, and that's where I put, because I just don't want a heater, although it doesn't get super blazingly hot. I just don't want a heat source that's blocked by a piece of furniture with records or books in it. Right. It seems like that's common sense. This one's an especially great thing. It's just, you know, an old photograph that's been painted over and turned into something. I think this is sold by, I think, Retro Go-Go. I just think, you know, they made a Dracula comic recently. If they had this art on the cover, can you just imagine? And if art, I mean, it's possible. Have that on the cover, and then get Steve Rude out of retirement and have him paint the interior of the book. I mean, it just seems so obvious. By the way,
is Lugosa's is like the Universal Dracula Lugosi version, is that public domain now? Because remember how they used to have to make Dracula not look like Bela Lugosi? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah. Well, you could make a Bela Lugosi figure, and he could kind of look like Dracula. But I think there's Gotham City Comics. If you could come on, you could explain this better than me.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if that has been lifted or something. Like, if
because he was explaining this to me, that he had a really good model kit or figure of Bela Lugosi, but it wasn't quite Dracula, because there's like certain things that it, like maybe the medallion or certain things that are exclusive to the Universal Dracula. Otherwise, it could just look like Bela Lugosi in one of his 1950s spook show appearances. I think that's what they did, is they had a picture of Bela Lugosi as I think that may be him appearing. Someone's popping on. Let's see who this is. Because sometimes people pop in on the second row back underneath, and you don't. Oh, I've got to scroll down. Sorry, I'm not a master of this. Oh, whoever it was disappeared. Whoever that was, come back. Did I make you go away? I don't.
Also, I just thought of something. I don't know. I think Eric is taking a shower and he probably can't hear me. But if he comes back, I want to Oh, look at that, dude! I love that toy.
Yeah, this might be something you could get from Kevin.
But yeah, I'm gonna talk. I watched an old a baseball game last night that was notable, and I want to bring it up to Eric when he comes back and see if he remembers this moment that
Oh yeah,
last night. Yeah,
look at this sticker he sent me. It's made like the old Maniac T-shirts. You know the designs.
yeah.
But these are like designs they never did. You know, instead of Maniac, it was Maniac. I guess that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Creature. He sent me 1 million of these. Wait, some of these, they're mixed stuff that's mixed. Then this was sent to me by John Goris.
Oh, that's great.
John Goris, to me, I'm picturing him like man, what was the movie? Harold and Maude, that he's like hanging out at funerals because he has all these funeral cards.
Oh, that's great.
Like,
yeah.
I'm just picturing he's just hanging out and he sends me these cool AOKs and it's like they're all mixed together here. Okay, whoever that is down below, I see you. Let me get you here. Oh, it is Gotham City, who is at home because his store is closed today. Hey there.
Hey,
Kevin,
what's up?
Not much. The question was, what is the public domain status of Universal Dracula versus just Bela Lugosi? And I know you'd be able to explain it.
This one's like a Lugosi license.
Yeah.
Because he has a white bow tie instead of the Dracula medallion. Is that it?
So, yeah, this is the play version.
But, you know, for all intents and purposes, that's clearly Dracula, and it looks more like him than the Aurora model kit did. I mean,
so this all you needed was Lugosi's license.
Okay.
But to do a Dracula Lugosi, you need both licenses. You need Lugosi and you need Universal Monsters.
because you could argue that figure there is based on Lugosi appearing in the 50s at some spook show appearance for autographs or something.
This is a play spook show appearance of him.
Yeah, that thing's great. Is that the one you repaired his cape?
No, that was the one I had to tape his cape on, was a custom.
Yeah, that's great. Of course, I knew that you would immediately have that at your fingertips. And oh, man. Yeah, I think I tried to call you last night, Kevin. Then I realized, it's an hour earlier there, but then I called a number, but I think I must have been calling the store. I know I've got your personal number, but I don't know exactly which one it is. But I just wanted to talk to friends, and because that was a very traumatic day yesterday. I really felt like my family member died, because I felt just like when my mom died. Because I didn't cry, and when my mom died, I was just in shock. And then like 6 months later, I woke up and I was crying, but I didn't cry until months later. And it was just, then I actually woke up crying. It was just, I can't understand that, how things work. But anyway, do you store stuff in boxes that you make model kits from, Kevin?
I don't have, actually, no, the model kit boxes I have models in them.
Oh, but if you build a model kit and you save the box, you just keep the box empty?
So I don't really build them. I pay people to build them for me that are better at doing it.
Well, I've done that too, but then I've still left with an empty box. That's what used to be returned to me with the model kit.
They return them to me, and then they would carefully open it.
Yeah.
So they still look like they're wrapped in plastic.
Oh, okay. I don't think the Aurora model kits in the 60s were they? Yeah, they were sealed, weren't they? I think they were sealed in cellophane. They had to have been, or someone would have opened them up. Yeah.
This one doesn't look like them as much.
No, that looks more like Rondo Hatton or something. That looks like He looks more like a caveman. That one's better there. Oh, that's an extra head that came with that one.
Yeah.
When I first saw the title of this video, I thought that you were going to have a guest named Etaoin Shrdlu, like the.
Well, you know what it is. I stumbled on a video this morning explaining what that means, and I said, I know Etaoin Shrdlu. Where do I know it from? And I realized, I think it's on the cover of Weirdo #1. There's like a Kilroy looking guy looking over the fence that Crumb drew, and he's saying Etaoin Shrdlu, and I figured that was just something he made up, like Kurtzman made up Wiebelfeitzer, and although I think those are real Polish words, and Potrzebi and the EC Mads. But the guy was explaining that when someone made a mistake when they were typesetting old newspapers, they would just fill out the rest of the line with those two nonsense words, and then they'd pick up on the next line because they couldn't go back and fix it once they put the letters down. And so that was a common thing, just start seeing that pop up in old newspapers, and then it became an inside joke and stuff. That's a great one. Have you ever seen a video of you guys know who Neil Innes is, right? He was the musician member of Monty Python that wrote all their music. Okay. And he was the guy that played John Lennon in the Ruddles. Okay. And I was watching, and he did a lot of solo music, and he did this song, I'm the Urban Spaceman. And there's a video for that song that must have come from the Rutland Weekly show, whatever, in England in the 70s. And because he had a show too. I don't know, but it's a video for a song called I'm the Urban Spaceman. And it's him going around as kind of an invisible man, and it's really funny. Moondust says those carded Remco Universal monsters on a card are hard to find now and expensive. Yeah, I kind of ignored the 80s monster stuff. I shouldn't have. Dr. Fives Gratu, you said it right. It can be Lugosi on a non-universal outfit, but you still need the Lugosi license. I think that was Kevin that said it. Or maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Interesting.
My Monsterizer will be here tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
These are great figures.
Yeah, they sure are. Yeah, I won't be able to do. This is the last show I'll be able to do until next weekend. I mean, I would usually I try to come on Wednesday, but now that show's been canceled. But yeah, that's great. The way they've got him pulling the glove off. That's the perfect. That's the perfect. I'm sure they give you different ways to different hands. That's the perfect set of hands to keep on that figure. I don't like switching things out because I think I'll break it or it'll become loose where the things don't stick in the holes anymore if you keep get stretched out. I don't know. I like to just keep it one way. But then that creates a whole nother problem like I'm experiencing now with all these little pieces of paper things. Is like, where do you put all the extras from these modern action figures? You got to find a box to put those in. And I've got all these King Kong hands and alternate King Kong heads.
I have multiple boxes for just that, what you're talking about, Gratu. I have boxes for parts just like that are all superheroes, all fantasy, all monsters, 1/6 scale versus 1/12 scale. I have a box that's just accessories for Johnny West and G.I. Joe. It's over the top. It's
if someone would if they were all like the same kind of peg and hole for all these different brands of action figures, if someone could just make a generic torso and arms and legs of someone like wearing a tuxedo that you could put different hands or heads on, and you could put a Superman head or a Frankenstein head or a King Kong head and hands, and you could just buy some stock body and use your extra parts. That would be, I wonder if anyone's ever thought of that. Does that even make sense, what I'm saying?
I guess, but they would never, they don't really, they would, you could do that sort of thing. It just doesn't work that way. I mean,
if they all had universal attachments, but
yeah, they could never get, they would never want to get together on that because they're all in competition with each other with who can do it the best. So they don't want to do it the same as their competition. What was that bear trap from, Kevin?
So Wolfman trap.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've got that Wolfman figure, and I.
What's up, Dr. Fives?
Rob Brown, I don't know how possible it is, Grow 2, Bela Lugosi Jr. Yeah, we have to get his permission to do the Bela Lugosi comics through month. Oh, okay. Are you involved with those comics? I was honored to be. Oh, you're. Oh my God, you did that book? Oh, I didn't know that. I was just. I've never even seen the book. I just think I don't know what it's like. Let's see. Dr. Fives says Neil Ennis from Monty Python and the Ruddles. Some live in concert in Detroit. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know anything about modern I don't know what stuff you've done, Rob Brown. Did you do the covers for? I don't know. I was just thinking that I like that art style. Oh yeah, look at that.
Blueberry.
That is he put chains on that. It didn't come with chains.
Don't a lot of people consider Blueberry to be the best cereal? Is that true? I mean, as the best monster cereal, like a lot of people or is it Fruit Brute that they like most? I don't know. I always liked Count Chocula.
I can't believe they never made a green one for a creature.
Well, the three of them were all great. They don't taste the way they do now at all.
I haven't tasted what they taste like now. Frankenberry was good too. I haven't eaten them since the 70s.
Yeah, what I'm trying, I just said it wrong. They do not taste now the way they did in the 70s. They don't use the same ingredients.
Of course.
And I don't want to, if you eat too much, the byproduct that comes out is going to be, I think it's green.
Yeah.
Green poop.
It happens when I eat Fruity Pebbles. I eat Fruity Pebbles now. Like I just bought 2 jumbo boxes of Fruity Pebbles, and that's coming. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's it's not a good thing. There's a really great video, or used to be. I don't know how easy it would be to find. There's a guy that is fanatic about Blueberry cereal, and it's kind of filmed like an old segment from Real People or That's Incredible, and they interview his girlfriend and they show him in a supermarket with a whole shopping cart filled with Blueberry, and he's just talking about it's really funny. Some young guy.
That sounds good.
It's a really funny bit, but I don't know if it's still on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think I wouldn't get a copyright claim for that.
I watched a really good one of those like found videos the other day. I think it was called Heavy Metal Parking Lot.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
1986, I think. That's such a great, it's maybe 20 minutes or a half hour, and it's just great. And it's
that's a great one. And then there's another parking lot movie from the same guy, and I don't know if it's the parking lot outside a Cure concert. I don't remember, but the heavy metal one was the best one. Oh, I found it. That wasn't hard. Let me. I'll play it. It's only 4 minutes long. In fact, I think it has that guy that was on Real People. It's almost like it's an episode, or maybe he's from That's Incredible. I don't remember. But...
Skip Williamson? Is that what his name was? Skip
yeah, I think it is Skip Williamson. He did another show more recently.
Those were both really popular shows. Those were, that was a family show. I watched every episode every week with my mom for both those shows. That's Incredible. Yeah. 8 o'clock time slot on a Wednesday night or something like that. Thursday.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Is that Skip Williamson?
No, that's Fred Willard.
Fred. Oh, okay.
Fred Willard. So he was also
Tonight, I'm totally obsessed. This guy is so consumed with blueberry breakfast cereal, he eats nothing else.
Anybody who finds blueberry disgusting without trying it, they're just talking out of their ass.
Off we go to Richmond, Virginia to meet a man whose idea of heaven is a bowl full of blue cereal. It's called Blueberry, and there's a ghost on the front of the box, so you know it's nutritious.
12, 14.
For the past 20 years, Roger Barr has been obsessed with Blueberry cereal.
Hello, my name is Boo.
22, 24. It's the greatest cereal in the world, and I think everybody should eat it. And 28. Who wants to live a life without blueberry? Not me.
Roger has eaten at least one bowl of Blueberry every day since he was 7. That's more than 7,000 bowls.
If I don't eat blueberry cereal in the morning, I'm kind of like a heroin addict who hasn't had their drugs in a really long time, It looks like a bunch of rocks, really, purple rocks.
Food that goes blue normally means it's rotted.
And that's the good stuff. Anybody who finds blueberry disgusting without trying it, they're just talking out of their ass.
Roger has even waged a campaign against Boo's rivals Count Chocula and Frankenberry.
Count Chocula and Frankenberry, they think they're so great. They're always talking, acting just like complete asses.
Gentlemen, please.
When he mentioned me, he actually wanted to kill one of the other characters. That I remember that day.
Are you ready to rock, Blueberry? We're ready to rock! Chocula! You're gonna die!
His love for Blueberry got the attention of cereal maker General Mills, who told Roger to cease and desist. But it hasn't stopped Roger from lashing out against Boo's enemies.
You're gonna die!
The Blueberry song has a message of death. Basically, it's a death threat.
It's a big you to Count Chocula and Frankenberry. I'm not buying their damn cereal ever again. The quest for Blueberry.
Roger has been known to travel 50 miles just to find a store that stocks Blueberry cereal.
Frozen waffles? No, thank you. Full stock of Blueberry. Well, that's what I like to see.
Roger will also go well out of his way to bury the competition.
Freaking Chocula. Needs it. I want people buying Blueberry, and I don't want the grocery stores to think that Count Chocula and Frankenberry are selling.
Blah, blah. Screw you. I think he needs to let it go.
It's friggin' SpongeBob SquarePants cereal. He gets all the attention and Blueberry's left behind. Ridiculous. Anything I can do to help out Blueberry's cause, that's what I'm there for. I equate Count Chocula with crap, so what better place to put it with than with toilet paper? No one's gonna see this down here. Look at that. Perfect. You got some cereal.
That's great.
I'll be right back. There's more. If Blueberry stopped existing, that would be really hard. That's the thing nightmares are made of. Yeah. So, you hungry?
I hope you packed a parachute, because we're in free fall now.
All right. Let's see, Rob
Surprised
Brown,
the skin's
Bella's
not
coming.
turning blue.
What's that?
Surprised the skin's not turning blue.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Didn't that feel like it's something from Real People, or that's one of those shows? Wasn't that guy on that show, or do I know him from Fernwood Tonight? I don't. Anyway, not the host.
Fred Willard.
Fred Willard, yeah.
His last gig, he was one. I think he was one of the parents on Modern Family. One of the two characters' fathers.
Yeah, he was.
Camera.
He was on an episode of Stargate SG-1.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Spinner X says, "Hey, I see you guys are live. I apologize to everyone for evidently being the catalyst to the mess from yesterday. The irony is I'm generally the quiet one. I just interpreted you wanted to see more of Rod and Shan. I don't think you meant it did any harm at all. And yeah. Shit. But my God, you should show them. I don't know if they watched that live stream where you showed that you've got a full size ticket booth with the Creep Show host. Is that in the same room where you're at?
No, it's not in here.
Oh, okay.
That's what that guy looks like now that's been eating all that blueberry.
Yeah, really. But I don't know if how authentic that is, but yeah, that stuff was so much better and it wasn't just that I was a kid. It really did taste different. And so Eric, you're not working today?
No.
It seems like you usually work on Sundays at a record store. Or...
I have been a lot lately. Actually, this is the only one of the last 4 that I've been off. But yeah, today I'm just watching basketball, and I'll do some work from home for the comic book store. But actually, I have been doing some today. But
so this is March Madness, huh? Is that what's going on? So
Eric, I want to tell you about this game I watched last night. So last night I watched the 1981 ALDS. It was Game 3. It was Brewers at Yankees. Okay?
Yeah, I put that in my queue. I saw Dave Volsky.
Yes, and so it was Dave Volsky. It was just recently. So I watched it last night. Great game. You had Cosell and Keith Jackson on the call. So it's a real tight game. Brewers are up by 1, I think, and it's bottom of the 6th, and Yankees are threatening because Raleigh Fingers is warming up already, right? And so there's 2 outs. Dave Winfield goes for a slide into third base, right? He's trying to take too much. It's a real close call, but then on replay, you can clearly see that Winfield is out. But Winfield gets up, and he's really hot, and he goes right at the third base ump, and the third base coach has to get between Winfield and restrain him, and Winfield even tries to go back at the ump, right? Inning ends, 7th inning starts. As soon as the batter gets up to bat, somebody from the crowd jumps the wall and physically assaults that third base umpire, and there's a big pile, right? So at the beginning of it, the camera freezes, but then, and the announcers are there's dead air for about 3 seconds. Then the camera comes on to show cops beating this guy with a stick and dragging him through the dirt, right? And Howard says, typically we don't like to show this sort of spectacle, but in a game of this magnitude, it is our job to report to the closest detail, right? And so they show the guy getting dragged off, but then the conversation continues because it's 1981 and this was a thing that was starting. Remember, Eric, like people were coming on the field, right? On walk-off home runs. And so Keith Jackson, this is the part that was funny that cracked me up. Keith Jackson pipes in and he says to Howard, he says, you know, Howard, in order for it to stop, there needs to be stiffer penalties for these type of actions. And I'm like, what the fuck, Keith? What do you want to put these people in Rikers Island for getting drunk and running on the field? I was like, what kind of stiff penalties are you thinking about? But that was the whole thing. It was kind of funny.
Maybe Keith was just mad that Morgana never came after him. Remember her?
No,
Morgana was the kissing bandit. Do you remember Chesty Morgan?
No,
From the old Something Weird video. She was like 73. Well, Morgana was every bit of that.
Oh, okay. I know who you're
And
talking about.
there's you can find a video of her. George Brett. She came on the field and kissed him. That was her thing. She'd come on the field and kiss
I remember the
athletes.
George
Yes.
Brett incident. Yes.
Now, do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But great game. You should watch it. That Dave Volsky channel is amazing, isn't it?
I know. Yeah, I keep hoping against hope that he'll find some stuff that we don't know about yet, because like I said, the oldest full color broadcast of a baseball game is 1967. That doesn't seem like it's that long ago, because nobody thought to keep the tapes. I mean, hell, they don't even have all the games from the 72 World Series intact.
Yep.
And it's a shame.
We're basically relying on YouTube channels to archive everything for us, to discover it. A lot of it is found video situations. I mean,
an interesting story, the Game 7 of the 1960 World Series, where Mazeroski hit the walk-off home run, in a series where the Yankees scored something like 50 more runs than the Pirates, but lost the series. The only reason why that game exists is Bing Crosby was part owner of the Pirates at the time, and he was so nervous that he couldn't stay in the country to watch, so he went over to Europe, but he had somebody record the games on a kinescope. And decades after his death, they found the kinescopes in his wine cellar, and they pieced it together, and now you can see Game 7.
Actual tapes. A lot of these games that we watch on YouTube come from old television stations and machines and archived film rooms, and they're unlabeled, unlooked at for 40, 50 years a lot of the time. So we're just fortunate enough to have this platform now to be able to see all this.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not only sports, but I said, like, old Beatles performances on talk shows are gone because they just got recorded over.
Yeah, exactly.
Does this game have the commercials?
This one doesn't have the commercials, but a lot of them do.
There was a few years ago, and might have been the anniversary, and well, it was over 10 years ago in Dallas. They replayed on radio the radio broadcast of the Ice Bowl, which I think was this famous Cowboys game from the mid 60s, where they were playing in ice.
67, playing the Packers.
Yep.
And they played it on the radio, and it had all the original beer commercials and everything. It was amazing. It was, and I noticed that that's on YouTube now, that broadcast. So, so that would be worth listening to. I remember recording it and just cutting out the commercials, but I'd like to go back and record the whole thing. I was just finding boxes to put stuff in. This is my wife's Lime Crime makeup box. They send you these packages in the mail, and then you turn the box inside out, and it becomes kind of a cool box. It's printed on the inside. That's kind of a clever thing. And then I was pulling out these fake Aurora boxes. This is a Polar Lights Adams Family, and this I could store some stuff in. It looks like this one's empty, and except for the instruction sheets for the building the house. I built the house, and then I have a Lost in Space one, and I partially built it. I built the Cyclops. I'll give myself full screen for a second. I built the Cyclops and the mountain, but I never thought I had the skill to build, paint the little people and the moon buggy, the chariot. It's called the chariot. Sorry. Moon buggy. So it's still got pieces in it. It's not like it's real intricately, it's real easy to put this together, but the painting skills to make this look right are not I don't know. Maybe I could do it, but more and more as I get older, it's harder to see. Some people, you got to be young to paint eyes and stuff. That looks big, but it's the scale of my hand. This would be hard to do. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. There's decals of the windows. I was thinking, how would I paint realistic glass? It's already done for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well.
Did you have well, you probably did. The model that I really liked at this time when I was a kid was the Enterprise shuttlecraft. Remember the Enterprise?
Yeah, I had that. I don't know what happened to it. That was an easy kit to build, and I think my brother built it and put the decals on.
Yeah, it just was in my toy box. I used it as a shuttlecraft and pretended that my Mego figures could fit inside it, like when I wasn't doing the play acting with my figures talking to each other and doing whatever they were doing.
Rob Brown, I think I was talking. There was like a 4-issue Dracula comic, isn't that right, Kevin? That just ended. Now they're going to do a Frankenstein and then a creature one. That's the one.
Yeah,
I think.
Image Comics puts out a Universal license.
I think you're talking about like a Bela Lugosi, like he's hosting it, like a Boris Karloff Gold Key comic. Yeah, I was just saying, I really love that art, the way they painted over an actual classic photograph. That's what I was talking about there.
The Creature comic comes out next.
Oh, that's the next one. Okay, so Dollar Tree would have these little Christmas boxes that I'm putting stuff in one of these. What is this stuff? Oh well. Yeah. So are you pricing comics for the comic shop, Eric?
Yeah, been doing a lot of newer stuff, which that's a chore.
Yeah, I know.
Kevin, I don't know about you, but I said, do you find when you're pricing a bunch of new stuff that it's like way more boring than when you get to price old stuff?
Yeah.
So we bought some stuff the other day, and it's late 80s and early 90s, and even that's 30 years old now. But to me, that might as well have been last week too.
Yeah. That's why on one of the very first 4-Color Fossils show, I came on and just said, I hate comic books, because I'd been working in a comic shop and I looked at so many of those books from the 90s, and it's like, I just hate these things, because I wasn't seeing anything from my childhood, any 20-cent comics. And it just makes you hate them.
This guy was, he was specking on the McFarlane Spider-Man, which is great because they're easy to sell and you can get a handful of dollars for them. But why didn't he spec on New Mutants 98? Why didn't I come across like 9 of those?
Well, who would have thought?
I know.
When I was looking at, I remember a few years ago, it's like, where's Deadpool on the cover? I couldn't even see him because he's stretched out. Like, it doesn't even look like a human being, and it just looks like a red background in the center of the page. Oh, that's Deadpool. It's like, who cares, man?
Kind of look like fan art to me. Look like fan art.
Yeah, I lost interest right before Venom and all that stuff started, so I just missed out on all that. And I just don't think, I think, well, if I was a 3rd grader and Venom came out and started, would I care? I don't. I think I'm pretty consistent. Like, my 3rd grade self is what I am now. And it's like, I think, would I be into Harry Potter if I was in 3rd grade during the I don't think I would have. I think,
there's a better chance we would have been, but because I'm with you, I said I was already mid 20s when the first Venom story hit, and I didn't mind the first one and maybe even the second one, but then you get to the 90s when everything was just it wasn't if one is good, 10 is better. That was the Marvel philosophy, and I was so sick of seeing that character. If I never see it again, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Venom, Wolverine, and Punisher guest starring everywhere, all at once.
Exactly.
You left out Ghost Rider. They shoehorned him into a lot of shit in the
Ghost Rider had like a 6 months window where he was popular.
Yeah,
it was more than that. All that Spirits of Vengeance.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't think that did as well as they were hoping, because most of the books dropped off by the wayside relatively quickly, and Ghost Rider had been around for a while, so that Ghost Rider and Doctor Strange survived. Everything else was sort of like in and out. I think the Morbius lasted almost 3 years, but I think that was the third longest.
Yeah. But I can't look at that Morbius and think it's the same thing from Adventure into Fear in the 20-cent comics and Vampire Tales. It just does not seem like the same creation. It just
so what you're saying is there's no Morbin time for you.
No Morbin time.
The latest one of those Warner movies, this Madam Web, I've noticed people talking about the actress that played her, which, and I understand the movie takes place a couple of decades ago.
Yeah.
And they show Peter Parker as a baby, which explains, okay, well, then she could be possibly older when Peter Parker is Spider-Man. But it doesn't make any sense. But this actress, Sydney Sweeney, people are angry with her. They're saying she's a MAGA person.
Well, her parents are. And
yeah, apparently there are pictures of her at a MAGA party, and they're mad at her for having parents that.
Well, they're also mad at her for having boobs.
Yeah, they say she's like someone that's not fake looking, and so she's being hated right now. It's like, not only do you have a crummy bomb of a movie, and now everyone hates you because of your parents liking Trump. She can't catch a break, you know. I've never seen her in a movie. I don't know anything about her.
I didn't know much about it. I saw the clip of her opening monologue because she hosted Saturday Night Live a couple weeks ago, and she goes, "I'm Sydney Sweeney. You've seen me in Euphoria. You've seen me in something else." She goes, "You definitely didn't see me in Madam Web." So I'm sure that didn't make the studio happy.
Yeah.
But she also did a video. Do you remember the old Whitesnake videos with Tawny Katane?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
She did the Rolling Stones' new album. They did a video, and she's writhing on a car hood, and the lefties hate that too. So she's not. I mean, she's she's not going out on tour and having it sponsored by abortion rights like Olivia Rodrigo. So they don't like her.
Yeah. Now, this is weird. I've got these. I don't know where this came from. I think they're a bunch of pictures that I must have gotten from an estate sale of Haley Mills. And they look like they came from a scrapbook where someone was saving pictures of her. That's Haley Mills, right?
Yeah, that's her. She was delightful. She was delightful.
I can understand why someone. Yeah, it's Haley Mills. Someone was saving these pictures, and somehow they came into my custody. But I can't explain it. I have no idea how. And then here's some photographs of my.
Is she still alive?
I don't know. This is my oldest brother that passed away. He was in the. And this is a negative. These should be with the family photos.
Yes.
Here's
77 years old.
Is this a collectible yet? A receipt from Albertsons from 1994. I mean, it's gonna be interesting just to compare prices.
Yeah, it is.
Kleenex was $1.57.
Cigarettes,
Cigarettes,
$1.99.
$1.99. What are they now? Some of you smoke.
They're $14 here.
Seriously?
Yes.
14
Wow,
for one pack, or is that
Yes.
for a carton?
One pack of cigarettes in the city of San Francisco is $14, and that's a good price. That's a price in the out at the beach. Like in Union Square, it'll be $17.50.
What does a carton cost? My dad used to buy cartons of Kent
I don't know,
cigarettes.
$100 or something.
It'd be more than that.
What
It's
did they
times
cost
10.
in the 60s and 70s when he was smoking those things like a chimney?
Well, in 1969, I was 7, and I had just started my 2-pack a day habit.
No, I'm just wondering. No, I didn't mean it that way.
They were not much at all. I mean, they didn't become expensive until someone figured out you could fund a shitload of social programs by taxing the hell out of cigarettes.
Yeah.
True. They were
If
like
you smoke-
$2 a pack in the 90s here. So
It's like a sin tax.
Yeah. Meyer, you remember cigarette machines in bowling alleys?
Oh yeah, they were everywhere. My family has always had bars and restaurants, so I grew up around cigarette machines. We always
I
had
remember
cigarette
them.
machines at the bar. Yeah.
I guess those are a thing of the past, aren't they?
I was kind of hoping that you had one of those in one of your rooms.
A cigarette machine?
Yeah.
I wish.
No, I'm talking about Gratu. I mean, he's got everything else.
Gratu. Yeah, Gratu should have a cigarette machine.
Well, I've never really been a big fan of cigarettes, but some of them were quite elegant looking.
Does
And
make
I just
sense.
remember seeing them in every, whenever we'd stop at every restaurant.
Yeah,
like we had one in the entryway to my cousin's bar that was built into the wall, and I think it was chrome. It was chrome and yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah, even if I wasn't still, a smoker, I would look at that as being, history. So that would be cool.
Yeah,
it is.
No pun intended there.
And you put vintage cigarettes. I'm sure
That
you
would
could
be
get.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
That is cool.
What's up? Shouldn't that be with a K? $70 for a cigarette machine.
Those are Canadian.
Oh, in Canada, they
with the K were Canadian.
Oh, that's stupid. Why did they do that? Just to be different? This is what gets me in trouble is my I'm just condemning an entire country. But I don't know. That's just my sense of humor, man. It doesn't mean I really hate everyone in Canada. Oh my gosh.
I used to know a bunch of cigarette brands because everything in auto racing was sponsored by tobacco companies. Then they
that's
banned
why you
tobacco
know that
advertising
Cool
in sports.
Yeah.
That's how you know about Cool in Canada.
Yeah,
I was thinking that's
Paulo
interesting.
probably has a lot of brand knowledge because of racing, right, Paulo? I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah, like when I started watching NASCAR, I noticed the car is sponsored by Tide. Why?
Did you know what Tide was before
In the
that?
70s, there was a car in Formula One sponsored by Durex. Before being detergent? No.
Right. Condom car.
In the 70s, there was a condom car sponsored by Durex.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, cigarettes can't advertise anymore on cars, right?
No, not since about the last few countries to ban them was about 2004, 2005.
I'm sure that extends to beer also.
Depends on the country.
Oh,
but even if it's allowed, it's bad form to advertise alcohol in a place where everybody is driving cars at 200 miles an hour.
Well,
I know. That's why I'm thinking. Oh, look at that. It's a little mini. These are miniature things.
Yeah, cigarettes are unsafe, so don't advertise them on cars that go hundreds of miles an hour.
Was that cigarette machine a miniature one, Kevin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Kevin, are these cabinets 1/6 scale or 1/12 scale? Do you know?
1/6.
They're 1/6. Oh, that's cool. So they're like for 12-inch figures for like a
Yep.
GI Joe size figure.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, 12 inches. Oh, miniature. These are really cool. So you could make like a GI Joe sized arcade.
So it's to scale with the Barbie or GI Joe.
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
You could have a vintage arcade for. Oh, wow, that's a cool idea. That would look really cool on a shelf.
I didn't know they made all this. This is really
GI
cool.
Joe and Barbie on a date. Yeah, that was pretty neat.
We used to buy cigarettes before we were of age using these machines.
Oh yeah. Were you a smoker, or are you still a smoker?
I used to be when I was a little kid.
All I ever did was smoke like 2 cigars in my life. I've never touched a cigarette. Except one time my wife started smoking again for a brief while, and I took a pack of her cigarettes. And one of my early YouTube shows, I had like cigarettes in my ears and my nostrils. I was doing a show with cigarettes everywhere. It's like several in my mouth. I don't know. Those are the good old days. They weren't lit, of course, but
if I lived in San Francisco, I would be an ex-smoker.
It's brutal.
They're bad enough here. I couldn't.
Here as well.
I mean,
like,
how long does it take you guys to go through a pack?
To me, it's almost 2 days because I cut down to just over half a pack a day.
So that's the same as me. I smoke a half a pack a day when I'm smoking, but then I take breaks and I don't smoke for months at a time, or I've even quit for years. But right now I'm a half a pack a day.
So that means $30 every 4 days.
I have a bunch.
Yes.
That's a
I
lot
have
of
a bunch of friends who managed to cut down on how much money they pay because they started rolling their own cigarettes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I don't. It's not like back in the day where you had to bite through things and you have a machine to do that.
Yeah, so I don't know about you, Myra. I don't know if you've ever gotten up there and how much you smoked in a day. When I was at 2 packs a day, I didn't like it, but I do like the 12 or so a day that I do. So I got tired of waking up hacking up a lung every night.
Yeah. In the old days, you couldn't, if you built a lot of model kits, you couldn't save all the boxes because you didn't have room. So a lot of kids, or not a lot, but some kids, I guess, saved the art only from the model kit box. And I've stumbled on a stack somewhere of a kid that had cut out the art. So that's another thing I've got to put into a box. Here's a photograph of a silent movie actress named Laya Deputy.
Oh, wow.
It's not a real it was, it's a fake signature that's sent out to fans, but I think she was of German descent. I don't think many people collect stuff from the silent movie era. It's kind of like Big Little Books. I think the prices come down on that stuff.
Well, you're getting a lot of people who are completely disinterested in anything from the black and white movie era. So silent movie era, it's Middle Ages.
Yeah, I think I was worried because I was talking about they should have done this Dracula comic with this art. And and then Rob Brown was talking about, well, I did the art first, and I thought, oh no, I'm insulting him, but he did a different Bela Lugosi comic, and I'm now realizing that I'm going, I just, I just, this is how I offend people. I talk didn't realize I'm doing it. It's like, well, what's the chances that the guy that drew the frickin' comics in the chat? But you never can tell, so you got to stop being an at. My wife really lectured me on my. I just grew up. I didn't grow up listening to Howard Stern. That's BS. I didn't
I
even
think the
hear
guy
him
that did the
until
Dracula
90s.
book, his name is Simmons.
The Simmons is the guy that
I
painted
think
over
so.
this.
No, the comic that just came out.
Oh, the comic, but
that sounds familiar, actually.
He was
right.
the artist. He was the artist from Department of Truth.
okay,
Yeah, that makes sense because the writer writes Department of Truth, and
Yeah, it's the same team. It's Tinian and Simmons.
these are good to store things in. These animal cracker tins, and I opened it up, and it's already filled with stuff that this will interest Meyer, and I'll be able to get real good close-ups of this stuff with. I think I got this all from the same source for the most part. Some again estate sales. They used to have estate sales everywhere in Texas, and I always thought, no, that's creepy to go into some house and pick through all their stuff after they died. But then I got over it, but here in this part of the country, everything's auctions. There was one estate sale, but you don't see them like every weekend. Back in Texas, I'd just drive around the few blocks around my house. There'd be estate sale. I guess I lived in an older neighborhood that had been built in the 50s and 60s, and a lot of the original owners were starting to pass away. But I sometimes some of them, these people that bought the house like in 1959 or 19, they had kids in the mid 60s that were, moved out, and they just never took the stuff out of the rooms. And I'd go into some girl's bedroom, and there'd be all these Beach Boys, Beatles 45s, and it would just been untouched since she left for college in the late 60s. And it's like, oh my God, I got so many records from this one, and it was a block from my house. But this is just a bunch of these little figures, tons of them. Some of them aren't that exciting. They're civilians, well, it's a policeman. Then you get I should say Native Americans.
Oh, these are great.
Yeah. And this one, though, well, I always like the ones where they just been shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a classic one right there.
Yeah.
Where there's one where the hat is like off of his head and connected, like he's like the same type of thing. He's being shot backwards, and the hat
I think
is
I've
like
got that one over there. It's like a bigger Marx figure. This is I don't know if you're getting sense of scale. This is just this size. It makes it look like it's gigantic.
Yep. I think these are made by a company called Timmy Toy.
Are they?
Yeah, that's what these are. These are from the 60s.
This is cool. The streaming, the camera on my computer in StreamYard, that's one thing. It seems like I'm clearer when I'm down here. Usually everything, maybe when I watch it on the TV, it won't look that way, but it just seems like StreamYard's, my image always looks muddy, and there's the cool. Shaman from January 6th. It looks like his face is bashed in. Doesn't it? Oh, he's like one of these super skinny ones that you'd get from the comic books, and because they could fit 100 in a little tiny box. That's kind of what's here. There's probably easily 100, and the boxes you'd get from the comics would be about this size, if even smaller. So this is one you never see. It almost looks like it's a Playboy centerfold at first, but he's crawling to kill you. But the backs are all flat. It's like that's probably how you feel right now, Meyer, after your surgery. They cut off all my whole back.
That's how I look right now. But yeah, these are like the cut rate dime store moldings. They're not quite as the same as like the other ones. Like some of the ones I have.
Yeah, he's on a keto diet. He hasn't had much food.
Speaking of, I haven't had any yet, so I'm going to jump off here and go get something to eat. So,
Oh, sure.
if you guys are still going when I get back, I might come back on. If that's
Sure.
all right.
I don't have anything to do, man. I
Well,
I felt horrible. I thought maybe some friends will talk to me.
well, this too. Like I said, this too shall pass, and it's good to see you guys, and might see you in a bit. Take care.
All right, cool.
See you later, Eric.
Bye. Yeah, some of these the civilian ones aren't fun. Who wants to play with a fireman figure? Oh, this guy's yeah, these things are brittle. This guy's got a missing leg. Another one of those shaman guys. Yeah. Well, these aren't the ones that were handed down. Do I have any of those? No, I think I gave my oldest brother had all these army men, the classic army men, the green army men, and I think he wanted them back, when I was in my 30s and I'd grown up with them. And because, he had kids, and I'm sure those are long gone, sold at a garage sale. I don't think those were cherished, but I think I have, I just for old time's sake, I got from eBay one of the ones I used to have from the stuff my older brother had, and I think the company's called Auburn.
Yeah, Auburn rubber. I have some of those cars. I have some Auburn rubber cars. And they made great figures because they're real heavy and solid and well molded.
But he would go and buy tons of it from the dime store, and we had a whole hamper filled with all these army men, and he would teach me how to use a rubber band gun, and you would shoot it, and that whatever soldiers got knocked down were the casualties. But I got this from eBay. He had tons of these and tanks.
Yeah, that's great.
This is they were probably in better condition, the ones he had, but these are from a company called Auburn.
Does it have a number on the back bumper? Look on the back bumper. Is there a number?
I don't.
No, there's not.
Where am I supposed to look for it?
Usually on the back of Auburn rubber cars, there'll be numbers on them.
A lot of dust on it.
This
one's had some battle damage. Look at that.
And the numbers are specific to each individual mold.
Okay, car. These were heavily played with. This one included. What does that say there? Auburn. I see Auburn at the bottom.
Made in
the USA, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see that much anymore. I remember he had Jeeps. It seems like the Jeep had, or maybe it was this, where you would have a cannon attached here and it would carry a cannon. I don't know if that was the Jeep or did Jeeps carry cannons? I don't think they pulled cannons.
Well, the rubber ones do. The kids, the ones for little kids do.
And the tanks were really cool too. The army men weren't exactly to scale with this. The army men would come up to about here. Yeah. I don't know what this thing is. You ever seen anything like this?
No, it looks like a cereal premium. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's probably
like a little alien from the 60s, maybe. They came in cereal. Early 60s.
Oh, you can turn him any which way and he still has the same smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. It feels more recent, but I don't know. When did they stop putting plastic toys into cereal boxes? I don't know.
Maybe the 90s.
This is a good camera angle here. It looks like I'm on Elvira's set or something.
Yeah, the lighting looks good.
that alien thing from kind of remind me of the astronaut.
Yeah, you're right. That's right, Paulo.
Who
Astronaut.
made? Yeah,
This was
who did the astronaut cartoons?
Those were Terry Toons.
Terry Toons, right?
I've been watching a lot of Terry Toons over the last week. This was a British company. That's like,
yeah, isn't that great?
You don't get stuff like this anymore.
No, I love those.
Anyway, this I think came with the King Arthur's castle playset, and my castle was long ago thrown away, but my wife got me a new one about a year ago. So now I've got, but I still had all these figures from it, and then I got a new set of figures. Now I've got twice the knights.
That's great.
People are talking here, and I have not been keeping up with it. Moondust says Baba Booey. Yeah, those were great days when Howard Stern used to be funny. Rob Brown, I remember when I was buying X-Men as a kid, my LCS couldn't keep them on the shelf. He would order 30 copies of X-Men and sell out. Yeah. When they started putting out more than one X-Men title a month, it killed those sales. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. And that's when I think most people like me I stopped being interested when X-Men turned into Richie Rich and there were 15 titles, whatever. The jukebox is nice behind you. Thank you. Hey, Meyer and Paulo too. Dr. Fibe says, I still have the King Arthur Castle, one of my favorite toys as a kid. Yeah, it's a German-made thing, and it was sold through, I think, the Sears catalog. That's how my mom, I think, wound up getting it for me, because that's where she shopped for toys.
You know, when you're a kid and you have toys that are not related at all, you can make up the silliest stories with them. You had the knight over there in the Mexican cowboy. So how would you play with him? Well, let's go on an adventure with King Arthur and his sidekick, Cisco Kid.
Well, that's why those DC comics were so great with the dinosaurs and the army men, because that's something that kids did.
You're right.
You got a dinosaur set and army men that's just natural. And then what these adults are thinking of it too, and coming, that must have been amazing in the late 50s when they first started that, you know? Yeah. And, you know, just, I keep talking. I keep going round and round in my head about what's his face, the filmmaker that did Guardians of the Galaxy. My senility, I keep forgetting his name.
James Gunn.
James Gunn. Yeah, it's like he's made some great movies, and then there's like things he's done that are real cringy, and I really enjoyed Peacemaker, but why do you have to show all the body parts and stuff? And it's like what is your obsession with that and fart humor and stuff? But I think he's going to be really respectful with these DC properties, and there's so much hatred on Facebook. Everyone's just like, well, they really want Henry Cavill, and it's like, yeah, he looked good, but and it may have just been the director, but he never pulled it off.
It was the script. It was the director. The director didn't help, but it was the script.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the guy could have smiled if he was told by the director to smile. But I'm really encouraged with what he's doing, especially his casting of Lois Lane and bringing in all these other characters. And his and where I'm going with this is he's doing the Creature Commandos, and he's having the dinosaurs, you know, from those old DC comics, and you know that sounds amazing. But then why is it like the lady that runs the Suicide Squad, the whatever, Waller, is her name Waller? Why is he doing a TV series about her when you've got all these other characters? I mean, it's like, who cares about? I'm sure he's got an idea.
Yeah, but somebody at Warner is really in love with the character of Waller because she keeps showing up in every DC comic right now for the last 3 or 4 years.
Okay, really? Okay. Well, yeah, I guess they have some plans for her. I don't know, because she just seems like a bureaucrat that's not any more interesting than someone at the DMV.
No, she was a John Strander did a great job fleshing her out in the Suicide Squad series in the late 80s.
Then that must be where he's getting it from.
She was somebody you love to hate. Yeah.
I never really read that, to be honest with you. To me, the Suicide Squad, I know it more as the 60s incarnation where they weren't super villains and everything. I just don't know.
The 60s incarnation was actually not that good. Even for the period, it was not the best comic of in its genre. The Suicide Squad of the late 80s was probably the best, not counting the New Justice League International. At that time, if you read Suicide Squad and Checkmate, the two of them, you would have two comics which were very good.
Well, yeah, here's the thing about being a kid in the late 70s and you've just washed and waxed a car or mowed a lawn. And by the way, do people wax cars anymore? I don't think they do. When was the last time you saw someone putting the wax paste on circular motion? People, I don't think, do that anymore. But
people are surprised you have to change the oil.
Yeah. So anyway, you get this money and you go to the comic store when Lone Star Comics first opened in the summer of 77. And it's like, you see these exotic 12-cent comics for sale and you can't afford them. But the ones you can afford are Challengers of the Unknown and Suicide Squad and the Secret Six and Metamorpho. And they're the ones that are attainable. And when you open them, they smell like a 60s comic, and there's ads for all kinds of cool stuff. And it's like, and you just like, those are the ones you can get, and Tomahawk and stuff. The ones that they're the ones that they had in the back issue bins that were affordable to, a 12-year-old. So, that's their appeal. It's like things that you can afford when you're cheap or when you just mowed a lawn, and so or where you get we were talking about the giant size, you get the Marvel Tales or Marvel collector's item classics and read those classic stories with Kirby and Steve Ditko, and it's still a Silver Age comic and it's got those old ads and all that, but that's what you could afford. I couldn't afford to buy a Ditko Spider-Man even in 77. You might say, well, they were only $15-$20, but they probably were that cheap. But the value of money has changed, and that might as well be $75 or $100 in today's money. So it's just, anyway, it's like I don't know. Some of these titles that nobody cares about were fun for me as a kid. I don't know why the camera's only on me. I guess because no one else is doing anything. But that's a good reason.
Right. I got a box of cars right here. You want to look at some old cars?
Yeah. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. Someone saved the show. Right. Save SOS, save our show. Show comics or stuff. I don't have jack shit here.
Since we were talking about Lamborghinis earlier, this is my Corgi from about 1972 or something. Lamborghini.
Yeah. Looks close enough. Ooh, opens. Nice.
What is this? A Lamborghini Miura? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
You've got Paulo's attention.
Corgi's cars weren't bad. The molds were very close to the actual design. Sometimes you had to make compromises with the scale, but those are pretty good.
This really, I mean, this was a well-loved car. This was one of my favorite cars in my entire collection. See how there's so much action here? Stuff opening and closing, and that detailed engine. It's gold.
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow.
And then,
V12.
yeah, V12, 12-cylinder. And then Auburn. Here's an Auburn car from the same company of that we looked at, that you had, the Army truck. Auburn was famous for doing this thing where they would have profiles of people in the vehicle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, yes. That's cool. That's
This
50s.
is a big
Yeah.
car. This is about 6 inches long. It's the airport taxi.
Mhm.
Here's another Auburn. This was a really popular one. They made a ton of these because these are really easy to find. And it's kind of
I
like
think I have that in a different color,
like
that same car.
a mixture of a Thunderbird and a Cadillac. And it's got these
Yeah.
big Arrigo horns on the hood. It's not a real car, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. If the Thunderbird was a roadster, it would look like that. Yeah.
I like how it's a couple driving, and it looks like the wife is talking to the husband, right? Like she's either, telling him you're driving too fast or you're driving too slow.
Slow. Can you slow down, dear? Yeah.
It's got silver paint. I love how the windshield is solid.
Was that painted by a kid at some point?
No, this is how it was sold. This is how they
Oh,
look when they were new. They made these in yellow and blue with white and black wheels. Here's something really, really old, and this is called Sun Rubber. This is from the 1930s, and it's this really old woody. Look at this. And this is all original paint. This is also the real hard, heavy rubber, like a tire. It's
Yeah.
black.
Oh, yeah.
See how they painted it. They started making these rubber cars in, I guess, probably the 20s and the 30s, because of and maybe the 40s too, because of the need for metal in the war effort, and then also because wood floors were wood and tile everywhere, and so having kids having little metal cars and trucks would mar the floors, the tiles, the walls, and so this new idea to make stuff out of rubber and then plastic later was an innovation in toys, right?
Yeah. Plastic was invented during World War II, right?
Right. Here's something from the 70s. Remember these, Scotty?
Oh, yeah.
I think this was called a Sizzler. It plugged into a little power thing, and these tires used to have rubber on them, and they would power up. It has an on and off switch.
They advertised those on the back of comic books.
They did. They advertised them on the back of comic books.
Didn't they have a monster line, or was that something different?
I think they did have a monster line that came after this. This would have been the beginning of it. There was a couple of them. There was one that looked like an eagle, one that was purple. Yeah.
I think Kevin was trying to get some of those monster choppers, but I wasn't sure if it was the same company or not.
This is another really old car, and it's also made by Sun Rubber. This is I think it's called an Airflow. Was this a Packard or something? Do you know about this car?
Airflow would be a Chrysler. Chrysler owned the trademark for Airflow.
So I think this is an Airflow, like a 1932 Airflow. The thing about this car, after I bought it and researched it, is that this is one of the early rubber cars that was actually an actual replica of a vehicle of the year. So like this was produced in 1932 to help promote this car.
Oh man, that must be pretty valuable.
I don't know, probably not that much.
Really?
Probably $80. Think about who wants it. Not that many people.
I think to me that should be in a museum. What do I know?
It has this really cool white clay wheels. Everything about this car is really neat.
Yeah. What does it say on the
All
bottom?
It's pretty neat.
What is the writing on the bottom?
It says all rubber,
Oh.
and then it says I think it says Sun Rubber Company.
Oh.
It says Sun Rubber Company, Barberton, Ohio, USA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The airflow was related to the Imperial, which was the big deluxe model. Let me check something here with the engine because I think it already has engine. Man, this Wikipedia articles are terrible. Okay, so it's got
another Sun Rubber from the same time period, Barberton, Ohio. This one's got some damage and it's more beat up. But this is some sort of a coupe. I don't know if this is a real car or if this is like something kind of fanciful.
No, it's trying to be a Bugatti, but it's failing.
It's still cool.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Maybe
I mean, the car, if that was really would have looked good, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the Bugatti was failing and looking like that. Maybe the Bugatti should have tried to look more like that toy.
No, the Bugatti was no. Bugatti Type 57 was at a that thing kind of looks like a Bugatti Type 57 meshed with a Mercedes 540K.
I think that you could. The other thing about these cars, I think that you could call this a Depression era toy. The idea was that kids wanted big metal trucks, but this was a toy that was hand pocket size. It could fit in a kid's pocket. The kid could take it with them everywhere they go when the mom goes shopping. If you drop it out of the shopping cart, it's not going to make a lot of noise. It's not going to scratch the floor, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Here's a fire truck. This is Auburn. So this is later. This would have been something that like your older brothers would have played with. Like this is probably mid 50s.
Yeah.
Auburn fire truck. Again, look, there's a guy. There's the fireman in the passenger or the driver's side window. There's the number I was talking about. See on the back how there's a number?
Yeah.
Usually the Auburn vehicles have numbers. But Auburn, those other ones that we looked at, those Sun Rubber cars are really hard, like the rubber from the inside of a tire, while these Auburn are like a soft rubber.
Oh. Interesting.
This is a cool one. This is another Sun Rubber, also from the 1930s, and this is a bus. This is supposed to be like some sort of a transit bus or something.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of something.
Great lines, great paint, just a really cool toy.
I think Dodge had something like that.
Again, just really hard and really heavy. These things are super solid.
What Paulo would toy cars from that same era look like in Portugal?
They look more generic.
Okay.
There was a museum in Sintra where they had these types of toys, and there were toy cars, but the cars that they have there are more generic. They don't look like anything particular. So some were even made of wood.
Paulo's going to recognize. I think this is a Mercedes from the early '60s. This is a Auburn Rubber.
Yeah, it's a 300 SL from the 50s.
50s.
Yeah.
And this is also Auburn Rubber, like those. Like it's that soft rubber.
That car won Le Mans in 1952.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then it just again Auburn Rubber. You can see the driver. Isn't that cool?
That car was the fastest thing. Was the fastest thing on production on races with production models. It would beat anything powered by an American V8. It would beat the Jaguars, which was the toughest thing at the time, and it would beat the Ferrari more by attrition, because the Ferraris would break down and the Mercedes would keep going.
Oh wow, really? It has butterfly doors.
Yeah,
Gold
exactly.
wing doors, they called these, right?
Yeah, going exactly.
Here's an Italian, like, futuristic car that was this is a Corgi, and also one of my favorite cars from when I was a kid. I probably got this in about 1970. It's called a Berlinetta Bertoni, right? Or no, Barchetta.
Yeah.
Barchetta Barchetta.
Yeah, that's the Barchetta. Yeah, that's the prototype of what became the Fiat X19.
Look at
the
these
X19
lights.
Was a two-seater.
Look at how cool these lights are that are mounted back here on the roll bar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Nuccio Bertone, the designer, he left Pininfarina to create his own design company.
Just an incredible design. It looks like something out of Logan's Run, right?
Yeah. Yeah. At the time, they were all looking for futuristic designs, and that was one of it.
Here's a couple model kits. So these are models. If you look in some of the old comics from probably DC, I think in the 60s, they used to advertise these Revell model kits that they were called cigar box models. They were really small and they only had a really limited number of pieces and they were really inexpensive. They would be like 49 cents at the hobby shop, and it would just take like 10 minutes to put it together. This is a Camaro. I don't know, probably like a 69 Camaro or something, I think.
Around that, yeah. That car raced in Trans Am, yeah.
And then here's another one of those. This is like a Bel Air. Same time period, just little like the most inexpensive model kit that you could buy at the hobby shop in about 1970, probably.
Huh.
They're really small. They're like, it's a small car.
The Bel Air still had 6-cylinder engines, I think. But so did the first Corvette.
Here's a Dinky, and this must be some really cool British truck, British like pickup truck. So cool.
Yeah.
I think it's a Ford.
Could be the Ford 10 at the front like that.
Manufactured for Great Britain, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is 1950 Ford, Great Britain.
Huh.
Pretty neat. Here's my old standbys. These are like the cornerstones of my car collection since I was like about 5 or 6. So it's my James Bond car, my original James Bond car from Corgi.
DB4.
Aston Martin DB5. This is the DB5.
It's great.
The DB5, yeah.
And then here's my Batmobile, also the original. The bat sticker on that side came off, but it's on here.
Yeah, mine's missing a wheel. One of the windshields has got a little bit busted out of it. Yeah, mine.
Great thing about this car was always the bottom, right? This has this really cool picture of Batman. It's molded into the metal.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? Have you seen that before, Paula?
No.
So this was
no idea.
So tons of kids that grew up in our era had this car. This was a very, very popular die-cast car that was sold a lot, as well as that James Bond car we just looked at. Real common car for kids to have, to keep coveted in their collection, and to show off to everybody. Look at my Batman on the bottom of my Batmobile. I think that's probably it. There's nothing else really interesting left.
The cars I played with, 143 scale, they were from a French brand called Majorette. You could buy them in any county fair, and I would always bug my parents to get me at least one. But usually I couldn't convince them. But I had quite a few.
I'm familiar with that company. I only have one Majorette.
This is an Edison's 1984 catalog. And, there's all the Cabbage Patch dolls. Let's see what we can get here.
Ratu, can you show me real quick? I'll show this one car to Paulo.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yep.
French car. So I have a circus collection, and this is a Majorette, this Pinder Circus. Do you know what this is? It Pinder? Do you know this is a European circus company, right, Paulo?
I'm not familiar. Could be. They would pronounce it Pinder because it looks like it's it's a German name, but being French, it would probably be from Alsatia. The car is a Renault Espace.
It's from a store called Ames, A-M-E-S. I don't know if that's in America or England.
Mm.
So yeah, cool. Thanks, Becky. You can take me off.
All right.
That car, the Renault Espace, was the first European minivan.
Oh, was it? It's pretty cool. It's got 2 sunroofs.
This gas pump's pretty cool.
What year is that catalog from?
Oh, it's 1984.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like Cabbage Patch Kids, Garfield is real big, Cubert, Pac-Man. There's one of those miniature arcade games.
I have the Popeye one of those.
Yeah. There's a G.I. Joe electric train set. Knight Rider. Here's the Return of the Jedi line.
Oh, wow. That's a really cool image that would look neat just blown up into a poster.
Yeah, it would. And then I'm sure someone would love this G.I. Joe page and this He-Man page as well.
Oh my God.
But other than that, 1984 wasn't a real exciting, I don't think, time. Let's see. As far as home decor, I don't think this company sold a lot of jewelry. Edison's, I think, seemed like more of a jewelry store, but they always had a toy section in the back. I don't know if that was all over the United States or not. And then Best Products is not the same as Best Buy. They that's where I bought my first VCR. This is from 85, 86. I got these from an art teacher that, she had planned to just have her students cut them up, and then she saw I was into the toys, and she said, just you can have them. But luckily these were never cut up by the kids.
Sometimes they'll show prototypes in there that were never released.
The what?
Sometimes they'll show prototypes in there that were never released.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Of course, it's better to get a catalog from the 60s or 70s, but unless you grew up in the 80s, in which case this is amazing. But to me, this is when I was already in college. So,
is there a wrestling figure
bugs you're talking about, Kevin? Wasn't that you the other day talking about the hand puppet bugs?
Oh yeah.
Sectors. And the GoBots, the lame
GoBot.
Transformers.
This is a good 2-page spread of Masters of the Universe. I guess the thing to really do, would be to actually, if you were a toy dealer, is you'd get an X-Acto blade and open this up and take those pages out and turn them into posters. Because it's not that cool a catalog, but me, I would never do that. So, but yeah, Tonka had. Seems, are they still metal? It's
How much is that USS flag?
Cool.
How much is the aircraft carrier in there?
Wait, where was that? On
the USS flag, right? Is it called the flag?
Yeah, I want to know how much it was.
Was that a GI Joe? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How much was it?
It's like the size of a studio apartment.
God, my eyes. Aircraft carrier. Your price is $119.97. The retail price is $140.
Wow. And how much do those go for now, Kevin? Like a complete flag.
I think we parted ours out for over $1,000.
Really? Look at how they have the fake water down there.
It's amazing. It's very cool.
Yeah, I see. I didn't even know that existed.
When I look at that, it makes sense to me that they changed the scale. Okay, so when they changed the scale, I was already out of playing with toys, but I was like, this is what the new GI Joe looks like. This little thing, right? But a lot of it had to do with prices of plastic and prices of manufacturing. But in addition, by making the figures smaller, you could make these huge vehicles and play sets and increase the playability of the toy. So it all makes sense to me now.
Yeah, I mean, the price of plastic because of the price of oil,
Exactly.
A few years before, people were lined up at the gas stations and everything. J.C. Penney wasn't a toy dealer, as I recall. I don't remember a toy. No. In the back, where you're supposed to have toys, they've got bedding. The toys are supposed to be here. So and it's not a cool year as far as, it's like bathroom decor like that. It's, what is the year? Oh, shoot, it's 1999. No wonder. But maybe if you were a kid, and you were a kid then, this is amazing to you. But everything in here just makes me want to retch. Yeah. So why don't I throw this away? Because it's not possible for me. Because of mental illness, I guess.
Do you have a 1985 catalog, or was it just 94 and 96 you had?
No, the ones I've got, I started with an 84, and then I showed you 85, 86, and the 85, 86 is the one that had that big aircraft carrier. So I've got other catalogs upstairs.
Do you see a wrestling section in there?
Say that again.
Was there a wrestling section in there?
Oh, what? I didn't see it, but I could have skimmed past that. Wrestling and okay, I'm gonna look in. What's the best year for that? The 85, 86?
85, I think.
Okay, because the other one's 84. Okay, I kind of skimmed past the Princess of Power, and then the Golden Girl was like a knockoff of it, right? But some of those, there was an evil Golden Girl figure that was really cool.
Those Golden Girls came out before She-Ra. She-Ra copied those.
Okay. So Rainbow Bright. You see, this would be interesting more to my wife, who was born in 78, because this would have been when she was 7. But to me, this would be when I was second year in college. So this would, because there's a 13-year difference between us, which is a big difference as far as toys. Here's, oh my gosh, it's just Sunshine Kids. Yeah, there were some ugly toys.
13 years back then was a bigger difference than it is now.
Here's Transformers. I got you know what I should show Meyer? I was talking on the phone about the guy that I wonder if that was talking about the toys, and he was calling them G toys, and I wonder if I should put that like share that on my channel, if that would offend people. Okay, well, no, these aren't wrestlers, these are just He-Man guys. Okay, but I imagine you could use He-Man figures as wrestlers very easily. They almost look like a costume a wrestler could wear.
If anybody who's watching was interested in those rubber cars that I was showing off earlier, even like the older ones from the 30s or the all of them, you can find them on the internet. Just search Auburn rubber or Sun rubber toys, or Sun rubber cars, or Auburn rubber cars, because it's like what Ratu was saying, it looks like it belongs in a museum and you think it would be expensive, but because the people that are interested in these things are slowly dying off and are becoming less interested, there's not that many buyers for this stuff. So if you're interested in any of those cars that I showed off, you could probably find most of them on the internet for fairly affordable prices. They're not really expensive.
If the prices ever come down on the Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon 10 toys, that would be great.
You're right.
Rocket ships and stuff. I wonder if people have stopped remembering what those are, but I doubt it. I think they're just so cool. I think even a lot of young people would get it.
Yeah, I think so. With those 10 toys, those blasters and those Space Patrol rocket ships and stuff, that's more of a refined niche than these rubber
Okay, I
cars.
found the video. Let me share it, because I mean it's up on YouTube. It's just, this guy is really funny, but he uses a politically incorrect word. But I think I laughed pretty hard watching this the other day, so I think I'll share it. Let's see.
Be fuel saver. For every $40 you spend this Friday, Saturday, and
growing up in the 70s and 80s, I played with a lot of different toys. Toys from Kenner, Mattel, Hasbro. But you know what else I play with? I play with gay toys. Let's take a look at gay toys. Can you believe it? It's time for another video. 2 videos a day, Monday through Friday, 1 at noon and 1 at 8. And let's move on. Let's talk about gay toys. You're like me. I know you are. You like gay toys. Yeah, you go to the big name stores like Zayre or Kmart, maybe a Walmart, maybe a Toys R Us. There you see Kenner, Hasbro. But then you would go to other toy stores, maybe like Rose's. Do you have a Rose's? They're still standing today for some reason. I don't know how they survived everything, but theirs didn't. Rose's is still around, at least in the South. And then you have Family Dollar. That's still around also. Revco, they've moved on. And what about Ecker Drugstore? I bet you can find some gay toys at Ecker Drugstore. Oh, I know I sure did. Now, when it comes to gay toys, I think the biggest gay toy has to be Laser Force. This was a line of vehicles that came with action figures. That's always fun when you could get a vehicle and an action figure. I don't think they sold the gay action figures separately, because I couldn't find these gay action figures anywhere else. I did see a lot of the gay vehicles, but those gay soldiers, I'm thinking they came just with the trucks and everything, because again, I couldn't find a single gay card of the gay action figures. These were released around 1984, and again, these gay toys didn't hit the big market. You might have saw them at Toys R Us, I'm not sure. But gay toys, they might have wanted to play with the big boys, but the big boys didn't want to play with gay toys. Now, gay toys made other toys besides the laser toys. And you might not believe this, but can you believe they made a General Lee Dukes of Hazzard gay toy? Yeah, gay toy General Lee. I actually had a friend that had this one, and I had like Mego. I think Mego made the one I had, and he had the one the gay one did, and it just wasn't. I just like that is it. Just it looked like really cheap plastic. It seemed like the the roof caved in a lot every time he played with it. And I was like, what is that? And he said, that's my gay toy General Lee. And I was like, you got that right, bud. I'm going to play with my Mego General Lee. I think it was Mego. You'll let me know in the comments. I'm pretty sure it's Mego. Top of my head, guys. Top of my head's here, okay? We're talking about a toy that's over 45 years old. But as you can see from pictures here, they made a lot of different gay toys. In fact, you know what else they made? A gay school bus. That's right. Get a bottle of cream, get your backpack, get your school books, because we're going to gay school in the gay toy school bus. Now,
Well, that's the one
again, these were kind of cheap gay toys, but it wasn't that bad to me. I mean, I've seen cheap gay toys, and these toys are cheap gay toys, but they wasn't cheap gay toys. I mean, they were nice. They were play with. The laser ones, if you had your Star Wars figures out, you could have your gay toys come play with them. Luke, Han Solo, Princess Leia, Darth Vader, they didn't care if you brought your gay toys over because they kind of went along with them. About the same size, not exactly close to it. The gay vehicles were like something you might see in Star Wars. Now, what happened to gay toys? I'm not really sure. I don't think gay toys is around anymore because I got on Google and I searched gay toys. Don't do it. That's all I'm going to say. It looks like something that anal toy reviewer guy might review. Don't Google gay toys. Trust me on this. Trust me. You don't want something to happen. You pass away and people say he was looking up gay toys once again because gay toys from the 70s, 80s seem to be a little different than the gay toys of today. I guess that's the way everything goes. Instead of everything getting better with age, when it comes to toys, it seems like everything gets worse, don't it? Star Wars toys, no, it's cool. It's Star Wars toys in the 80s. G.I. Joe, not as fun as toys in the 80s. And it happened to gay toys. Gay toys were fun in the 70s and 80s. Gay toys today don't even look like toys. I saw this one gay toy. It was a purple, I don't know, I think it was a spinning top. It had a suction cup on it. But we're talking about the vintage gay toys, as you can see in these pictures here. Now, I know it's kind of a short video today, but hey, making 2 videos a day. Sometimes I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. Sometimes I turn the barrel over and I scrape the very bottom of it, the one that touches the dirt. But let me know, did you play with gay toys at school? Did you have gay toys? Are you a gay toy fan? There's nothing wrong with
this guy has 38,000 subscribers. So,
yeah, I like.
I guess
him.
that guy knows that.
I
Oh, you
watch
know
his
the
stuff.
guy. I've never seen him before. He just popped, it
I've
popped
been-
up in my
I've been-
recommendations.
Yeah, he's
I'm
kind
sorry,
of.
I gotta go because I have to go because
Okay.
it's 7:30 and I have to go take care of dinner. See you later.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead. See you
Take care,
soon.
man. Yeah, I've been watching the Junkman for a couple years. He's pretty funny. He's
Yeah,
like
it
the
seems like I've
edgiest
seen that
member.
name before, but it just seems like it was just a parody video of a toy. Just this guy that it was just funny to me. It wasn't as funny the second time I watched it, but the first time it's just like this guy doesn't give an S about let's see.
Yeah, he's pushing the envelope. He kind of butts heads up with against these other toy channels that might be woke or something and complain
okay.
about videos. So he purposefully does stuff to kind of push the beef nest or something.
Well, that's probably what he and his friends called them back then.
Well, it was an actual toy company. Gay Toys was an actual toy company. Like that school bus that he showed. I've seen that school bus on eBay. It says Gay School Bus. That's like an actual.
Oh, it's a
toy
real
company.
company.
Yeah,
Oh,
from like
okay.
1980 or something. Yeah, it was
Oh my
called the
gosh,
Gay
I had
Toy
no
Company.
idea.
Yeah, it's like a knockoff, cheap plastic toy company.
So this is a new edition of Creep Show, like a steel book edition or something.
Oh,
Yeah, I picked this up last night.
Oh. How many different versions do you think you have of the first Creep Show?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 within arm reach.
That is that was a fun movie. There's no doubt about that. I'm gonna give myself for just a second and I'll come back to you. This was found in a comic book, this picture this creepy picture of someone's girlfriend looking through the window at them. It was just in a comic. I don't remember what comic.
You ever heard of this
Open that
animator?
comic, they don't find things. What is this?
You ever heard of this artist?
What's his name?
Her name is.
Her name, sorry. Sally Crookshank, 1980. No, but her style looks familiar. I'm sure I've seen her art a lot. I just didn't know what her name was.
She has a YouTube channel I just found.
Oh. She'd have to be a little bit of an older lady. Oh, this is stuff made from back then. Okay. Oh, she's with Kim Deitch. He's hanging out with the old underground. Yeah, Robert Arms. Yeah, these are the old. He's hanging out with old underground guys. Yeah, I've seen her art style. It's very Yellow Submarine kind of.
I must have one. Yes.
Guess she worked on Sesame Street too, but I know her from the 80s Twilight Zone, the movie.
Oh, okay. I don't remember an animation segment in that though.
When she it was on here, let me see if I can find it.
That I do think I know her in Sesame Street. Did she do the pinball video?
No, I don't think she did that famous, but that was pretty famous. This is where I know her from. That's Nancy Cartwright right there.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I do remember that. You probably shouldn't play too much, or we'll get a copyright deal on it. Yeah.
So I found the lady. I found the lady on, I think, Etsy, like 5 or 6 years ago, and she was selling some of the original art from the Twilight Zone.
Huh. Yeah, I completely forgot that he had cartoon characters come to life.
This particular hey, Kevin, this lady, this animator, did she make a short animated movie about that character that you just showed going to a carnival or a fair or something? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I think this is called Ducky.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Well, she went to San Francisco Art Institute around this time, I think.
So there used to be a short animated film that they would show at this theater the same theater that we would go and see Rocky Horror Picture Show every Friday night at midnight. And they would show the same set of short subjects prior to Rocky Horror. And this particular 7-minute cartoon was one of the ones that they would show over and over again. It was kind of like an acid trip situation. That's why they showed it at that time at a midnight movie.
Yeah, that makes sense. San Francisco connection with Kim Deitch. She might have been his girlfriend or wife for all I know.
Yeah. There's some underground comic called Arcade.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might have the one she's in. I have several issues of Arcade. That was it
was great.
That was R. Crumb in the mid 70s. He did that magazine, and then in the early 80s he did Weirdo. But those were his kind of slick magazines that he did.
Yeah, Arcade was really good. That was the first place that I saw like the Checkered Demon. Might have been the first place I saw Spain. That was because it was like a large magazine, and it was at the comic shop where I worked at. And there was only one copy, and so I bought it. I took it,
Yeah.
and I was like,
Checkered Demon was Kim Deitch, right?
No, it's S. Clay Wilson.
Oh, that's right. Right.
But Kim Deitch is in there too. And Kim Deitch would do these really cool, like introspective, like self-history type, like
Yes.
comics.
Okay. I know his style. I'm imagining it in my head right now. Yeah.
Really
It
good
was more
stuff.
of a line, very plain kind of art.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic illustration style, similar to Crumb, but more like a 1930s sideshow look to it, right?
Right.
Sally Crookshank.
I'm gonna try to find her again on Etsy, see what she has. It was Etsy. Yeah. Is this her?
Where was I hearing about Long Beach? Meyer, were you talking to Cleo about Long Beach?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm pulling out of this this cabinet here, this newspaper from 1967, Queen Mary, no cruise ship, Long Beach hit. What does that mean?
I guess that maybe that's the beginning of them deciding to permanently moor. So that they're saying that the Queen Mary is no longer a cruise ship, and they decided they were going to moor it permanently in Long Beach as a tourist attraction and a hotel and a a shopping mall, basically.
Yeah, okay. It's here. You could get a pool table for $200. A pool table would be perfect right where I'm sitting.
Look at the guns. What kind of a gun can you get down there? Is there like a revolver for $28?
I thought that was a toy gun, but it wouldn't be that much money.
No, it's a 22 caliber.
Well, she still has art sales for sale.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to cut to you. You're showing something.
I was looking at her Etsy page. She still has.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me give you the screen. I'm looking at what movies were playing in 1967. Wonder how many of these theaters are still there.
Here's one.
Yeah, so that's that style. And over the one that one row down and to the right is the style that that animated feature is in. This is how the characters in that cartoon look.
Yeah, kind of like animal people.
Yeah, it even says
that's the cartoon that's the one we were just watching.
Yeah, that would have been the exact same time period of the animated feature that I saw done by her. Very popular. People purposefully got high in the parking lot before they watched the cartoon.
Yeah.
Here's Twilight Zone one.
Oh, yeah.
She gets more, of course, for Twilight Zone ones.
My biggest memory of Twilight Zone was as I was pulling up to the Six Flags Mall Theater to see it. I guess I hit a wet spot and my car spun out into oncoming traffic, and luckily I wasn't hit, but I was like turning around backwards in oncoming traffic, and that was kind of embarrassing. I remember that.
I really like her style. So it kind of has a Betty Boop influence to it, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, that's kind of what's happening here. It looks a little bit like the Flesher brothers in a weird way, right?
Yeah, yeah. But it looks a little, it looks a little foreign, like it's coming from a European or Russia.
That's
It's like an animation style we're not used to, like it's coming from Russia or somewhere where we don't normally see their cartoons.
So that's the exact title of the cartoon I was talking about. It's called Quasi at the Quackadero, 1975. It's probably on YouTube. That's the exact cartoon I was talking about.
Yeah, this stuff you can watch it on her channel. Here's her channel.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
To her right now. Thank you, Kevin.
She's got an interview from 1980.
Yeah. She looks a little scary. Her eyes, she's got scary eyes.
I wonder if she used to drop acid to make these.
She looks like she's on it in that video. But
if she wasn't, she was producing this for her friends who were.
Yes.
Yeah. Her top video is Quasi at the Quackadero, and it has almost 200K views. 17 years ago. She's had this channel for 17 years.
Yeah. That's one of the oldest YouTube. Usually when the oldest videos I see on YouTube are like 13 years old or 14 years old. So that's super early. I don't really know when YouTube started, but
Oh, there's your link to her Etsy right up there too.
I guess she's still around. I mean, it's entirely possible. So maybe she's running this channel.
That was 3 years ago, her latest.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't mean that's when the cartoon was made. That just means when it was uploaded.
Yeah. Well, she did it herself. She uploaded it.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, special art assistant on Quasi at the Quackadero is Kim Deach. It's Kim Deach.
Are you looking at her story up on Wikipedia?
No, I just looked at the credits at the beginning of the cartoon, and it opens up with special art consultant Kim Deach.
Look what she says right here. It's 3.5 million views and made less than 400.
Yep. Kim Deach used to do this stuff that was like warped, like LA or Hollywood history. He would do like a story that would be like oddly different than the other stuff that would be in Weirdo or in Arcade. And it would come across like he was telling an actual true crime story about like the Black Dahlia, but it would be like a made up one. But he would draw like, you could tell that he was using like actual photographs to draw the scenery, the background, the costumes to make everybody look like 1930s LA or Hollywood. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
She's great. I think I really like her style. I mean, she made enough of an impact that I remembered that cartoon that I haven't seen in 30 or 40 years.
Yeah.
There's a Bernie Wrightson piece.
Oh, wow. I didn't know he did poster. Well, that's the Frankenstein, and they used it for Metallica. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that guy in Metallica's like us, right? Kirk Hammett. It's up with
he is.
money.
Yeah.
Is that the band that Kirk Hammett's in, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's into all the stuff we're into.
He has like everything. Like I saw part of his collection that was on display at a convention here in San Francisco, and he had actual Toho Godzilla suits. Like he has, yeah.
He was trying to buy or negotiating to buy before my friend passed away the grandmother, the dead grandmother from Texas Chainsaw Massacre that's in the chair, because my friend has the chair and the grandmother in it. And that's neat.
Oh,
yeah.
From what movie? From Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Is that what you're talking about?
My friend had the his
It
family
was
still
the,
has it, but yeah, I got pictures of me with it. I wanted to show who's playing in Los Angeles. The Doors are playing. Imagine opening the newspaper. Oh, the Doors are playing. You want to go see them tonight? I wonder what this Underground Cinema 12, 8 flicks for the aggressive man.
Well, you know what? A couple days ago, I had to go to the VA to the emergency room, right? And I happened to go at like a perfect time, which kind of blew my mind. I went on a Friday afternoon, and it was like a 5-minute wait. But I get there, and there's an empty waiting room, and I sit down, and there's a paperback book. And I look down, and it was a paperback from 1980 something, and it was Mr. Majestic. But it wasn't like a movie version of Mr. Majestic. It was just the novel Mr. Majestic that the movie with Charles Bronson was based on. So I picked it up and I was like, oh, Mr. Majestic. And I started taking a look and reading the back, and this crime, and it was like the synopsis of the Mr. Majestic with Charles Bronson, but it's a book. I open it up and just get started, and then calls my name. And so I just kind of forgot about it and set it down. I could have easily popped it into my pocket and took it.
Were you talking about Mr. Majestic yesterday?
No,
because yesterday I was thinking of Mr. Majestic, and maybe I saw it somewhere, and I was thinking I've never seen that movie.
I just thought of it now because I saw that picture of Lee Marvin in the newspaper. So
I remember the restaurant we were in last night. It's mostly John Wayne posters and everything, but there was one picture of Robert Redford with a beard, and my wife said, "Well, what's that?" And I said, "Well, that's Jeremiah Johnson." I just recognized it as that, although I've never seen the movie. And I looked it up, and yeah, I was right. And I just then somehow I got thinking about Mr. Majestic. Maybe it's about the same time. There's some connection to the Queen Mary, because they also saved this paper that says Queen Mary arrives. So this person had some. The Queen Mary was important enough to them that they saved 2 separate newspapers that have to do with that. I don't even. Oh, here's the comic section. And then this one is also about the Queen Mary. This is from these are all within the same day. So the Queen Mary was some big deal. I didn't know anything about the Queen Mary, but Queen Mary is why all these papers survived. We had my friend, I don't remember if he gave it to us or sold it to us, a sofa, like, where is it, man? It was a gigantic thing. This like that one there, like 18, which would fit in this room, but yeah, it was real difficult to get it into the house. And then, there was a stain on it that wouldn't come out, and that didn't.
18-foot quilt sectional for $200.
Is that how much it cost?
Yeah, that's in that ad that you just showed, the 18-foot quilt sectional for $198. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, but it was a lot of money.
Yeah, it was all relative. That was a lot of money then. Yes, it's just crazy looking at it now.
Look at the luggage. You're getting luggage for $3, or why does it say? I don't know. Just and then
electronics were still expensive though, and electronics became even more expensive. Like the weird thing, like the $2,000 VCR, like the first VCR that we got was like $2,000 or something. Like
they always start expensive and then the price comes down. But the first adopters of anything are paying lots of money. Yeah, exactly. First color television. Oh my gosh. Let's see what else I've got. Digging deep into these drawers, and I don't even know how I own those Queen Mary newspapers. This is something that I tried to research and haven't found much, but it's I need to get this poster ironed and flattened. You're gonna like this, Kevin. Both of you gonna like this. It's Dr. Satanicus, and they're clearly like maybe not even 15 years old, and it's autographed. Best wishes, Dr. Satanicus. But look how this guy, that mummy back there, how he's posed just like the Aurora model kit.
What is this from? I've never seen this before.
I don't know. It's something from Texas. It seems like I looked it up, but I just, you tell me, man. Is it a band? They don't look like they're much out of middle school. They don't even look like they graduated high school. Is it a band? Is it like a spook show kind of magic act? But
it's great.
Never heard of it.
I think I tried to research it. Of course, now we might search for it on YouTube and find something, but it's from the 70s. It could be 80s. I don't know.
How do you spell it? Hold it up. Let me see how to spell it.
Oh. I just was impressed by that mummy posing in the exact, you can tell he's intentionally recreating the Aurora pose. It's dead on. So someday I will flatten this. Maybe soon, maybe I can get a big thing at Walmart. I don't know how to flatten things. That's the way it came to me. Now, at some point when we were traveling across country in, I think, 1972, it was probably when we got back from Germany or we were in Virginia. I don't know. I don't know when I got these little flyers that you get in the lobby of the Holiday Inn promoting road stop attractions. Well, this was the Weatherby Arms Museum of Houston. And it looked like that. It was a little Faw castle that this museum was in. And I never went to the museum, but I had this little flyer. It was on West Ridge. I think I know where that's at. adjacent to the Astro Domain complex. Okay, it's a castle fortress which you enter via drawbridge over a moat. Okay, but just wait. You
Is the
open
place
it up.
still there?
No, I don't think so. No, I seriously doubt it. There's the armor hall, and there's the torture dungeon, and hold on, more than a museum. But as you open it up, it shows you the torture dungeon, and this is horrifying. There's like stuff going into his eyes and blood. And it says under it, torture chair of the Spanish Inquisition with Rasputin, the mad monk of Russia, lurking in the background.
Wow.
Can you just imagine how horrifying that is? And
looks great.
Then here, this woman's about to be beheaded. It says, a beheading on wooden block, as was the fate of Mary Queen of Scots in the Tower of London during the Dark Ages. So this was the kind of thing. I didn't have pre-code horror books in 1972, but I had this brochure that has stayed with me all these years. Sometimes those wax museum type places have some really horrifying things. This is a machine I have downstairs this is a promotional photograph that looks like it's cropped to be put in maybe a newspaper or maybe a catalog of Boot Hill, one of the very earliest video games. So somehow I've probably through eBay, I stumbled on that. And this store is probably still in Austin, Texas. It's a comic book store, but they got Peter Bagg back in the 80s to draw a bag for them. And this is their, I saved it. You can find them all at Austin Books, 2 stores to serve you.
That's great.
I'm pretty sure that store is still there. I think I remember buying it was the Fantastic Four with, it's like the Thing and Alicia on the cover, and it's like something about the beehive. I think it's like an early appearance of him, or it's like from the 60s, and things about the busted or something. I got that one there. I remember that. Okay, so there's a little ad for the Young at Heart Storybook Land, which was in Dallas, Fort Worth. And here's a letter. This is from my brother Mike in June of 1979. Looks like he's learning how to fly a helicopter for the probably the Coast Guard, or was it the Army? Yeah, and he sent me a T-shirt from Busch Gardens with this. It says here. This is La Rochelle. That's France, right? That's France. This is where postcard that must have been my father's. Man, these are just like, there's drawing on it from when I was a kid. I guess these are people just having a summer outing, but it almost looks like you move back. It looks like a military tents or something, but I think it's just to keep the sun off of people.
Yeah.
La Rochelle. That's where my family lived before I was born. And this is, did someone go away? No, we still the 3 of us. This is my mother and my grandmother. It's my mother over, everything's backwards on here. It's my mother here, and then the older lady is my grandmother.
Where's that, France? Is that France too?
Does it say on here? I don't think that. Oh, it says they were in Florida. It says on the back.
All right. I was wondering because those are palapas. Those things that are behind them, we call those palapas. It's like a. It's like it's an umbrella that's like it's a pole that's jammed into the beach, and then there's a bamboo umbrella on top of it, and then like a bar or like a table underneath it. It's called a palapa.
Yeah, it's hard to believe my mom was ever that thin, man. This is a picture I ordered from eBay, and it's the New York Yankees in 1931. But my grandfather played for the Yankees in 1931, but I don't know which one is him. And I ordered this after my father passed away. He would have been able to tell me.
That's awesome.
Here's a picture of Connie Francis. It's an original promotional picture. Golden Girl comes to Hollywood. Connie Francis, the nation's top feminine recording star, was lured away from her platter recording sessions long enough to make her bow in Hollywood films, appearing in a major role in the Joe Pasternak production for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Where the Boys Are. It was, for that major movie. Here's a picture of my grandfather. It's got, I don't remember where I got it, but I guess this is a minor league team, the Saints. If Eric Breen was here, he'd probably be able to tell me. Oh, here's more pictures of my mother when she was young. I need to put these with the ones that I found. And Kevin went out and came back in. That's what happened. It's my mother and this. I don't know if that's graduating high school or college. I don't know. But I need to put these with the other pictures upstairs that I was showing. What is this? Okay. This. Where's my father? It's it's here. It's Command and General Staff College, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas.
Wow.
Where the heck is he?
1965. That's probably class 2 of 1965. And so
that would.
This is your dad.
Does that mean
becoming a light colonel or a major? I'm guessing. This is
there's my dad right there.
This is a school that you go to become familiar with being a general, to understanding.
Really?
Look at the title of the school.
Well, Command and General. Oh, okay. Whoa.
Yeah. So those guys are probably all majors or light colonels. I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Okay, so
that's what it looks like to me.
This may be why my father was not present when I was born, and my mother had to drive herself to the hospital. And then my grandfather, her father, had to step in to babysit my 2 older brothers. I remember there was a reason that he was not there, and this would probably be right before he went to Vietnam.
Yeah, there's probably 4 cycles in these classes. So class 2 means that started in April, or
that's
January.
When I was born, April of 65.
Yeah, 2 of 65 probably means the class 2 1965. So that's April of 65. I'm just guessing. It's like
which is great, but that's probably one of the things that a wife kind of resents is that you're furthering your career, but hey, I'm having to drive myself to a hospital. But oh man, let's see if anyone's saying anything in the chat. Yeah, probably not. What time is the Doors concert? I didn't look. It was when they were big, because it was at some big place. It was not like at a club. So yeah, 67 would have been like when they became huge, I think. Let's see, what else can I pull out? Oh, here's some neat stuff. My friend had a hand painted, used in AIP movies that said "the end," that they filmed for the end of a movie, and I made a. It looks like I made a color copy of it. Oh, this one's cut off. I think I have one that's not cut off, but this must have been a test copy. It just.
Oh, that's cool.
That sucks. Well, somewhere I've got the whole thing. I must have put it on the glass at the Kinko's and it cut it off, so I did another one. It's just I must have said, no, you got to let me get a copy of that. And,
yeah, that's cool.
There's a Kentucky sticker.
Sure
must be fast.
That's great.
Here's a flyer for the Survival Research Laboratories. Do you know about them?
No.
Oh, it was like, I guess you'd call it performance art, but these guys that the guy that was in charge of it was Mark Pauline, and they would make these robots, these scary looking robots, look like spiders and everything else, and they'd spit out stuff and they would fight each other and breathe fire, and sometimes things would explode and shoot pieces into the crowd. I mean, it was dangerous to see their shows. And then they would play this Perez Prado and Martin Denny type music, just happy Esquivel type. They used to call it bachelor pad stereo,
right.
Easy listening music. And that's how I discovered a lot of that music. They just play this happy music, and then they got on MTV. And but if you look up Survival Research Laboratories or just SRL, you'd see you could see it, and they're a lot of fun. It's a lot better to watch it on YouTube than have because they did this thing. I've got a tape somewhere where they had they had their place where they built their machines right next to a park, and I think they were in San Francisco. Yeah, they were, because my friend Ryan was living in San Francisco, and he started working with them, and they had like what was the rocket engine that the Nazis developed, like the V2 or V?
Yeah,
what was that?
I think it was the V2.
Yeah, they were like they had an engine that was making that noise, and it just kept going off, and they had a camera focused on all these people having this nice picnic in the park. This noise, and they were all like trying to escape, and it was brilliant. But
yeah, this is cool. I've just searched it up on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff on Survival Research Laboratories and Mark Pauline and San Francisco. Apparently they did a show in 1989 in San Francisco called Illusions of Shameless Abundance.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of it'll be a lot of fun for you to watch.
Yeah, that's cool. It looks neat.
Yeah, I'm finding stuff I just forgot about. Here's the instruction sheet. Well, this is from a reproduction of Satan's Crate.
Oh, it's cool. Yeah, great. I've never seen that model in real life.
Yeah, I've got one over here that I built, and then I just found his pitchfork, which is tiny, and luckily I found it. I thought it was lost. And when you were talking about putting bumper stickers on people whose political beliefs differ from you, back in the old days, if you ordered a disc from Alex Jones, he'd send you a bunch of these bumper stickers.
Yeah, that's great too.
And it just that would just be, you just imagine putting them on. Yeah.
It reminds me of the ones, remember Bernard Getz? There used to be these bumper stickers that said "Get 'em Getz," like when that subway shooting in like 1985 or 84.
Yeah.
And then the other one was a boycott Jane Fonda. You used to see those bumper stickers.
Yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
They were great.
This is the
Army surplus store.
This is from the Green Beret model kit. Oh,
yeah.
Gotham City just disappeared. Maybe his phone may have died. That sounds likely. And here I find, which I had no idea I owned, is a Charles Middleton autograph, which I could, frame with the picture. You know who Charles Middleton is?
No.
He's the guy that played Ming the Merciless in the original Flash Gordon serials from the 30s.
Yeah, that'd be great to put in with like one of those. He might be on a cover or a back cover of Famous Monsters. There might be a nice picture of him.
Yeah. No, I don't think he ever. No.
Maybe on that one, the Screen Thrills. Maybe on the back cover of an issue of Screen Thrills. But maybe I'm thinking of Fu Manchu.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would be really ideal for him. I probably have some good stills with him, but I just I don't even know I own that. This is a painting done by a friend of mine in high school. There were some friends of mine in high school that went on to do big things. And my friend George, that I've mentioned several times in the stream, he gave me this, but it's something he did. We had an art class in high school together, and he's now all the advertising for Six Flags, the Six Flags Corporation. He designs it all. He's really good, amazing artist. Man, when we moved, I didn't even contact him. I don't think he even knows I came out here, man. It was so traumatic and horrible, the move, that I just can't even explain it. Gotham's coming back. And, but another guy that was in the class with us, his name is Aaron Sims, and he went on to Hollywood, and he does, before they make a movie, he designs the look of it and does paintings and he was a really good artist. I remember it was Superman 2 had just come out, and he was designing a poster for Superman 2 where the Kryptonian criminals were flying in towards Superman. It was just an original painting he had done with airbrush it was like, if I designed the Superman 2 poster, this is what it would be. Well, he went on to Hollywood, and he designs movies, and he's a great artist, but I'm not a big fan of his visual aesthetic, if that's the right word. I don't want to sound highbrow, but and see, this is the kind of thing, watch him be watching the stream and get offended, but he's designed the look of movies that I've hated. and the only one that he didn't mess up was that Incredible Hulk movie, the one that's set in the Marvel universe, as opposed to the one where he turns into a 40-foot tall abuse victim. That first Hulk movie I didn't like, except for I thought it was cool that you got to see the Hulk jumping across a desert, and it was like right out of Tales to Astonish. Other than that movie, I didn't like it, but he designed.
I liked the video game better than I liked the movie.
But he designed the look of the second when they tried it again, but he didn't change it much, so it's really just he didn't do it's Kirby really designed it. But he designed the look, like for instance of that Green Lantern movie, with where the suits aren't cloth, they're like made of light or something, and I didn't like that. I don't think anyone liked that. Oh man, he looks like a real person. Yes, I mean, I think of him the way he did in he looked in high school. And you know what he looked like in high school was he didn't look as bad as what I'm about to say. Remember in the Road Warrior, Mad Max 2, the little helicopter pilot, the weird skinny guy?
Yeah,
That's
the
what he
word.
looked like in high school. He was like this new waver guy with weird hair. But now he's like a real guy. I'm sure he's much older than this now because he's my age. But this is when he's designing the Hulk. Yes, I better get myself full image here. Oh, Jambo's watching, and I guess my wife is on a break from her job. Oh yeah. Oh,
You already missed lunch.
Okay, it says I just called. I didn't see it. Sorry, Cleo. Aren't you hungry? Nah, I'll wait till dinner. I'm on my lunch break and have a meal in the air fryer. Do you want me to pop something in for you to pump? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, please. Yeah, I might have to go away for a couple of minutes to eat, but I wolf things down very quickly. Jambo says, "Hey, gang, Jambo, if you want to come on, I'll put the link here. You don't have to. No, I'm just doing a live stream all day. Let me look up him. Hold on. Is AaronSims.com. For over, yeah, I'm really impressed that he's become he doesn't look like he did in high school. That's good. I guess none of us do. For over 30 years, Aaron Sims has established himself as one of the most innovative and versatile concept artists of his generation. To industry insiders and peers, he is revered for his pioneering techniques and aesthetic of creature development and design. To audiences around the world, he the visionary artist, they left the word out. He is the visionary artist behind some of the generation's most iconic cinema creatures. Gremlin. Oh, he must have worked on Gremlins. Oh, the first thing I saw his name on was Evil Dead 2. He worked on that. That's cool. That was a great movie. So he worked on Gremlins. I didn't know that. That's the original It, I guess. I Am Legend, which I didn't like that at all. Planet of the Apes. This is the bad Tim Burton Planet of the Apes. We worked on Stranger Things, which is so weird because Stranger Things takes place during the time when I knew him in high school. So his memories of that time period are my memories of that time period at Arlington High School. It says, since Sims' youth in Arlington, Texas was filled with animation and highly detailed pencil renderings inspired by his passion for horror and science fiction. As a teenager, he began working for the renowned illustrator Don Ivan Punchatz. In the mid 80s, Sims moved to Los Angeles to begin. Yeah, because there was another guy, Greg Punchatz, and he would go over and talk to his father. And Don Punchatz drew for science fiction magazines and Playboy, and so he was a big time artist that lived there. And then one time I went to an estate sale, and it was clearly Aaron Sims' house. It was where his one of his parents must have passed away, and some of Aaron Sims' little figures he made for his stop motion animation films when he was in junior high and high school were there. There was one of Yoda and one of a brown monster, and I got that, and it's here somewhere. But anyway, I also got an exact copy of a television that we had, a black and white Sony portable television. His family had the same TV. And what else do you work on? Batman Forever, Gremlins 2, yeah. Mighty Joe Young, Nutty Professor, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Men in Black. They don't mention Green Lantern. But I don't know. So, Aaron Sims. Let's see what people are saying here. Oh, Jambo is saying, hello, Greta. Okay, I'll bake you a meal. Love you, says my wife. Let's watch Stranger Things. Yeah, we started watching it, never finished it. That's one of those things I keep being reminded of. Let's see. Oh, Jambo is here. At the state. Oh my gosh. Hey, Jambo.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah, I should have followed your lead and gotten out when you got out Wednesday night because you got out just at the right time, man.
Did you guys continue talking for quite a while?
Maybe you don't even know what's happened. Is that possible? Yes.
It's very possible. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we kept talking. I probably shouldn't repeat it all. We kept talking, and it's just like then we said some things about well, Spinner Rack, Eric Breen, and myself kind of we're talking about the chat kind of it's very a lot of chat in the comic book memory show, and Rod and Shannon got really upset and like real upset, and then yesterday, and then Graphic Man. I told Graphic Man, it's like, oh my gosh, that's like they put up anyway. Graphic Man canceled the 4-Color Fossils show. He just said, I'm gonna figure out a new way to do this because people's feelings are being hurt and stuff. So basically, it's this horrible situation, and I just been depressed about it all day and yesterday, and I just figure everyone knows about it, but it's in reality, this is just like a nothing thing. But like
no, I tuned in yesterday morning and was listening to the show a little bit, and they were talking about their chat, and just everybody saying hello to each other for quite a while, and then them
that's
showing
basically
basically.
I'll just repeat it real quick, and it's
That's
all
okay, man. You don't.
I mean, Spinner Rack said some. Well, you only see about 20 minutes of comics, and then Eric Breen said, "Well, they should call it the chat show because I don't think if they ever showed a comic book, it would really matter because they have fun." That's basically what he meant. He didn't. He was complimenting it. That's all just fun.
Well,
and I said, it's kind of like this big communal room in a nursing home where everyone comes in and just says hi and hi. And then I just say hi to you. And then I said before long, they've said hi to each other 47 times and they forget. And it was like, oh man, because it was like, oh, they're insulting our chat. They're calling them demented. That's not what I was meaning it in a complimentary way.
I didn't take it that way. I did see that. I didn't take it that way.
But it was fun, real bad because, Shannon put up a video and he said, there was an incident Wednesday night and there were 4 or 5 perpetrators. And he was talking about it like it was Jack Webb doing a Dragnet episode. And it's like, I've recorded this segment in case they try to erase it. I've got it and I'll post it. And it's like what they did was unforgivable. And I'm going, oh shit, I'm watching this last night. It's like, I was just trying. It's horrible. And so they were so mad that, because when I tuned into Comic Book Memories, they're all talking about, we have the best library in the nursing home. And they're a joke, but clearly it's become a thing.
Yeah.
And because they were very upset by it. And I guess with good reason, they thought that we're insulting I
didn't take it as an insult at all. I mean, I just, but seen there, but I mean, I guess I just don't wear my feelings on my sleeve like that because stuff like that just don't bother me,
I don't know, but my wife lectured me that I need to stop doing that. That's, like, because if that had happened to you, someone said something about your show, you'd be upset, and she's right, and so but anyway, I don't know. I think it's starting to blow over, but in the meantime, basically there's no more Wednesday night show, and it's my circle of friends.
Yeah. I look forward to that. I mean, talking to you guys and, seeing what everybody's been up to and what they've got, and
Yeah,
things like that. And I look
yeah,
forward to Wednesday nights. So
yeah. See, to me, I'll say things, and that are just sometimes I'll say things, and because Shannon was saying, I don't think these people would say that in front of us. It's like, I don't know. Maybe that's true. I was just trying to be funny. But
I think Greta's wanting to watch Stranger Things. If she's not seen that yet, it is a pretty entertaining show. But I mean, it's kind of out there, but it's kind of about a group of kids in the 80s and stuff.
Well,
like
we
that.
watched the majority of maybe almost the complete first season, and I don't know how many seasons there are now. I hear it's not as good as it was, but we just never finished it, and that's one of the things she's wanting to get back to.
Right. The first season is probably the best season, and
Yeah.
it's gradually gotten a little worse. I mean, they haven't thrown any politics or anything in there, nothing like that. But I mean, it's just the story's just not as good. It didn't seem like to me. They just kept, getting a little bit more and more out there.
And they're probably getting a little old to play the kids.
Yeah, the kids are getting older, and I guess hormones or whatever is kicking in, and it's more about their relationships and stuff like that now than what it was.
Yeah, I was mentioning of an old friend of mine in high school that went off to Hollywood and does production design work now, and Stranger Things was on his resume when I looked it up on the phone.
Oh, okay.
So he must have designed creatures or something for that. And I was just thinking that, it was that the time period that show takes place in is when I knew him in high school. So that's kind of ironic.
Kevin, what have you been showing there, buddy? Is that some stuff you got recently?
It looks like it's all the same artist. What is that, Kevin?
Oh, this art book?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is that Crumb and everybody?
Were those all portraits by Crumb?
It's all portraits. All portraits. No.
This is Drew Friedman.
Yeah, it's all portraits.
Drew Friedman. Oh, yeah. Okay. I wasn't really.
Okay. And it shows you
really great
people that have died.
In the 80s. He was really good in heavy metal in the 80s.
There's a bunch of people in here that I didn't know that died that have died.
Yeah. Normally, Robert Armstrong's another guy that worked with. He was on the credits of one of that lady animator you were just showing. The first video you showed, it had Robert Armstrong and Kim Deitch as. So this is all his portraits of underground comic. Let's see Gilbert Shelton. Yeah, Spain. Yeah, he passed. Has it been that long? I thought he just passed away. Trina Robbins is very sick. I understand.
She lives here. She's like kind of a noteworthy, famous person that lives in San Francisco, I would say.
Normally, he likes to do portraits of old comedians.
Yeah, he does. Usually, like that's what he did in heavy metal. He would do like strips that were a beef between Joey Bishop and Shecky Green or something.
And then Tor Johnson and Vampira were also. He really did a lot of Tor Johnson. Whole strips about Tor Johnson.
He did. Yeah. That guy Paul Mavrides was good.
Yeah.
And Jay-Z Lynch, of course, is great. Nard and Pat, one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know he passed away.
Didn't know he passed away either in 2017.
How recent is this book?
At least, I think it's at least 2022 because I think that's the newest
date
of death I've seen in this book.
Okay. So very recent. Yeah, I mean, these guys are getting up there. A lot of them pushing 80.
This guy was 46.
Yeah, he'd be one of the younger ones, but they're all minimum in their mid 70s, I would think.
I was saying 1946 on that one back there. Here's 1945.
Yeah. Yeah, that would put them all in their early 20s when they were doing starting the underground comics movement. That's the age of that generation, which means that not to be mercenary about it, but that means there's going to be an unbelievable amount of 1950s comic books and 50s and 60s rock and roll records and old concert posters when this generation passes away they've saved this stuff, and people think it's rare, and I think there's going to be a lot that hits the market when they pass away. What do you think?
Well, I hope so. I don't know though.
Well, I mean, I don't hope anyone passes away, but I mean, it's just like.
Well, I mean, I hope that some people save stuff. My older sister, in their basement, there's a box of Tiger Beat magazines and Mad magazines, and she won't part with them, but they've been sitting in the basement in that cardboard box for decades. And I mean, I'm like, why don't you just give them to me? I'll appreciate them and take care of them. I mean, they're really cool. But she didn't, now we're not even on speaking basis, but they're just going to sit there, and they didn't say much more than that. She didn't, so not everybody is a pack rat like us. So.
Yeah, but I think I guess, but I think that, I guess so. But I think there's more than you think that saved their stuff from their youth. And,
yeah, I hope so. I hope that there's more of it.
Jerry Garcia was a big EC fan and Mad fan, and I don't know anything about the Grateful Dead, but I imagine it seems like I heard that there were a lot of those books that. Have you heard anything about that, Kevin? Jerry Garcia's collection, does that hit the market?
I have one of his books.
Oh, see, is it an EC?
I think it's right here. Hold on.
That may be why I know about it. I may know about it from Kevin, but I've always kind of known that Jerry Garcia was, and that Mad, those early issues of Mad, the color EC comic was so mind warping and that would have changed the lives forever of that generation. And there's so much of that early Mad infused in the underground comics movement and the EC comics that were pulled away from them when they were kids. They lost all that stuff. All of a sudden it stopped publishing. And then all of a sudden rock and roll hits because the Comics Code came along almost at exactly to the month when the first rock and roll record hits. And Elvis Presley's huge. And it's like, so it kind of went, it was like whack-a-mole. They whacked the bad comics down. And then what pops up is all, these crazy singers singing about, stuff that, what am I thinking?
Look how terrible the
Miss
stuff
Molly
is.
sure likes the ball and stuff, and all of a sudden that's playing out of your child's record player. What do you find there, Kevin?
I was gonna say, look how terrible the stuff is now that it inspires kids, and look how bad the future is gonna be.
Yeah, but that's true. What is inspiring kids now? TikTok?
Even like the manga artists that are getting old and dying, they're all inspired by American culture.
Yeah, but what would a young
So,
kid?
even manga is gonna get terrible, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just don't know what it is that.
It's all video game, like stupid memes and video games and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Like the video games are really bad too. Like I saw a kid at Walmart get so excited for something that was a toy, and I looked to see what it was. And something so it had to have been a video game. It was just a guy. I don't even know what it is. I can't even describe it. Just like a guy running. I mean, there was
Yeah.
nothing. He was buying a toy of just this generic looking guy running.
Okay,
I
so
forget
it's
it.
Minecraft and it's Roblox, and there's some cat. Is it called Doja Cat?
Well, yeah, and there's that dog man, but I guess that's not too terrible, but it's pretty
No, not
bad.
Doja Cat. That's a singer. There's some cat that's like a killer cat that's a video game character or something that's online. I don't remember what it's called. Doja Cat looks like she's a singer. I don't know. There's some cartoon or something about a bunch of killer animals, and they make stuffed animals out of them for kids to play with. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you got Funko Pops. You've got Minecraft. I don't know. Pokemon. I don't think if I was a kid, I would have fallen in with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh. I just don't think I ever would have liked that if I was a kid.
I don't see the Funko Pops. I don't see the attraction for those. But I mean, that just might be me being an old guy. But they just look like little bugs or something to me. I mean,
yeah. Well,
they're all very similar.
Embryos.
I'm sorry.
My wife and I call them embryos.
Right.
We never call them Funko Pops. It's like, and we would get some occasionally. Like I got someone gave me a Donald Trump in 2016. I still got it in the box, and I would get like there's Munsters ones. There's Adam's family. The 60s.
Cool
Adam's
stuff. They have a lot of cool, things, but they all look very similar to me, and I don't get it.
I just say that for people that have never collected before.
Right.
Because if you've collected anything before, anything's better than those.
Yeah. But it's just.
But they sell. There's a lot of people that go after them and collect them and stuff. I would be willing to bet, Kevin, you probably sold quite a few of those. Right?
No, I have quite a bit, but I sell, if I'm lucky, one a week.
Really?
Was there a time when you sold a lot, though?
Oh, yeah.
So it's slowed down some?
Everybody, if I had $1 for every call I got that people want to sell them.
Yeah, there's always sketchy people that come in with a box of Funko Pops, and it's like, are they shoplifting them and then taking them to comic stores trying to sell them? It's like
they want to sell them and they don't even want to trade them. My rule right now is I will not buy them, but I will trade you 1 for 1.
Which means that means they're probably stealing them.
No,
they're not.
I wouldn't say that. No.
Well,
you'd be crazy to steal those because you can't sell them.
Well, I think a few years ago you could have.
Yeah, but now nobody's going to steal those. You could leave them outside and probably nobody would even take them.
Yeah, I think they're going to end up in landfills. A lot of them. They're going to just shovel them into a landfill.
They already are. There's a warehouse out here where they open up the warehouse to the public every weekend just to try to get rid of them because they were losing so much money. They ran out of storage room and they were having to rent those storage containers, and those cost money. So you're paying to store them. So it's actually cheaper to throw them. It's cheaper to throw them away than it is to store them.
What's really ugly is a wall of those boxes. There are some Funko Pops that are actually pretty cool looking, but the ones we've got, we took them out of the box because in the box I think it looks ugly, a wall of those boxes. But
yeah,
especially when they all look the same, when when it's just a normal guy and all their heads look the same.
I think that's what I was talking about. Yeah, they all kind of look similar to me, and I'm just like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
To get a different looking one, you got to get like some kind of monster or something.
Yeah.
Here's one in my collection. I just got it because I have everything Swamp Thing.
Oh yeah, see, that's cool.
Well, see, that one's a little different. He has the red eyes and not the black eyes, or
But still, I'd rather have them have regular eyes
Yeah.
than those round. Just
Or Hot Rod Herman, and he's even got the punk rods on his back. That's when something like that appears, because no one's ever made a Hot Rod Herman. Maybe they have now, but
here's one. I have a Alfred E. Newman because they don't make any other Alfred E. Newman stuff.
See what that looks like.
Doesn't even look like him.
See, I give it to them. The guys who were doing those and marketing those were, pretty smart because they covered a broad spectrum of different things. Look, he's got Cthulhu. So.
Cthulhu. I didn't know they had that. Does it glow in the dark?
Yeah, it does. Pretty good one. And
I'm going to run and eat. It'll take me about 6 minutes. Okay. I'll be right back.
Here's Frankenstein Jr. This is a pretty good one too, right? It's okay if it didn't have those eyes. It's pretty close to looking like Frankenstein Jr. Here's the Satan from the Futurama show. I think this is a great one.
Yeah. See, they're not so bad if they look different, but they all got those. A lot of them, or most of them, have those block heads and the two black eyes.
And I got these ones because I like, Fred and Barney, and then
right.
They're just enough like Fred and Barney. It's not so much like a Funko Pop, but I'm the same way with you guys. I only bought the ones that looked specifically cool to me. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
If you painted those eyes, it would look better, though. If you painted those in.
There you
go.
If
you painted them white and you could customize them.
Well, Barney's eyes were like that, right? Weren't his eyes just black dots?
Oh, yeah. So that might make sense. Maybe they were supposed to be smaller, though.
Right. I don't have any. I've got zero Funko Pops. So, Kevin, I haven't got to call you in a while, buddy. I was wanting to get a hold of you and find out if you had anything that you thought I might be interested in, or
if I had anything?
Yeah, I didn't know. I haven't got to see what you got in lately or anything,
I haven't got anything. I haven't got anything I don't think you would want lately. No.
Okay. No Betty Page or Good Girl stuff or anything like that.
I bought a Dave Stevens Betty Page last weekend.
Okay. The comic, I think I have that one, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure you have the one I have.
Where she's tied up and being held by the natives and stuff. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it's a Dark Horse comic.
Yeah, it's a great cover. Great.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I remember when that stuff you could find it cheap in dollar bins and stuff.
Dave Stevens stuff is getting crazy expensive.
Yeah, you get so many people talking about it, and then everybody's looking for it.
Yeah, I've kind of let some of mine go. I wish I hadn't have, but now I don't know if I'll replace them or not. They're just getting expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I haven't been getting too much lately. I bought a few things at a con. We had a con in Lexington here, town close to me, and I found a few Golden Age, but other than that, I've not been buying too much.
Uh-huh.
Nothing cool. There was like I seen somebody showing it, I think on YouTube, a sci-fi comic that had reproduction stuff from the 50s. I think like Strange World stuff and things like that inside of it. Have you got anything like that in the store? There's
a few sci-fi. It was Detective something.
Oh, Space Detective?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Was it like a thick bound book, or was it like individual comics?
No, it's an individual facsimile.
Oh, cool. Do you have any of those still?
Yeah, I got.
Are you even in the store? I shouldn't bother you, man. You're probably at home or something.
No, I'm not in the store, but I remember seeing them before I left.
Well, maybe I'll give you a call like Monday or Tuesday or something. And,
there's 4 or 5 new sci-fi ones.
Yeah. Okay. Might get you to just start getting those for me if you.
Yeah, there's those. What do they call them? PS art books, facsimiles.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I have. They're the $15 ones.
Okay, so, and they're like a single issue of a old school book,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah, with the ads and everything.
Yeah.
And they don't. I don't think they put a barcode at all on them.
Nice.
If they do, it's on the back.
Yeah.
There's a Treasury. DC's putting out a Treasury facsimile. That's the first time I've seen them do that recently.
Wow. Which one? Do you know which?
It's that Ra's al Ghul story with Batman and Robin on the cover.
Oh, okay.
The wraparound cover.
Yeah. So somebody was talking about that, and they were saying, yeah, it'd probably be about $20 or something like that.
They're charging $15 for those.
Okay. I guess it's still cheaper than what you'd be able to find the real one for. But I mean, there's a whole generation of people who have not seen those, so.
I think people charge about $30 for an original one, probably.
Okay.
I wonder if that's how they get their pricing, is they see what an original one sells for and then just sell it for a little bit cheaper. I wonder if they do that.
You would think so, or everybody would just buy the original, right?
Well, Marvel's making these books that I don't know why they're printing them, because you can find the originals for cheaper.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've noticed that too, Kevin, that there'll be titles that they've making facsimiles of that aren't really sought after books.
The X-Men, the Jim Lee X-Men 1. And I have a short box full of those. I sell them for $5, and
they make a million of something, right? Or millions, the most produced comic book. Yeah.
I didn't realize they made a facsimile of that, the X-Men one.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's for like $6 or $7, and I saw an original cheaper.
Why? I mean, yeah, there's trillions of the original. I mean, you can walk into any comic shop literally and find one.
Their new scam is they're doing 1 in 25 ratios of a facsimile.
Oh, it's like a foil cover or something like that.
No, the foils are order all you want, but what they're doing is you order 25 regular facsimiles and you get this new facsimile with new art on the cover.
Oh.
Just to make it people try to want that one,
Yeah.
It's so strange how comic books all of a sudden adopted the marketing ideals of like Fleer sports cards or something, right? It didn't used to be. Why would we need more than one copy or variant covers? Or it's just so collector driven. It kind of takes something out of the hobby for me, right? It takes the art out of it.
They think they can sell more doing that, but I think they should try doing it the opposite way and just put the best cover, just one cover, and make it be the best, and see if their orders increase. Because I know my orders would.
Right, and that's how it always was before. And then when a key book becomes popular, like earlier we were talking about, say, like the Claremont Byrne era of the X-Men, where all of a sudden X-Men was selling out at regular comic shops in like 1979. Remember when that happened? Well, you don't, but that's what was happening. Other titles weren't selling out, but like 30 copies of the X-Men in 1981 would be gone in a couple days, right? You remember that, Jambo. And so that could easily come back, but there needs to be artistic quality. There needs to be good writing and good stories that would drive that, where everyone would all of a sudden go, wow, this is something we need to all be reading. That's not really happening, I don't think. It does. I mean, it happened with that new Spider-Man book recently, right?
But everybody's already lost all hope, I think. So no one's going to risk ordering these books.
Is it Peter Parker or is it Miles?
It's Peter Parker, but it's a different universe, Peter Parker.
Okay.
It's a universe where he's married to Mary Jane and he's got kids. and he hadn't gotten his powers yet.
Okay.
It's what everybody wants to read, though. It's
kind of like a what if then, really. I mean, yeah, they've taken the new,
but it's taken over Amazing Spider-Man. Nobody wants that anymore. They all want Ultimate Spider-Man now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I stopped reading Spider-Man quite a while back.
It's fifth printing already, and it came out like 2 months ago.
Wow.
That's good.
What was it called?
Ultimate Comics Spider-Man. Last time I checked, number ones were A covers were selling for 60 and up.
In a book that just came out 2 months ago.
Yeah. I mean, just stores didn't order it. It's just Amazing Spider-Man's not selling. Why am I going to order Ultimate Comics Spider-Man?
Well, it tells you a lot right there. If Amazing Spider-Man's not selling, then
The
comics
only
are
people buying it are the people that don't want to break the run.
right.
And even those people know how bad it is. They'll admit it. They don't want to break the run. I'm going to keep it going and hope something cool happens. But I'm just buying it and putting it in a box with all my other ones. That's it.
You ever get any of these?
See, Foom. That's a fanzine.
Yeah.
Or was it actual put out by Marvel? I can't remember.
It was actually put out by Marvel.
Yeah, it was. Friends of Old Marvel.
Yeah. I haven't gotten those in probably I've only a handful of times in the whole time I've been in business.
I think they're pretty rare. I don't think that there's a lot of Fooms out there.
There can't be. I mean, if I haven't seen them, I mean, I see a lot of stuff.
I wonder what the press run was on Foom.
Didn't they come in beautiful big envelopes that had art specifically for like each envelope on the outside and stuff? It was a really beautifully produced thing. It was.
Yeah, I think they were pretty elaborate.
What magazines coming to you?
Yeah, the Foom magazine.
When you ordered, because I got a Foom in probably 74, it came in an envelope with the Hulk's head on it.
Yeah.
And where the Hulk's mouth was where the address was for you. And you opened it up and you got the latest issue of Foom. You got the folded Foom poster, a membership card, some stickers. I think that was it. I mean, I think there was also like a Foom pledge. And then you got a subscription, I think, of 4 issues of Foom. But they kept sending it to me. They kept, like a lot of subscriptions, they keep sending it to you even after your subscription's over, because they can. Well, I don't think Foom it mattered, but they could say their subscription. They've got a lot of subscribers and they could charge for advertising, but Foom never had advertising. So, and so even after we moved from San Antonio to Washington State, I was still getting Foom with the second address stamped on it, and but they Foom, except for your initial package, that's the only Foom that doesn't have a little glued on sticker on it. Every other Foom was sent just in the mail with not folded, but just as like you just sent a magazine in the mail. Not just they're going to be hard to find in mint condition unless someone subscribed that particular month and got it sealed in an envelope without all that. Or then I found when Lone Star Comics first opened, they actually had Foom on the rack, and that one that you just showed, I think I saw it when I was upstairs. I couldn't hear the sound, but the John Romita issue, I just bought that off the rack at Lone Star. They were selling it like it was a new book. So
yeah, I'd like to finish that up. I don't remember how many there were of those, but I would like to.
The early issues that Steranko designed, I think he designed the first 4 or 5, are very expensive, but I guess expensive's relative.
Yeah.
If you're buying Golden Age books, it may not be that expensive, but
Well, there's the one that has the Wolverine reference or something like that, and everybody says that, oh, that's the first appearance of Wolverine. They robbed that guy's idea to make Wolverine. I don't remember what issue that was, but that seems like it's a pricey one now, and of course, probably #1 also.
Well, there's X-Men 10. I mean, Foom 10, I think it is, with the new X-Men on the cover.
Okay.
Maybe that's the one you're talking. Maybe not, but that one I think is valuable. But you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to find some of the old, that had all the stickers and the club membership and all that stuff with one of the issues. I think that would be really
Well, I
nice.
saved my envelope somewhere with the Hulk's head, and I still probably have the gold membership card, but the stickers may not have made it over the years. They were little square stickers. They weren't that impressive looking. But it was mainly the magazine that I thought was cool. Oh, of course, the poster. That was the crown jewel, the Steranko poster.
See, I don't remember that either. I don't remember the poster. Was it the one that they had in the magazines advertising it?
Where's my phone? I'll show you. It. I don't know. I don't remember that. It seemed like it was a surprise when I got it. I'd never seen anything quite like it. It's well, you've seen it before on people's walls, on behind them. I'm trying to remember who has it. It seems like Metarog has one.
He probably does. You're probably right about
I've got
that.
one framed, but I never really aim the camera that direction because there's Bunny Yeager, giant Betty Page with the Christmas tree right below it, where she's putting the ornament on the tree, and it's signed by Bunny Yeager and Hugh Hefner, and it's from the original negative. And I don't think YouTube would like that image on. So I don't ever aim at that wall. I almost did in the last episode, but
I would have liked it. I don't think YouTube would have.
Yeah, no, you know what I mean.
Right.
Well, why am I type in Steranko film poster? Why am I not getting that instantly? Oh, no, because it changed Foom to Doom. Because they figure Foom isn't a word, so we better correct this person that doesn't know the language. It looks like that.
Oh, okay.
With a bunch of Stan Lee, talking like he's Thor or something, and welcoming you to the hollowed ranks of Foomdom or whatever.
That's a cool poster right there.
It's an
that would have
incredible
been great if
poster.
you were.
The only weird thing is I think Spider-Man's eyes aren't colored white. At least maybe they corrected that later.
Where's Spider-Man? I didn't even see him on there.
Oh, I'm trying to embiggen it.
Oh, there he is, over there.
Oh, you're looking at it somewhere else, I guess, because I'm not showing it right now. Okay, he's right there, but his eyes, as I recall, they don't white them out; they're just red. But this is before the new X-Men. So, you don't have Wolverine in there. The X-Men are represented by the Angel. But it's a magnificent poster. I can't I don't know what they would cost. What would you think? Probably $100.
I would say something like that. Yeah.
They're all going to be folded, so they're not going to be in 9.8. Because by the very nature,
I would think maybe somebody's reproduced it or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, if you wanted the original, I mean, yeah, it would be probably pricey.
I see one for $44.99.
Oh, that's good. I would say I got that right about the time that Young Frankenstein came out. If that will help you put it
Okay.
in a timeline.
Oh, somebody's selling the whole membership kit for $219.
But I wonder what issue they have inside the kit.
But
That would vary based on when you ordered. You know, obviously I didn't order it right when Foom started
1973.
because I wasn't into Marvel superheroes. I was more into the monsters, and then I
never mind.
decided-
He's only giving you the poster from 1973 for $219.
I did see something cool at the last con I went to there. They had Jim Steranko was going to be there signing things and stuff, but there was a vendor that had
Look at this. This is cool. The promo mask.
oh wow.
Oh wow, what is that? Promoting a convention?
No, that's from the Think Think Plume 1990. Oh, 91.
That's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Oh
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought it was 91. I would have thought this was older.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Marvel logo there is kind of.
But there was a vendor that had the original Jim Steranko calendar art of the girls, the girl heroes, the nude girl heroes.
Oh, right.
He had all 12 of them, and I almost got it, but they were water damaged.
Ooh.
And yeah, I mean, they were kind of wavy, but he had all 12 of them, all 12 months, you know, so it was really cool, but I don't know if I ever find them again. I guess you could probably find them on eBay or something like that, but
yeah, that would be a safe bet. I mean, do you think they would have flattened out if someone
I mean, I guess if they had a bit of a stain, I guess you could have flattened them out. And, you know, if you had like one of those presses or something like that, a heat press where you could have flattened them out and got them a little moist again and probably took the wrinkles out, but still.
Yeah, but it depends on what he's trying to charge you. Oh, let's see what this is.
That's cool.
Completed listings, and it's about $90 for a mint one.
Okay.
To find one mint, it's like $90 all day.
You know, mine's got tack holes in it, but then I framed it, so you probably can't see them. But I mean, it was.
This is a rare.
It's weird that one would exist that some kid didn't put up on a wall immediately.
Yeah.
So I would kind of question the sanity of the kid that didn't put that up on a wall.
I mean, yeah, that's what it was made for, right?
Same kind of kid that didn't open up their toys when they were a kid.
Yeah, that's a relatively new phenomenon.
There was kids back then that didn't do it.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, yeah, you see the Mego figure that's still on the board and you know, the cardboard.
I just always figured that's old store stock, but I guess it could
Very
have been
possible.
someone in their 20s as a collector that bought it.
Yeah.
It would have to be an adult that bought it because the kid would want to immediately play with it.
Yeah.
What is this? I was eating upstairs and my wife was on the phone, so I had the sound off, and it says because Marvel is greedy. What is that in reference to?
I think we were talking about
the ratios for the facsimiles.
Ratios as far as different
You have to order
covers.
25. You have to order 25 facsimiles to get a special new art cover on a facsimile.
And what is that? Just a blank cover with the title on it?
No, like a new art on a facsimile.
I don't
Why
think
would
I'd
anyone
want that, though.
that?
Yeah.
That's insanity.
People want it because they can't find it because it's rare because nobody orders it. They'll make people want it.
Well, you know what I think could be in demand, and you ought to order accordingly, is when they do the facsimile of Mad #1, the EC comic, they're going to do one with a white cover, and then there's going to be a lot of artists that are going to like be just shit all over themselves to paint their own art with the original Mad logo on it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mad blanks are always go up in value. I have some.
Yeah, but this
They're like-
isn't the Mad with the circus lettering. This is the original EC Mad with 10 cents on it. And then, you know, all those people like Smokin' Joe and people like that, that's going to be so great.
Is that for the free comic book day, the one that's coming out?
No, I read about it on Facebook. It's coming out. Let me see if I can figure it out.
Have you seen the new the free comic book day Mad that's coming out? It's a comic book size though.
No.
It has Superman. He's ripping his costume off, and he's going, "Oh crap! I'm already in costume."
Oh, okay. But what does Superman look like? What version of Superman is it?
I'll show you. But look at this Fing Fang Foom figure. This is a $200 figure.
That's a cool figure. Yeah.
It's cool, but $200. I can't. Never.
Yeah.
It was a Build-A-Figure back in maybe 10 years, 15 years ago.
Okay.
So you'd have to buy 5 or 6 different figures to build this.
Oh, okay.
It's coming in June.
The Facsimile Mad? Is that what you're talking about?
It's the first issue of Mad. And I think facsimiles have been done of this before, or reprints of
They
it.
put one inside of a Mad where you could get the comic inside of the Mad.
Yeah, but it has that cover, but it has stories from different issues. It's not an exact replica of it. The one that says Nostalgic Mad, it's got like Super Duper Man in it. Because the first issue of Mad didn't really have specific comic book parodies. It had parodies of genres, like a Western story and this kind of story. But when Mad started to go after other comic book properties and make the art look like those books, you know, doing Disney and DC. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I've seen that seems like that's a meme that I've seen for years. And I think there's a Wonder Woman too, very similar to that.
I think I stuck that up as a thumbnail for my latest video. It was
Did you?
Wonder Woman, taking off her street clothes, thinking she had her costume underneath or something like that.
Okay.
And she was
I
just
like
in
the
her
nipple detail.
brassiere.
Superman, the nipple detail is great.
Oh my gosh. I just don't understand. They're doing facsimiles of the whole run of Crisis on Infinite Earths. It's like, why? Those aren't those all just like $8-10 books?
Some of them have gone up a little bit, but yeah.
Which one's gone up?
I think maybe one, the first one. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I think they have gone up a little bit in price, but
yeah. It's a $4 book, the Mad one. And is this worth doing a facsimile of Gotham by Gaslight? Why? Oh, that's like,
no.
To me, that's a dollar bin book, but maybe it's great. I just never read it. I just don't know.
Yeah, it's a good read.
I wonder if Mad Magazine is going to apologize to President Trump for that suntan lotion cover that you just showed. I mean, that's fake news.
I mean, this is him getting not reelected is what killed Mad.
Yes, you're right.
They ran out of stuff to talk about.
Yeah, that they could talk about, that they could make fun of.
Yeah,
because they're not going to make fun of Biden.
Yeah. Let's see. Apollo is saying, if I were in charge of Marvel or DC, I would keep facsimiles of popular runs and keys constantly in print.
That's totally a good idea. I've thought that for years. I thought the best thing that they could do would be to restart everything in facsimiles to
Yeah, I found it.
make 2023 1963 and come out with 6 new titles, and they're all number ones, like everything Fantastic Four, and they're just reprint the entire line for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
Every month. Just the, why not? If they have the ability to do it, why not do it? It would sell better than the new shit.
Now, do they have one with a white cover?
Let me check.
That may have just been someone down below saying that would be a great idea if they did it. I don't know if 100% if there really is one.
What was the first blank? Panic, number 1? Or was it number 1?
What are you saying?
I wonder what the first blank cover was.
Oh, well, Mad kind of did a blank cover with where it was just a girl holding a gorilla, and it was a tiny little picture at the top, but I think the rest of the cover was all red. Am I right on that?
I
that
remember
cover
like
that
that,
Kevin
yeah.
is talking about. I think it's maybe Panic number 4 or Panic number 2. It's all white.
It seems like that's the case, yeah.
There is a facsimile.
Okay.
They're not giving us the trade dress yet.
Yeah. Well, it just, that's just if you know some really cool artists, that would be why you would get that. But I don't understand otherwise why anyone would want that.
So would you do like your own take on this cover?
Me personally, I don't know if I've got time anymore. Of course, look at me doing a live stream that's 7 hours long. I'm just hanging out with friends. I don't know. I'd have to order paint, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I can really top that cover. Let's see. Plenty of Biden material for Matt if they weren't so left these days. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the new Mad is like.
There is no new Mad. It's all reprints now.
So, like that issue you've got on hold for me with the with the Addams Family cover,
yeah, that was all reprints. That's all reprints.
It's just the new cover. Everything else is reprints.
Cover, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. They're putting out a lot of square bound books that show up in the Dollar General. There's one like a best of issue, and then there's one where about Star Wars and things like that. I think they put that out every year or two. Mad spoof Star Wars.
Like kids don't even know what Mad Magazine is. They see my Mad Magazine, they go, "I remember that show."
Oh yeah.
That's funny. That's great.
Yeah, well, how would they know? I mean, it's in
Here's
their
Dick
defense.
Tracy. Dick Tracy blank.
Oh, okay. To me, the only reason to have a blank cover is to do something just Tijuana Bible-like. To me, that's just to be shocking. That's how
That's
I
why
look.
they don't do Star Wars anymore because of that.
Yeah, I mean, that just the temptation is to not do a serious Dick Tracy, but do something horrific. That's the whole fun of a blank cover to me. But I don't know.
Was people ever get those graded? Those blank covers that they've had artwork done on?
Yeah.
And I wonder what CGC would say about that.
I mean, they have to witness it.
Okay.
You have to witness it being painted.
Well, they don't have to stand there the whole time. They just have to come and get it from the artist.
Oh, well, so they can verify that it was drawn by that artist. But if, let's say, you have a nobody paint your cover, like if I paint your cover, I'm not a famous artist, but clearly it's actually a painted cover, a one of a kind thing. I wonder if that would just cause the comic to become less valuable because it's been damaged by having paint on it.
No, they're gonna look at the flaws. They're not gonna look at the paint, though.
Yeah, but the very process of painting on it, you're introducing moisture to cardboard.
I had Alan Davis and Mark Farmer do a sketch for me, and I forget if it was Alan Davis or Mark Farmer. One of the guys, he dropped it on the floor right when they were handing it off to the CGC.
Ooh, and ding the.
Well, he used his foot to grab it with his foot and scoot it over to him so he could pick it up off the floor. So I had a shoe print. I had a shoe print on the back of it.
Yeah, it should make it more valuable, right? Got Alan Davis's footprint on it.
Yeah.
The guy goes, "You might not want to slab this one."
Oh wow!
They give you a discount on it after that?
No, I still bought it. I mean, I already paid him to draw on it and ink it and everything.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought it was funny. I tell people that story all the time.
Who was the artist again?
Alan Davis and Mark Farmer.
Okay.
They did the
Excalibur. They did the Excalibur, yeah. Both the guys they're from England, and
right.
So they don't come out here that much.
88, 89. It was a good comic.
I've never seen them at a con or anything, so yeah.
No, they don't come out to the States at all.
I never read Excalibur. I never even tried it, but I've heard people say it's good.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it.
Oh, Claremont was writing it. Yeah, it was pretty good in the early issues of it. It seemed like it was pretty entertaining. And
that's what I was reading with the early issues, like 88, 89. It wasn't a popular book, and I was buying it at the PX at the time. So there was a lot of them there at the PX. That's why I read it.
Oh.
Because top books would be sold out in a day or two. So when you get there and you don't know what you're going to find, that was the situation.
Yeah.
I remember
how were the
telling
books
my
displayed at your PX?
What's that?
How were in the PX where you were buying them? Were they on a rack on a wall? Were they displayed like magazines?
They were at that time. That particular place had a bookstore annex that was right next to the PX. So it was like a stationery store that like an AFES B. Dalton is what it looked like. And so all the comics were displayed on magazine racks on the walls, just right next to all the, next to Guns and Ammo and everything all there. And the comics had their own spot and they were all stacked up like that.
Okay. Yeah, I remember some PXs being like that. Having a separate little.
Other PXs are small, like convenience stores almost, and there'll be spinner racks or other smaller magazine racks. Yeah. It just depends on the base, I guess. How it would go.
It's a cool cover.
Let me see here.
I haven't seen that.
This one comes out next. That's the next issue.
Well, that looks like that one I knew was going to be popular. They put that out right at the right time. It was out during the Super Bowl.
That Taylor Swift one that I haven't seen.
They have a second print of this coming out.
Yeah,
might be the first time they've ever done a second print of a Matt. I don't know.
That could be. That looks like a vintage piece of art. That one there. That really looks like a Norman Mingo painting.
Yeah, it
looks like this one looks vintage too.
You know what some of these could be actually is paintings done for paperback covers that have never been used on the magazine. That
Yeah.
looks like that could be a paperback cover. And that may be how they can, yeah, because that Frankenstein to your right was on a paperback cover there, I think. Well, or at least the head was, and they've combined that with another cover where he's reading. Yeah, okay, I see what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't remember
Yeah.
this one coming out though, because
Well, there was a Mad paperback with a Frankenstein head, and then they've combined that with a 1960s cover where he's in a classroom reading a
yeah, what I'm
textbook
saying is I don't
hidden
remember this.
behind the Mad, and
I don't
so
remember
they,
them using this cover though on the issue 33 because I would have had that.
oh yeah, I don't know what they're up to, and then that
Yeah, they're up to 36.
yeah,
That's
they
30.
must,
That's 30. That's the next one, and then that's the following one.
yeah. What's
I don't think they put that on there.
maybe they changed their mind later, or
They did the same thing with this. They didn't show this until it came out. They showed a frog. They showed it looked like a classic Alfred E. Newman doing a frog jump or something. Leapfrog.
okay. Yeah, I think yeah, they're recycling when they have artists that aren't alive anymore. They're recycling or altering it a little bit.
I think they switch them. I think they just put this as a placeholder and then they'll switch it.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it could be. That's a classic cover. That the one with the jackpot. That's from the late 50s. There. Um,
A lot of cool stuff.
Okay. That was a cool cover they did.
yeah, I think I have that issue. Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna jump off.
All
I
right.
gotta get in here and help with dinner and stuff and get it together. But
Well, it's nice to see you.
good seeing you.
Good to see you, John.
All right, Kevin, I'll give you a holler this week sometime, man.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Bye.
See you guys.
I'm going to take off too. I'm laying down and I'm going to get something to eat, but I've been laying down for a while. I'm kind of starting to doze, but my back's bugging me.
Yeah, I probably should get off pretty soon myself. Yeah.
So I will talk to you guys later.
All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Hanging out. See you guys later. Bye.
Yeah. Nice to talk to you. What are the big sellers supposed to be this week at the shop?
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's
I gotta
nothing
make that.
really sought after coming out.
See, I have to make my pick for the week. Let's see what I'm gonna pick. Let's see. Not that, not that.
What was that ape peril thing?
There's William Shatner.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
There's a facsimile. Oh yeah, the first book was a. Is it? It's not even April, is it? Why did they have an April Fool's Day book?
I guess so. It'll be out on April 1st. I don't know. April. Oh, okay. That cover's not bad.
Yeah, that's the same artist that drew that Wonder Woman that you wanted.
Huh. What is the Catwoman book like?
Probably not worth opening now. I think DC at this point is all cover buys.
Yeah.
For the most part. This book sells well. The Godzilla Kong Justice League.
I've heard people talk about that. Yeah.
There's your Amanda Waller.
Oh, I thought that was a man.
That's probably the best DC cover of the week.
Those are the ones coming out this week?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that facsimile is not technically hit the market yet.
Tuesday.
That one looks interesting. Is that Alex Ross on that Fantastic Four cover?
Yeah, he has good covers.
What is the book itself like now?
A few people liked it when Doctor Doom came into it recently.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, they were fighting like dinosaur versions of the Avengers, I think it was.
Oh, okay. Oh boy. Myers says, "Hey guys, I'm still watching, but I really have to lay down. My back is stiffening up." Yeah, he had back surgery not long ago. And Missing Mars says, "Later, Meyer, feel better."
I think my pick this week might be an independent title.
Okay.
Because I don't see it. This might be good. The guy that does this Visions comic.
Okay. Oh, it's a Star Wars comic? Or
Yeah, like a Japanese samurai version of a Star Wars comic.
Oh, okay.
There's a reprint of Spider-Man 2 and a reprint of X-Men 1.
Are these other Ultimate titles as popular as the Spider-Man one was?
Not as, no.
Are they set in the same world as the Ultimate Spider-Man?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
The facsimile.
Is the original worth something? Like, I don't think the original's worth more than $30, is it?
It's like 50 last time I sold one, I think.
Oh, okay. That's kind of a tasteless cover. The blood splattered everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my pick this week's going to be an indie.
Okay. Let's see. Moondust says, "Are you interested in a full set of 1966 Batman OPG cards, blue bats?" I think maybe spell correct messed him up. I don't know what that means.
OPG is they're printed in Canada.
Oh, okay. All right.
They if they're like the Garbage Pail Kids, OPG printed in Canada, and they have like a rougher edge to them. They didn't have a sharp enough blade that cut the edges.
But they're the same as the Topps cards.
Yeah, they're just not as probably not as valuable.
Huh.
If there is any value to, I don't even know.
Says, do you
Batman
buy
cards.
non-sports cards?
Garbage Pail Kids, I buy. That's pretty much it, though. Non-sports.
Yeah.
What year did he say the Batman ones were?
1966. So
Those
they're
might be cool.
They're probably the Norman Saunders art.
Those are probably
there
cool.
was
I've never
another
seen
line
them.
of cards of Batman that were, I think they were color photos from the movie that came out in the summer of '66. But the first Batman card series was, in fact, I have some right here.
I'd like to see it. That's 66 if you have any.
I meant to hit this button. They look like that with Norman Saunders art. So basically, they look like Mars Attacks cards, but without the gore and with Batman instead of Martians, because same artist. Yeah. Oh, it says mine is the blue bats. Oh, I guess I don't know if he's talking about this bat. It's red here. It's black. I don't know or if he's talking about the bat on the back. I don't know. I didn't know there were different variations from different countries or different colors. Yeah, I didn't know about that either.
Those are cool cards.
Yeah, it's a great card set. You got to be careful because it was reproduced in 1989 when the Tim Burton movie came out.
Those are the cards I always see, is those 89 ones.
Yeah, I think they're clearly discernible as reprints, but they look good.
Not the reprints. I always see the movie 89 movie cards.
Oh, yeah, right. Photos from the movie. Yeah. The reprint set was sold in a little red box, cardboard box when the movie came out.
I never see those.
Yeah, I know where a box is upstairs. Next time I do a stream, I'll show it on the camera so you can see.
I have a box of Mars Attacks cards right here.
Are they original or reproduction set?
I got them probably 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if they're. Let me look at them. I think they might be all new art. You seen these? They must be new art.
Oh, there we go. That is new art, yeah.
What year are
that's
these?
not what the back of a vintage card would look like either. Yeah.
No, these are nice gloss. What year is that? I can't read it.
2013. Okay.
Oh, it's pretty close. I said 10 years ago. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it's good art. It's just it's not the art from the Kennedy era. It's good art from today.
No, they got some good artists though to work on these.
Yeah. Moondust is saying the bat on the front is blue.
I think these ones I had them because I had these bagged. I think these are like some special blood cards or something.
Oh, okay.
See how much blood's on them?
Yeah.
I think the normal versions don't have that much blood on them. I have a whole. Oh, wait, this box has all kinds of stuff in it. I thought it was all Mars Attacks. It's like Breaking Bad. I'm seeing. You ever seen that show, Breaking Bad?
Yeah, we watched the whole show, all the seasons. My wife and I. We didn't watch it when it first aired. We started watching it after it was already over, and we watched the whole thing all the way through.
I think I watched it like in a year after it aired.
That's probably about what we did. Yeah, we went through the whole thing, and yeah, that was a fun time. And then we watched the whole Better Call Saul series as it aired, which was weird because it was a prequel filmed years later, and everyone looked older, but they were supposed to be younger.
Yeah, I think I watched the first episode and never finished it. Never.
Oh, it's worth watching. You know, it's
Yeah.
worth watching. It's a lot of fun.
I've watched everything else. I even watched the movie. I think they had 1 or 2 movies for Breaking Bad.
They did?
Yeah, it's like El Camino or something.
I'm not sure I knew about that.
Yeah, the movie. I don't think I want to say people didn't like it, but I thought it was pretty good.
Was it with all the same characters?
I can't remember. I got 3 of that one.
Yeah, I didn't know they did a new Mars Attacks series.
I mean, I don't even think they could. I don't think they would even do this today. Make this many pieces of new art.
Yeah, yeah, they spent money on this. Because, yeah, these are nice pieces of art. They've done. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the mixing of intellectual properties or whatever, like when they have Red Sonja meets Mars Attacks with Betty and Veronica. You know, it's like, to me, it's like it's like they're trying real hard to get me to notice and combining things I like, and it just turns out to be something I have no interest in because it's like they're trying too hard, or it's just too much of a. It just never worked for me. I found some books like in a dollar bin that were the original Star Trek mixed with Planet of the Apes, and I thought, well, I'll give these a try. That actually might be interesting. I think there was some Star Trek meets the Legion of Superheroes, and I thought maybe that'll be interesting too. But I've never yet read them. They're still in a box waiting to be read. That's so weird that there's bubblegum cards based on Breaking Bad. I guess they don't call them bubblegum cards anymore.
Nah, they stopped putting bubblegum cards in a while back.
You think it's weird to think that the cards were originally there to help sell the bubble gum, and now then they got to the point where let's not even put the gum in there anymore.
That's really what they were doing?
I think originally, I think they were there to. I think
thought
so. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe that's something I've always thought, but.
I always thought the gum was just there to something to do while you're opening the packs.
Well, I think the Topps company was originally a chewing gum company. Let me look at. Hey Siri, did Topps start as a chewing gum company?
Yeah, because you have Bazooka Joe gum.
Okay, I found this on the web for Did Topps start as a chewing gum company. Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bazooka Joe, that was a gum you were buying with a little comic inside there.
Yeah.
And then they must have went to trading cards after.
Yeah. Company history. Hops itself was founded in 1938, but our company can trace its roots back to an earlier firm, American Leaf Tobacco. Founded in 1890. Let's see. Great Depression. At the time, chewing gum was still a relative novelty sold in individual pieces. Top's most successful early product was Bazooka Bubble Gum, which was packaged with a small comic on the wrapper. Starting in 1950, the company decided to try increasing gum sales by packaging them together with trading cards featuring Western character Hopalong Cassidy. At the time, Boyd, that's William Boyd, is Hopalong Cassidy's real name, as one of the biggest stars of early television, was featured in blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess I'm right. Sometimes that happens. But the gum was always when I would buy the wacky packages in '73. I thought, well, I'll try the gum, and it's like you put it in, and it's like real sharp. It's a sharp rectangular piece, and that could like slice open your insides of your cheeks. But you once it becomes moist enough, you can chew it, and it had flavor for a little while. But I was never much of a gum chewer. I could never just sit around chewing gum. I once it lost the flavor, I'd have to spit it out. I couldn't just keep chewing some object just to calm my nerves or whatever reason they do it. And
Have you ever tried fruit stripe gum? Fruit stripe gum.
No.
So that gum it would lose its flavor after about 10 seconds.
Really? Hey, what is the bomb from Asylum Press?
The artist Mannion, I think is his last name, Steve Mannion.
Is it?
If I'm not mistaken.
Well, here's why I ask. I just found this card, which I must have gotten when I bought something at a comic store. It's just advertising. It's from 2008, and it's advertising this book. But the other side, this art, Steve Mannion, the bomb. It's
cool art.
It is really cool. Do you have any of this book in stock in your shop? Do you have any idea?
I order one. I order because it still comes out. I order it, but it's real infrequent.
Is it the same artist working on it now?
Yeah, it's on final order cutoff this week, actually.
Does it look like this still today? Is it?
Yeah. Let me show you. I'll show you real quick.
Oh man, how do I not know about that book? That looks really fun. Did they make any models called Weirdos? Because I have a complete card set from 1966 from Fleer. Yeah, there's a whole set of them, and some of them are over here in a display case. Next time I do a show with my phone where I can move around, I'll show the Weirdos, and I've got some in the closet. Is for a while Dollar Tree got a whole bunch of reissues of Weirdo kits. They were selling for $1 each at back about 5 years ago. Okay, let me go to your camera. Let's see what you got.
See the Fearless Bomb, the bomb.
Oh,
that's the A cover. Let's see what the other covers look like. Here's the B cover.
How long has this comic been out? 2000, 10 years, or?
It's been around for a while. Why does that? And that is just the exact same. Oh, it's signed. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
He's selling a signed one. Hold on. Here's the other cover.
Yeah, I like the other one better. So is this would you consider this a good comic? Is it one you buy for your own personal collection, or?
One of the artists. Actually, I saw the artist last weekend. Remember when I was at that show?
Oh,
The artist that. Did you see me flipping through that book and there was like a SpongeBob in there and
was
like an
that the
Aquaman?
Frankenstein one with Frankenstein on the cover?
No, different guy.
I might have. So that artist that does that cover art does the interior art too?
No, I was just saying that. I was just saying one of the artists that was at that show I was at. He's an artist and he buys this book because he likes this guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like this guy's style. I maybe I need to. How is this?
He's been coming out with books for a long time. His name's Steve Mannion.
Yeah, I need to look into Steve Mannion. Yeah. Do you order this for your shop or?
So you can see right here, I just ordered one copy for him. He's buying one blank and he's buying one A cover.
Could you order one more of the A cover for me without the signature? I don't want to pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I this might be something I need to look into, and unless it's real cheesy inside, the arts.
Oh, he does the interior too.
Okay.
You want to read the synopsis right here?
Okay, yeah. So the back issues are they collected in book form?
I'm guessing, but I've never ordered one, no.
Yeah.
But they must be. Short stories and pinups in the back.
I don't think I've ever seen this book in stock at whatever comic stores I've gone to, but maybe
No, I don't think many places would order it.
Huh.
Oh, here's another cover. I didn't show this one.
That's pretty good, but who's that artist?
It's the same guy.
Yeah, this guy's good. Okay, so now I know there's another good artist out there today. That's encouraging.
You want to look him up and see what he... Let's look him up real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Comic Vine. He's credited in 91 issues.
Oh.
Oh. He's in heavy metal.
Okay.
Born in 65.
Okay, he's my age.
94, he began to work.
Yeah, he's about 5 months younger than me.
Oh, what's it? Pop-ups? Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, I'd say I like this artist. Yeah, I need to look into this guy.
You might have some of the stuff that he's done with Eric Powell.
Let me see.
That Spook House stuff.
No, I've never bought that either. He's worked on Captain America.
I guess.
He doesn't seem to have that style.
He's done a Popeye. I did a Guardians. Hillbilly, that's Eric Powell's. There's another Captain America. You got.
And that's the one that's on the little postcard I have there, the bottom right. That one, is that a trade paperback or something?
2015. It says one issue.
Oh, so it's still in print, an issue from back then. They still have in stock.
No, this is just a archive, I think, of everything.
Oh, okay, all right.
I think out of all that stuff, Spook House is the one that I think probably ordered the most of back then.
Uh-huh. Well, that's something I need to look into, I guess. See, now my back's starting to kill me from leaning over. Look, it's like, but I haven't had surgery like Myers, so I'm sure he's in. Hopefully, that he's doing better. Well, it's been fun talking to you and everybody today. I might as well probably bow out here at the almost 8-hour mark. That's like a whole day of work.
What's your world record live stream?
Oh, I've tapped it out. I think it stops recording at 12 hours or something. I've gone insane amounts of time with it, but that was years ago. They give you 20. Yesterday, this thing renewed with giving me free 20 hours. So I've already used, almost half of it. And
You should try just doing the one on YouTube where you can just go live.
Yeah,
and then you get the people, just random people scrolling through that'll just find it.
Yeah, is that where you have to hold your camera upright like TikTok?
Yeah, it'll be like a TikTok, and you'll get all these young kids coming in saying bad things, probably. But
well, yeah, maybe I should try that.
So it would look like this. You'd be just vertical.
Yeah, I just figured that for stuff like that, you had to have usually things like that, you have to have 1,000 subscribers to do it.
No, I see it all the time. And you'll get, this one guy I know, he does that every morning and every night. He does it like when he gets up, and he does it when he goes to bed, and gets a bunch of people. He's like up to 100,000 subscribers now.
What does he talk about?
Just talks about nothing, really.
Okay. What is and he's on YouTube?
Yeah.
But is it stuff we'd be interested in? Is it something we should watch?
No. You can just do it. You can do it yourself. You just go to there's a button and it shows you all the live stuff going on right now.
Oh, really? Let's see.
It's like TikTok, and you just swipe up or down. If you don't
On
see
YouTube?
something, yeah, if you see something you don't like, you just swipe up and go to the next one.
Okay, so that is the way I think. I've never been on TikTok, but I think that's what I've seen. So where do you go to get that? On here.
I don't know. Let me see if I can do it on the computer. In my phone.
There's shorts. Is it shorts?
No, it'd be a live.
Oh, if I hit the button, the little plus sign at the bottom, I think I hit that, and it becomes a camera, and then I guess I hit live, and it says go live. New safeguards. The cap will grow as the creator's history grows on YouTube. Currently, it is 25 plus your subs. Archive will default private after video creation. Once a creator has 1,000 subscribers, they'll have the access to the full version of mobile live streaming. And then they have some more that. So.
Dark Ride Dracula just put a video up.
Oh, did he? Let's see what he's got.
Another antique store hunt.
Yeah, this looks like they're on a tour of antique.
Well, yeah, you can just watch live stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure I could stumble on it if I looked.
You get those whatever troll people that come in.
Oh yeah, this is what we're talking about. Dark Ride Dracula, and just put up a video. So they're out looking for monster toys. It looks like at an antique store in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he shows so many things that I would have bought. I would have saw him.
Yeah, but they may already have that stuff. That may be why they're.
You could just buy it and resell it to me.
Oh, yeah. I think that's what he does. Is he resells stuff? I think that's his job. Oh well, I guess I'll run and talk to you soon.
All right.
Take care.
All
Take
right.
care, everybody. Go ahead and
See you
end the
guys later.
stream. So in stream, I'll talk to you guys real soon.